Falling for the Bronc Rider. Faithful Cowboys, Book 1. Danae, Little Publishing. 1. Focus, Jake. Ignore the girl and feel the bronc. Jake Callahan had never been distracted by a girl while in the saddle. Until today. He felt her burning gaze more than the leather under his rump. Her sweet strawberry scent filled his senses more than the sweat of the bronc under him. Jake blew out his nose in a huff, like the horse he sat upon. This was not good. He needed this win, not for the money or the prestige, but to fill that aching hole in his chest that wouldn't leave him alone. All the hard work of burying it over the last decade and a half did him no good as soon as Beth Rose raced into his life. "Where's your head, boss?" Junior asked as he handed him the bronc rein. "This bronc's not one to play with." Jake nodded. He knew the moment he had drawn Buster that tonight he would be one buckle richer. It also meant he needed extra focus, not a green-eyed distraction. Watching his buddy Ryder go down several months ago gave him a new understanding of how temporary life was. A simple slip of rope or of mind and the music would stop, the story ended. Buster pranced under him, snorting his displeasure of being held hostage in the bucking chute. Jake reached forward, laying his hand on the horse's strong muscled neck. "Easy, boy. We're in this together." Instantly, Jake's focus sharpened. The tangy smell of horse and dust filled his nostrils, setting all right in his world. The crowd's cheers faded into silent anticipation as the announcers began calling his achievements. The tingling sensation that started in his spine and spread throughout him eased his mind, his body, and his soul. Ride or die. This was where he belonged. Buster's ears pricked backward as if waiting for his cue, the cue that would shoot them both into the dust-filled stage. They both were made for this, and they would awe the crowd together on this warm summer Wyoming night. Jake drew in a long, slow breath, and he felt Buster's muscles tense in response. With one curt nod, the bucking rope was cinched at the same time the bucking chute gate clanged open. Buster did not disappoint. The brute of a horse reared and jumped out the gate. Jake threw his body back to ensure that he marked the horse out, his heels hitting above the horse's shoulders. Only an 8-second dance with the wildest of partners, but both the horse and the rider must do their part to synchronize the steps. Jake read Buster's intention. He yanked the thick rein in his right hand, holding his left up and away from body and horse. Buster instinctively spun and bucked exactly as Jake had hoped. He paired his movement with the horse, adding in a touch of extra style as he leaned forward, kicking his boots back toward the end of the saddle. This wild rocking chair ride was what he lived for. When the buzzer sounded, he yipped with pure joy as he kicked his feet free of the stirrups and landed his boots in the dust. Keeping his awareness on the pickup man gaining control of Buster, Jake grabbed his hat by the brim and threw it into the crowd. The roar filled the entire stadium, and he thrust both hands into the air. He had won. He knew it, the crowd knew it, and the announcers knew it. As he grinned from ear to ear, he scanned the stands for one particular pair of eyes. The rest of the world disappeared the moment he met that green gaze. She didn't hoot and holler, nor clap or pump the air with her fists. She merely smiled, a sweet yet humor-filled smile that seemed to say, "You'll never learn humility now." Without thought, he winked at her right before he jumped the fence into a crowd of fans. Beth Rose didn't trust the butterflies dancing in her stomach. "Dear God, give me the strength to resist the way that man makes me feel." Her heart jumped the moment he winked. She knew it was directed at her. The guy teased her mercilessly, like he knew she had fallen for him, though she could never allow herself to act upon the desire of her heart. The warming sensation that tingled through her went cold the moment he jumped the fence into the throng of scantily dressed females fawning over him. She glanced toward the heavens, knowing that her prayer had been answered. It was easy to resist someone who freely gave himself to so many others. Goosebumps broke out on her bare arms. She hugged herself while turning to push through the crowd. Faith needed her attention, obviously much more than the cowboy who had just secured himself the championship once again. Faith nickered and stamped the ground impatiently as Beth rounded into the stalls. They wouldn't race until tomorrow, but the horse didn't know that. The crowds, the nearness of other horses, the smells of sweat, leather and popcorn, all signaled to her mare that it was work time. Beth nuzzled into her soft gray neck. "Not tonight, girl. We'll show them what we got tomorrow." Closing her eyes, she sent up another silent prayer. They needed the win at this event. She hadn't placed in Casper, and her funds were running low. Her heart sank when she remembered her truck at the mechanic's back in Cheyenne. God hadn't answered her prayer when her transmission went out, or maybe he had. If it hadn't been for Jake, her season would have ended right then and there. She let out a deep enough sigh that Faith twisted her head to look at her from one rectangle-pupiled eye. The horse's long eyelashes blinked slowly, as if she had so much wisdom to pass along. "If only I spoke horse," she whispered, rubbing the bridge of Faith's nose. "Then again, you would probably call me a fool. I know that already. Why do you think I pray for strength every day?" "Talking to your horse again." Jake's throaty, confident voice instantly filled her cheeks with heat. "Now I know your secret." He leaned forward and winked, before stepping back to lean against the stall gate. "You do?" Beth gasped, her heart rushing in her ears. "Yeah, you got the big guy in your corner." "Oh," Beth pushed out her breath in an awkward-sounding chuckle. "Yeah. It would seem you do too." "Me?" Jake said as if it was the funniest thing he had heard. "Nah. We haven't spoken in half a lifetime." Beth cocked her head to look at him, from under the brim of her hat. "Then how do you explain all of your success?" "Pure skill, baby." Beth smacked him playfully as she passed by to grab some grain for Faith. "You might want to learn some humility before some of it wipes you right out of your saddle and onto your rear end." "Oh, sweet Beth, I don't even know what that word means." He pushed off the gate to stand in her way. "Maybe you should teach me." Beth's lips parted as she struggled to breathe. She lost herself in his deep brown eyes, eyes that could swallow her so quickly her virtues wouldn't be able to keep up. Why did God tempt her so cruelly? Elbowing past him, she searched for a good retort. "I'm sure there are many who would happily teach you that skill, my friend." She emphasized the word friend. The boundary had been firmly placed the moment she accepted his offer to bunk with him for the remainder of the circuit. She really had no other choice, did she? This might be the last season she was able to race. For it to have ended because of a faulty transmission wouldn't have been right. As she watched the man who had been so kind in letting her tag along walk away, she wondered at the stiffness in his shoulders. Had her words offended him? Usually, he loved banter like this. Yet, she hadn't even congratulated him on a good ride. She called herself a friend, but her infatuation kept her heart too guarded. God help me be the friend Jake needs me to be. 2. Jake threw his gear into the trailer and kicked the side. The metallic echo vibrated the entire frame. How did this girl get under his skin with a simple word? "Friend," he growled and pounded his saddle. He was a confirmed bachelor. Having someone else besides him to worry about, to care for, to lose, no, he didn't want that. He paced the small enclosure of the horse trailer. What was wrong with him? He just won the championship, again. He should be sitting on the top of the world. Maybe he needed to cut loose tonight and celebrate. He hadn't done much of that since his roomie moved in. His boots echoed as he exited the tack area of his trailer and strutted around to the living quarters. The fake grass mat on the outside made his mouth twitch. Beth insisted on taking boots off before going inside. He threw his shoulders back and purposely stepped up the steps and into the trailer with his boots on. Yet one step in, seeing the caked mud and straw littering the floor had him hesitating. With a sigh, he backtracked and kicked his boots off onto the grass mat. As upset as he was, he had enjoyed having a clean space to call home since Beth had joined him. He stepped around the pile of debris he had left, grabbed the little broom Beth had bought and swept up the mess. His house guest had changed him, and he had to admit he liked it. That was the scary part. He needed a distraction. Something to remind him what he really wanted in life, nothing to tie him down. The feeling of the wood floor beneath him sent him taking a few running steps to slide into his bedroom area. He crashed into the bed, trying to make himself laugh. It didn't work, but he would find his carefree way again. Searching his tiny closet and drawers in the wall, he found his favorite out-on-the-town shirt and a pair of jeans that he knew made the ladies watch him. A smile tilted up his corners. Maybe that would grab Beth's attention. Throwing his head back with a groan, he laid the clothes on his bed and headed into the fanciest shower he had ever seen in a trailer. The place was almost as big as a house, and had all the comforts. He hadn't lived in a stick house since he bought it, happy to be truly free from anything. The hot water soothed his muscles that already complained of the beating they received on Buster. It was worth it. Besides, he enjoyed the tender muscles. They showed he had earned the money he won tonight. As he dried off in the bathroom, he remembered Beth's face when he had given her the grand tour after offering her to ride along with him for the rest of the circuit. That day replayed in his mind. He had known Beth for the last few years. A rodeoer gets to know the regulars. She had come right out of high school, as many of them did. As he did. Beth had always been quiet, shy, and well, a goody two-shoes. Jake smirked at the memory of how he saw Beth before she had become one of his closest friends. Wow, he tossed the towel over the shower door. In only 2 short months, Beth had become an almost integral part of his life. He dropped his hands to the granite counter around the sink and hung his head. She had somehow wiggled her way right into his life. Those crocodile tears of hers had done it. She hadn't kicked her truck, cursed, or even slammed the hood. When he came upon her standing in front of her old truck, she had her hands clasped and head lowered as if she prayed. It drew him toward her, and when she raised her head to look right at him, huge tears spilled from her beautiful green eyes. He would have done anything at that moment to help her. He still would. The soft patter of her feet, as she climbed up the steps right outside the bathroom that led to her bedroom area, spurred him forward. He had left her in the stables without a word. Sure, she had got under his skin, but she had no way to know that. It wasn't intentional. Beth would never hurt someone intentionally. He wrapped the towel around his waist and came out of the bathroom in time to see her climbing into her area. "Hey," he said lamely. "Hey," she responded as she turned back toward him. Her braids swung as she did, and her eyes held a sheen that usually meant she had been crying. Yet her cheeks blushed in that pretty rose color like they did every time he came out not fully dressed. "I didn't get the chance to congratulate you." "Oh." He took a step back to try to get a better look at her. "Thanks. Hey, you okay?" "Yeah." She brought her gaze up to his eyes, holding them steadily there. "Nothing I can't do with God's help." He covered his sigh with a nod and turned to walk toward his bedroom area. Stopping at the door, he turned quickly, catching her eyes on him. It made his lips turn up and his heart pound like the hooves of a bronc. She had been watching him. "I'm going out to celebrate. Want to join me?" Jake asked, thinking of swinging her around on the dance floor until she was dizzy enough to confess she did actually think him attractive, something she had denied several times during their long drive conversations. The blush in her cheeks had spread until her entire face had turned red. I think I better stay in tonight." "Party pooper," he teased. "I've got my race tomorrow, and I really need a win." Excuses. Excuses. He kept his voice light, but the disappointment almost devastated him. All the more reason he needed to twirl someone else around the dance floor tonight. "Suit yourself." He started to close the door behind him. "Jake?" "Yeah," he said, not looking at her. The last thing he needed was her pity. "I really am excited for you. Maybe we could celebrate tomorrow, after my race?" At the unsure tone of her voice, he looked up, saw her eyes glistening again, and guilt washed over him. She was going through something, and all he could think about was he shook his head. "Oh, okay. Well, no problem, she started, her words tumbling on top of each other. "Huh?" Jake asked, and then realized that she had read his head shake to mean he didn't want to celebrate with her. "Of course we can celebrate after your race." She looked up at him, and he knew for sure that she was crying. "Hey, I can stay in tonight. We can order a pizza and watch silly movies, or talk, whatever you need." Jake's heart warred within him, but man, those tears always did it to him. "I'm okay, really. I just need some sleep. You deserve a celebration. Have fun." Jake swore he saw her swallow and cringe as she said the words, and disappeared into her private quarters. Had that been a look of jealousy? He smiled, maybe he was getting under her skin too. Beth blew out another breath and shook out her hands. Barrel racing would begin right after this event. The girls ahead of her were already on their horses, keeping them warm. That wasn't what made Beth nervous. She could see him, standing out there along the rails waiting to cheer her on. It unnerved her, made her heart whimper and explode with jealousy at the same time. As much as she had needed sleep, she only slept fitfully until Jake sauntered into the trailer at a little past 2. She had no right to wonder what he had been doing out that late, or who had been in his arms all night. "Please God, stop my jealous heart and help me focus on this race. I know I don't deserve this, but if it is your plan, I desperately need a win." She walked back to Faith, who stamped her hooves in expectation. The horse eyed her and nuzzled her big head into Beth. "Yes, girl. Almost time." She wrapped her arms around Faith's strong neck and breathed in her horse scent, a smell that calmed her ever since she had been 5 and her daddy had taken her for her first ride at a ranch outside the city. She looked upward as if she could see her parents. "I hope I make you proud today." She closed her eyes against the hot tears that built up. The anniversary of their death always affected her this way. It had been 20 years and she still longed for them. Faith nodded her head in impatience as the announcer blared over the speakers. "Time to get ready." She unclipped Faith's lead and double-checked the cinch. At the last rodeo, Millie Meyer's saddle had slipped, sending her crashing into the second barrel. Luckily, only her pride had been damaged, but Beth would ensure she never made that mistake. After checking Faith's hooves once more, she slid her left foot into the stirrup and swung up. Everything within her settled as she eased into the saddle. She belonged here. Faith nodded as if she agreed and then pranced, eager to race. After warming her up, Beth directed Faith to the line of girls sitting their prancing horses. Many of their horses had cost tens of thousands of dollars. She leaned down to rub Faith's neck. Her grandparents had given her Faith when she was 12. She and Faith had learned to race together. Most would consider Faith old, but in Beth's eyes she was the best racing horse in the world. They could read each other so well, it was like they became a single entity while racing. Faith pranced eagerly as the gal in front of them sped off down the corridor and out into the arena. Beth leaned forward, soothing her horse's anticipation and drowning out the announcer with her quiet murmuring. She had learned long before not to listen to how well the other gals did. It only made her more nervous. She did her best when all she focused on was doing the best she and Faith could do. Courtney and her horse Flash sped by them. No prodding was needed. Faith knew they were on. She pranced and jumped like an excited filly. "Too old, my boot." Beth smiled. The announcer called her name, and she received the nod. "All right, girl. Let's show them what we can do." Beth leaned forward, giving Faith the slack needed to move her head, and with a little tap of her heels they shot down the corridor. "Please God, be with us in your glory." A person wouldn't think a mere 13 to 14 seconds could feel like a lifetime, but barrel racers knew. How did time slow down? Beth couldn't even think to try to explain the force of God and his ability to change the perception of time. Yet she knew it did, for as she rounded that first barrel tight and perfect, time crawled. She saw Faith lean in, felt her hooves grab at the hard-packed dirt and propel them as if they stood on a top and flung toward the next barrel. Only one more to go. Beth leaned forward, urging Faith to perform her best as she raced toward the last barrel and home. She felt the rush of air pass through mere millimeters between her knee and the barrel. They hadn't touched. Faith galloped back toward the corridor, stretching her neck out and flying across the arena. As Beth slowed her horse down, she flung herself over her saddle to embrace the magnificent creature's neck. "Well done, my girl," Beth panted, trying to remember if she had held her breath the entire time. Courtney walked flash over to them as they cooled their mounts off. "Wow, that's an incredible time, Beth." Beth glanced at her breath still coming in gasps. "I didn't hear it." "Well, let's just say there are only 2 riders left, and you have a good 500ths on all of us." Beth's eyes widened, stinging with the wind that had blown into them and with gratitude. Could she finally have won? She needed the money desperately. Without the money needed to fix her truck, it would stay in Cheyenne forever. Plus, no one wanted to go out losing in their final year. 3. Jake knew he should have invited others to join them. He knew the moment he saw the light in her eyes that left him feeling like he rode the wildest bronc in the circuit. It wouldn't be safe to be alone with Beth today. Yet, the excitement of having those eyes on him only let the warning conveniently slip from his mind. Until this moment right now. The bright eyes had filled with tears from out of nowhere. Beth had cried that first day, but until last night he hadn't seen those crocodile tears again. Resisting the urge to pull her into his arms left him weak and agitated. "Come on, cheeky. What's going on?" A small smile tugged at her lips, as he knew it would with the nickname he had given her. "I'm sorry." She wiped at her eyes and smoothed the blanket beneath them. The soft breeze tugged a few tendrils of her hair loose, and she brushed them behind her ears. "We are supposed to be celebrating. Obviously something is eating away at you. Last night right now, big win or not?" "I did win, didn't I?" Her smile widened, and she looked up into the sky beyond the tree they sat under. He secretly loved that she always asked to go on picnics rather than fancy restaurants, or dive restaurants, or anywhere else there were people to take her attention off him. "You sure did. By a landslide." He touched the tip of her freckled nose. "I wouldn't call a 1/10 of a second a landslide." She shrugged. "Well, to the 3 behind you who were hundredths of seconds within each other, I'm sure that 1/10 seemed much larger than a few rocks showering down the hill." She cocked her head as she read him. "I love how you use nature to describe things. You always give such great visuals." Jake laughed. "Well, at least I can offer something to the relationship." Beth stiffened, then focused on smoothing out her shirt. She still wore the fancy teal blouse that she always wore when she raced. "I've been meaning to ask you." Jake reached out to touch the fringe on her shirt, trying to ignore how her breathing quickened as he did. "Is this your lucky shirt? You wear it nearly every race." Beth bit her lip and her cheeks turned pink. "In a way." "In a way," he urged. "Well, it's the only one that fits in with the rest of the gals." She started picking up the utensils and placing them back into the ice chest. "Racing isn't exactly cheap, you know." Jake watched her, ideas playing in his head. He hadn't had to think about money for some time. It came in, he spent it, and his account still overflowed with it. For a second, guilt spilled over him as he thought about the dozen show shirts he had, not to mention the new chaps and boots and... "It's a beautiful shirt," he said, letting a smile tease his lips while his plan played out in his mind. It wouldn't be the only beautiful shirt she had soon. "So what's next?" Beth's eyes widened. She licked her lips and smoothed her hands on her jeans. "Well, I have the money now to fix my truck, so..." Jake narrowed his eyes. As much as he knew he should let her go as quick as he could drive her to Cheyenne before one of them got hurt, he couldn't stand the thought. It would be silly to drive all the way back to Cheyenne now. "Lander is next, right?" "That's in the opposite direction." "Yeah, but you've already been so kind." I don't want to hinder your social life, she said, sounding as if she choked on the words. He reached for her hand, knowing he shouldn't. Her soft skin surprised him. You aren't hindering anything. Her eyes met his under long lashes. Jake, I were friends, he said in an exasperated sigh, pulling his hand slowly off hers. Yes, but there is no one else I would rather spend my time with. Unfortunately, he realized that was the truth. He hated how his heart galloped in fear when she had mentioned going back to Cheyenne to get her truck. She was getting too close. He really should just take her back, but man, he didn't want to. Anyway, you haven't told me why you have been so upset. There. Safer subjects. It's okay. I don't want to burden you. Jake frowned. Burden me? We're here to celebrate, remember? But. No buts. She stood and picked up the small ice chest. Come on. I believe you owe me some ice cream. Jake cocked his head and then returned her grin. Yeah, I guess I did promise you that if you won. And I did. She raised up on her tiptoes in a little bounce. Well then, he said as he folded up the blanket and then held out his elbow. Let's get the winner the ice cream she earned. Beth's laugh made his insides quiver almost as much as her hand squeezing his elbow. Yeah, he was in trouble and the sensation was unpleasant and addicting at the same time. Beth could still taste the mint chip ice cream as she climbed up into her bedroom that night. The flavor left more than the taste of the dessert, but the deliciousness of the day. Days like today made her wish that life could be different. It made her wish she could allow her heart to fall for the Bronc Rider in the bathroom below her. His humming made it up to her, a popular country song soon blaring from him as the water to the shower turned on. Her lips twitched with amusement. Jake actually had a decent voice, deep and on key. Yet, it only reminded her how different they were. How could God have allowed her to fall for a man who swore he would never marry? Never have kids? Once again, the emotions of the day overwhelmed her. This year seemed harder than the last several. It was weird how some years her loss tugged a little harder than others. She pulled out her phone from the small purse she occasionally lugged around. With a deep breath, she scrolled her contacts to the G's, clicked the name and closed her eyes while she listened to the ringing. Hello. Hey Grandma, Beth said quietly. Oh, honey. You always remember to call on this day, her voice choked. How could I forget? Beth swallowed past the lump in her throat. You know they would be prouder than a strutting stallion, don't you, dear? Thanks, Grandma. She breathed out a shaky breath. How's Gramps? Oh, you know him. Gruff and grumpy and proud of you too. Did you race today? I did. Well, how'd you do? I did well. God blessed me with a win. Well, congratulations. He did bless you, dear, but you worked hard for those skills. Don't you deny yourself that. You know your mama loved racing. We always thought she'd go on like you are. But she met my daddy. That she did, and the rest is history. Speaking of that, have you met any handsome, God-loving cowboys that meet your fancy? Grandma, Beth admonished, wishing her cheeks hadn't flamed as she thought about the cowboy probably drying off from his shower so close to her. She hadn't told them about her truck. They worried so much already, and they didn't have funds to spare to help her, though they would try. She couldn't handle that. Fine. Fine. It's just you're getting older. You know your mama already had you by the time she was your age. And boy did she love you so much. Her grandma's voice choked up again. I miss her. I miss her too. I miss them both. Their goodbyes were strained and emotion-filled with promises to call again soon. After hitting the end button, she allowed herself to put her head on her knees and cry. So lost in her grief, she hadn't heard Jake come up the stairs until he reached for her. She immediately wiped at her eyes, clearing her vision, and grateful to see he had more than only his towel on this time. Hey, you got to tell me. I'm really starting to stress. Jake grasped her arm and pulled her into him. There was nothing in the room besides a bed and built-in shelves and drawers. So she sat on the bed and in her friend's arms. Nothing awkward about this, right? As his arms wrapped around her, she felt anything but awkward. His presence soothed her, bringing with it a peace like she had longed for over the last decade and more. "Tell me," he whispered in her ear. She swallowed, licked her lips, and closed her eyes against the tears that sprouted, renewed by his kindness. "Today is the anniversary of my parents. And you're sad you aren't with them?" Jake sounded confused. "No, of their death." She felt him stiffen under her, and wondered if he would pull away as so many did. No one liked to talk about death. It always left the conversation heavy, uncomfortable, and stagnated. "That's rough," he said, his voice thick with something that made her wonder about his past. "Recent?" She shook her head. "I was 5. He pushed her gently off him then, and turned her to look at him in the eyes. "Serious?" "Yeah," she said, searching his brown depths, wondering at the glint of pain she saw there. "How in the, I mean, you were so young." She nodded. "My grandparents raised me. They did their best. They taught me how to ride." "Well, that was the best thing they could have done for you." Beth let herself chuckle lightly. "Yeah, I guess it was. There's something healing about being on a horse, for sure. Only place true freedom exists." Beth cocked her head and looked at her friend a little deeper. There was more to him than he let people see, and God help her, she wanted to know that part of him. 4. Jake woke to the morning sun coming through his trailer window. He stretched under the covers, loving the cool Wyoming morning. A smile settled on his lips as he thought about the day yesterday. Beth had a way of making mundane tasks fun. Her humor, though light and almost sneaky, kept him on his toes. He liked a woman who surprised him, and Beth did that a lot. Especially by opening up the night before. What surprised him the most was the insane desire to tell her about his brother. He shook his head, the smile disappearing. He never talked about Jimmy. Not to anyone. His heart ached and his mood instantly soured. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. He climbed out of bed and pulled on his sweatpants. Maybe coffee would put him in a better headspace. Yet, as he came out of the room, the aromatic smell of the vanilla-flavored coffee he loved already filled the trailer. "Good morning," Beth said in her sweet sing-song way from behind her coffee cup. She sat stretched out at the table, facing toward the window that opened up to the Wyoming mountains. The tension in Jake's shoulders released as he sat across from her and in front of a full cup. "For me." "Aha," she glanced at him quickly, her cheeks turning pink. "You know, cheeky, after all the time we have spent together, you would think you would stop blushing every time you see me without a shirt." He loved teasing her, and her pink cheeks only made his heart beat faster. "It's just not something I'm accustomed to, that's all," she said, keeping her gaze on the peaks and taking a sip of her coffee. "Sure." Jake settled back into his seat, resting his gaze on the same mountains but watching her from the corner of his eye. "You know, one day you'll confess that you do think I'm attractive." Beth choked on her coffee, sputtering the liquid back into her cup and coughing. "It shouldn't have been that funny," Jake said, rising to pat her on the back. She glared at him as she scooted out of her seat and dumped the little bit of coffee she had left down the sink. "You made me ruin the last of my coffee." Jake knew she did her best to sound upset, but the humor tinged her tone. Wow. Jake sat back in his seat. When had he started to know her so well? "Well, you don't deserve these, but..." She opened the oven and he realized the delicious scent he had been smelling was more than just the coffee. "Biscuits," he said, breathing in the fresh aroma. "And gravy," she said, bringing over the tray of biscuits and a pan of white gravy. "You're right. I don't deserve this. Why did you do it?" He reached for a biscuit, but she slapped his hand away. A moment later she handed him a plate and a fork, gesturing to him to dish up. "Well, you tease me mercilessly, but you have let me take over your living space for the last couple of months. Plus, well," She sat down across from him with her own plate. I felt bad about last night. I didn't mean to end the day like that. I couldn't think of a better way to end a day than with you in my arms. Jake stuffed a biscuit in his mouth before the words came flying out. You were so supportive, and that meant a lot to me. Jake chewed and swallowed. Of course, what are friends for, right? She cocked her head, watching him like she weighed every nuance in his facial expression. Yeah, she said hesitantly. What? He asked, using his best innocent tone. Nothing. She shook her head and dished herself up a moderate serving. Jake smiled. It wasn't every day that a man found a woman willing to eat her fill, rather than daintily pick at a salad. You can't just say nothing. Well, maybe, she looked at him as she played with the bite of food on her fork. Maybe it's been too long since I've had a real friend. Most freak out when I talk about my parents. They act like they've never seen me before, like it changes me somehow. Well, maybe I catch on slower, he said with a smile. Her mouth parted and her eyes widened, but when he winked her cheeks blushed, and she kicked him under the table. Ow, he cried out with a chuckle. I'm kidding. You know I'm here for you, cheeky. He pinched her cheek, and then focused on the meal in front of him. Especially if you keep making me delicious breakfasts like this. Well, these types of breakfasts have to be earned. She leaned forward with a smile, before sitting back in her seat. Jake laughed. He would miss this daily banter when she... All of a sudden his biscuit became hard to swallow. Beth pushed his coffee toward him. Too dry? He shook his head as he washed down his food. No. It's delicious and appreciated. Now that kind of talk can earn you more. She eased back into her seat. So I thought a lot last night, and I decided you're right. Did you just say I'm right? I've got to hear this. I'm not going to ask you to drive me all the way back to Cheyenne when the next rodeo is in Lander. A smile spread across Jake's lips, and his throat eased back open so he stuffed more food into his mouth. I can take a bus, she said. Jake choked and coughed and sputtered, before grabbing his coffee and clearing his airways once again. No, you will not. She arched an eyebrow. I'm not sure you really have a say, cowboy. Jake put both palms down on the table, and did his best to calm the rapid-fire pulses. It didn't work, so he stood and paced the trailer. Do you know what kind of folks ride those buses? I mean, you could be on there with people all the way from Cali. No. If you are that insistent, I will drive you. But Jake, she started. No, it's ridiculous to go now, but riding a bus is out of the question. What about Faith? You going to stuff her in the luggage compartment? You don't think they'll let her ride on the bus if I bought her a ticket? No, what are you? Oh, funny, haha, he said, but he couldn't stop the smile. You're only upset because you're going to miss my cooking, she said, slipping another bite into her mouth. That's not all I'm going to miss. He sat back down, watching her warily. You really want to go? I think it would be best to stop mooching off you. She lowered her eyes. You aren't mooching, he said. Well, I've earned some money now, so you'll have to start letting me help pay for gas and food and... Jake shook his head. Nope. I would be spending the gas anyway, and you eat like a bird. Even though she didn't, he knew it irked her for him to say it. Jake, I can't keep living off of you. It isn't right. Jake rubbed his chin and then tapped his temple. I see. You don't like feeling like you are using me. Okay, I got it. You could work it off. What? Beth's face lost all color, and she pushed back from the table. I meant like doing what you're doing, cooking, cleaning, keeping me sane. He leaned forward. What did you think I meant? Bright red flushed through her ashen skin. Nothing. Nothing. She took her empty plate to the sink, keeping her back to him. Is that who you really think I am, Beth? Jake stood up, staring at her back. She didn't respond but stayed hands on the sink and not looking at him. Beth. He reached for her arm and turned her to face him. Do you really think I would ask something that immoral? I may not be all religious like you, but I'm not a barbarian either. Unbelievable. Beth's eyes were wide, her mouth open, and horror lived in her expression. No, I mean. Thanks for breakfast, Jake said before strutting to his bedroom to change. Did she really think him that low to ask for that kind of pay? His chest burned, and here he thought they were really getting to know each other. Looks like he read her all wrong. It was bad enough he had the reputation as a player with all the rodeo crew, but her? The pain ripped through him, reminding him exactly why he never let anyone this close. Their words had the power to rip holes in lives. Beth squeezed her eyes shut as she heard the door to the trailer slowly open. Pain ripped through her heart and her hands trembled in her lap. She had no right to still be here. She should have left, and had it been only her, she would have. Finding travel amenities for Faith was much harder than simply jumping on a bus. Her heart raced as she heard the door close and Jake take a few steps toward her room before stopping. She should run out there and apologize, plead for forgiveness, and somehow make it right. Her feet twitched, but she couldn't get them to move out of the cross-legged position on her bed that she had been sitting in since she cleaned up after the breakfast she had ruined. For the last several hours she had gone through the conversation, first angry that he hadn't even let her explain, then hurt, back to angry, but finally the reality hit her and hit her hard. The soft knock on her door made her gasp and grab at the bedding in surprise. She licked her lips and swallowed before letting out a raspy, "Yeah." Fear pounded in her chest. Would he tell her to leave? She wouldn't blame him if he did. Maybe she had enough to get travel for her and Faith back to her grandparents. The door to her room slid slowly open. Beth bit her lip, breathing in hope to hold back the tears that burned in her eyes. She couldn't look at him, so she focused on her hands squeezing each other tightly in her lap. The sound of Jake leaning against the doorway settled in her. A movement she once thought attractive now sent ripples of fear through her and shame, lots of shame. After he stood there in silence for what seemed like forever to her, she swallowed and dug deep for courage. "Please guide my words, God." "I'm sorry." Her whispered words set the tears free. Briefly, she glanced at Jake, but not even long enough to meet his eyes or read his expression. "Beth, Please. Let me say this." Beth took in a deep breath and leveled her gaze on Jake, allowing the pain to rip through her. "I'm sorry. I know my failings. It's not like you're the first to call me out on my high horse. I was so busy trying to think about how I could save you that I didn't see my own self-righteousness. I didn't mean to judge you, nor is it my right to feel like I have the ability." He stood still, his eyes going from hers to her bags packed at the end of the bed and back to her again. "I figured you'd want me gone. I don't have a place for Faith yet. I don't have a right to ask, but if you could hold on to her until I can find other means. I'll pay you board." "Beth," Jake said, turning to sit on the edge of her bed. "You assume too much." I know. And after thinking it over, I know you wouldn't ask something like that of me. I don't even know why that thought popped up in my mind. It wasn't right." Jake laughed softly. "I don't think it's something to laugh about." "Oh, but it is cheeky." He turned to look at her. "You see, it's a relief to know that you aren't perfect." Beth sat back, her body going still with the shock of his words. "Me perfect? I'm far from perfect. I'm a disaster. A tornado of conundrums." "A tornado of conundrums?" Beth shrugged, and as he looked at her with the corner of his mouth twitching, the fear in her eased. They would be okay. She hadn't completely lost her friend. "So you'll unpack your bags now?" he asked. Beth watched him, that confident smile back on his handsome face. "You sure? You going to keep cooking for me?" "If that's what you want." "So you'll put Cheyenne off until the end of this circuit?" His eyes dropped back to his hands. "You sure you're okay with a self-righteous, assuming roommate?" She knocked into him playfully. Let's not get into listing our faults. We'll be here all night listening to mine. Jake chuckled lightly. I have a hard time believing that, Jake Callahan. You're one of the most selfless people I know. He met her eyes and raised his eyebrows. Oh, you try to play it off, but I know you. I see you, and you are generous. Well now, no need to flatter. I already said you could stay. Jake stood up and started down the stairs. When you're ready, we should get the horses loaded and head on out. Most of the big rigs have already left. We'll be walking a mile to the arena. Well, it will be a good warm-up then. Jake rolled his eyes. Always finding the silver lining. Is that a bad thing too? He stopped until only his eyes showed over the steps. They darkened slightly, watching her intently. No, one of the many great things about you, Cheeky. It took Beth a few minutes after he had closed the door behind him to catch her breath. How had their first fight turned into a bonding moment? She had no idea, but somehow she felt even more attached than ever to the bachelor cowboy. Maybe she should have taken her chance to escape to Cheyenne when she had it. 5. You awake? Jake asked after knocking softly on Beth's door. The Lander rodeo went well. He had earned another buckle, and Beth came in second. They had celebrated until late last night, but the last thing he wanted was the leftover parking like they got here. Come in, Beth said in a yawn. He opened the door, but the words he had ready to say disappeared. Seeing Beth in bed, hair disheveled, cuddled under the covers with a sleepy smile on her face, made his heart race faster than a gallop. The change in beat stopped his breath. Oh goodness, do I look that awful? Beth tried to smooth her hair down, before hiding her head under the covers. No, not at all. He stumbled on his words, wondering where his normal smooth talk had fled to. Beth peeked from under the covers. Are you okay? Yeah, he choked out before clearing his throat. Of course, why? Well, it's barely light outside, and you're standing in my room just staring at me. Her cheeks blushed as she dropped the blankets and pushed up. Do you need to talk? Jake blinked a couple of times, trying to remember why he had come into her room. Right now his mind felt as muddled as the arena after a winter storm. A diesel engine rumbled to life nearby. How soon can you be ready? He looked over the tattered sweatshirt she wore to bed. You could ride like that, right? After your reaction, I would think it might be better to get more presentable. I like you this way. Jake smiled, feeling his senses come back to him. I'm going to warm up the truck and grab the horses. 20 minutes? What's the rush, cowboy? Do you want to walk a mile to the arena again? It's Thermopolis. I don't know about you, but I love that town. You do? Beth asked, her eyes widening. Don't you? I'll be ready in 20. She nodded, as if she had resigned herself to bad news. Jake started back down the stairs, but couldn't resist one more glance at the sleepy-headed, green-eyed beauty in the bed. Don't think you're getting off easy. We have hours for you to tell me what all that was about. All what? Jake smiled at the feigning innocence she attempted. The poor girl couldn't fib to save her life. He shook his head and closed the door behind him. As he led Faith and his horse, Trigger, back to the trailer, he had the long walk to wonder about his reaction to Beth. He liked it better when he didn't think twice about his reactions, but with Beth something played with his mind. Something was different about her. She was innocent, smart, funny, beautiful, not in the drop-dead gorgeous with makeup and short cutoffs, but in the wholesome natural way. Like this morning, freshly woken up, she was more beautiful than ever. Faith nudged him and snorted. What girl? You act like you can read my mind? Jake said as they made it to the trailer. She can, Beth said, stretching with a yawn. She wrapped her arms around herself. A smile stretched his lips as he realized she had kept on the sweatshirt she had on in bed. Her hair had been brushed and pulled up, but she still had on that sleepy smile. Can't you, girl? Beth wrapped her arms around Faith. Jake marveled at how close she was to her horse. He enjoyed Trigger, don't get him wrong, but Beth had a closeness with Faith that far surpassed that. That could get you in trouble, you know. Jake winked as he handed her Faith's lead rope. Me? Oh no, I'm an open book. She glanced at him from over Faith's neck. Now, someone who has deep secrets that leave his brows furrowing while leading 2 horses, now that could spell trouble. Jake led Trigger into his stall, as Beth led Faith into hers. The bars between them allowed him to watch her. You really think I have deep secrets? She settled Faith in her spot, and then came to the bars separating them. Oh, I know it. The question is, will I be able to dig them out? Jake's heart skipped a beat. Why would you want to do that? That's what a good friend does, Jake. Burdens weigh a lot less once they are shared, and they disappear completely when you let God take them. She bit her lip as she watched him a moment more. Then she went back to settling Faith before leaving the stall. The metal door on the side of the trailer shutting and locking seemed to solidify her words. Would she dig out what he had buried so deep it hadn't seen the light of day since the moment he left? Beth knew she had gotten to Jake. The normally talkative cowboy kept silent on their drive. She gave him space as she watched the lodgepole pines pass by. Better to let him be lost in his own past than dig into hers. Maybe she should take her own advice and let God have her burden. Thermopolis. She normally skipped that rodeo. Even the name sent shivers down her spine. Maybe it wasn't too late. Jake could take her up to Cody where the next and last rodeo was held. Surely she could find a stable up there to board Faith for the week, and a hotel for herself. Jake? He murmured, blinking his eyes as if coming out of a trance. What do you think about Cody? Cody? Yeah. Beth twisted her hands in her lap. It's a nice town. Good rodeo. That's not this week though. That's next. He glanced at her, before putting his attention back on the road. I'm thinking of skipping this next one. She couldn't even bring herself to say the name. I can't skip a rodeo on the circuit. Jake shook his head. What has gotten into you? She shrugged and looked back out the window. It had been worth a try. You don't like Thermopolis? She shook her head, keeping her gaze out her window. You know, Miss Open Book, you might want to think of a different description for yourself. The truth of his words hit her hard. She closed her eyes. Thanks for the humble reminder. Without taking her eyes off the pines whirring by, she spoke. It's where my parents were headed when their car accident happened. Oh, Jake glanced at her from across the cab. So it brings up those memories. His lips thinned as he said it. Yeah. I spent a week in the hospital there until first my mom was pronounced dead and then my dad 2 days later. The truck slowed as he pulled into a truck stop and parked in one of the long spots. Jake put the truck into park, and the loud diesel engine quieted. She felt his eyes on her, so she took a deep breath and met his brown pools. I'm sorry, she said. Don't be. I get it. He reached for her hand and she placed hers in his. I'll take you to Cody. I'm not going to ask you to give up the circuit championship. I had forgotten about that when I threw the idea out there. She sighed, squeezed his hand and let go. It's time for me to face my past, give my burdens to God. Does that really work? He furrowed his brow. If you fully give them, yes. The trick is not holding on to them. Yeah. Jake took his hat off the dash and pushed down on his head. You need to use the bathroom? No, but I could make us some breakfast. We left without eating and I'm starving. Jake smiled that smile that sent her stomach doing flip-flops. Sounds great. While we eat, you could tell me all about this, Thermopolis. Beth swallowed hard after saying the word. Are you sure? Beth nodded. Share the load, right? I can do this. Anything is possible with God. I got it, he said as he exited the truck. With you, she whispered after he had shut the door. Of course she knew anything was possible with God, but she was going to say with him. The thought of what she almost said filled her with more fear than seeing the town she swore she would never step foot in again. Is it okay to break a promise you made to your 5-year-old self? For Jake she would. Besides, she needed to move past this. It was silly to miss out on the second-to-last rodeo of what might be the last circuit she ever rode, because of a bad memory she couldn't get past. By the time she made it back to the trailer, Jake met her coming out. I'm going to check on the horses while you make us food. Maybe we have leftovers of those delicious biscuits and gravy I ruined yesterday? Jake winked. I'll see what I can do. She stepped into the trailer, realizing how easy it had been for her to get used to this life with Jake. Too easy. Why had God put her in this position? Nothing happened by coincidence. It had been divine timing for Jake to walk up when he did, after her truck broke down. A few minutes before, and he would have been too early. A few minutes after, and she would have figured something out. Something that would have meant the end of her rodeo career. Yet God could have sent anyone. It could have been Courtney or Misty, but no, he sent the confirmed bachelor that all the cowgirls knew led to broken hearts. She knew what the others said. It made her blush when she walked past the groups she knew talked about them. She wanted to tell them her morals were intact. She wanted to tell them they had Jake all wrong. Sure, the guy stayed out late sometimes, but she hadn't seen any ladies crying after him like all the girls said in their stories. Yes, he was a flirt, wickedly so, but it was innocent, wasn't it? She needed to stop the whirlwind in her mind. Beth pushed the thoughts away as she heated the leftover gravy on the stove and the extra biscuits in the oven. Jake had a good idea. This would cut her cooking time down by more than half. When the door opened and Jake came in, she set plates down on the table. Right on time. Wow, that was fast. Well, some genius had the idea to warm up leftovers. Oh, I'm a genius now. I could get used to this. Jake's eyes widened a moment, long enough for Beth to take a second glance at him. What had that been about? Unfortunately, she could get used to this too. In fact, she already had, and knew that life would feel empty without the enigmatic cowboy that kept her on her toes and blushing every 5 minutes. Well, genius. Tell me how you can help me to love Thermopolis like you do. Beth sat across from him, once again admiring the quality of the table. This trailer had better furniture than her grandparents' farmhouse had probably ever seen. Every part of the trailer smelled of money, down to the hickory floors. Money had never been important to her. She only needed enough to pay her bills and tuition she had yet to use wisely. This time she would stick to her major. Since talking with Jake's friend Ryder's girlfriend, she felt she was now on the right track. Physical therapy felt like where she belonged. At least much better than business, finance, or realty. Jake cleared his throat. Beth blinked, blushed, and smiled to cover her embarrassment. I spaced out, didn't I? Aha. Where'd you go? All over the place, she said with a laugh. Where'd you end up? She met his brown eyes so full of more than he let most people see. Here. Jake's lips slowly filled with a smile, not the cocky, oversure grin, but a genuine smile that melted her walls. Where do you see yourself in life, long term? She asked. What? What are you saying? Jake's hands spread out on the table, and his face contorted into one of pure fear. The change of demeanor shocked Beth at first, and then she almost laughed at what he might be thinking. A devilish smile tugged at her lips. Marriage? Children? A white picket fence? Beth, He licked his lips, not meeting her eyes. Relax, cowboy. I know you're a confirmed bachelor. You tell me that enough. She rolled her eyes to cover the pain in her chest. I mean, we can't rodeo our whole lives. Who says so? Well, I can't. You probably could live off your winnings. Not me. You're good, Beth. Maybe with a faster horse. Beth shook her head. I ride Faith. I'm just not that rodeo for life person, and that's okay. She smiled. I've been going to school in the off-season. Really? You never said anything before. Beth shrugged. Never came up, I guess. What are you studying? A little of everything, but after talking with Savannah, I'm pretty confident that I want to do physical therapy. Really? He asked. Yeah. What about you? You had mentioned something about investing with Ryder. Yeah, I think I will do that. He has a good head on his shoulders and experience. Will you invest then? Live the good life off your winnings and returns? Beth did her best not to roll her eyes, having no idea what it would be like to have money like that. You know, cheeky. I haven't put much thought into it. I don't expect to live past 30. Beth choked on the bite of food in her mouth. Where did that idea come from? Jake shrugged, a self-conscious grin consuming his face before he shoved food in his mouth and ended the conversation. When he spoke again, it was about Thermopolis and all it had to offer. At times her friend looked so lost and alone it broke her heart. She had to get him to open up, if nothing else to see that there was a life worth living even into old age. 6. Jake watched his companion as they hit the Thermopolis city limits sign. Beth's hands clenched the seat, her knuckles white with the strain. Her eyes stared straight ahead, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. Guilt washed over him as his stomach tied into knots. Are you sure? We could head to Cody. I could come back for the events. That's a long drive, Jake. She kept her eyes staring straight ahead. Hour and a half tops. No biggie. You see. She glanced at him, a soft smile gracing her lips. You really are a generous man. So we'll continue on to Cody then, he said quickly, doing his best to cover his pounding heart. Why did she think so much of him? No. She blew out a breath and focused ahead. I need to do this. Besides, if you're only going to live to 30, we better make the most of the few years you have left. Few? Jake asked. Less than 2 years, cheeky. You really can't be serious. There is so much to live for. Is that really what you want? Jake shrugged. What did he have to live for? His horse, which would find a good home. His rodeo career, which, like Beth mentioned, eventually would be too hard on old bones. Already cold mornings made certain injuries stiff. Beth reached out and grabbed his hand. Hey, we'll make a deal. A deal? He asked, feeling his lips curve up into a smile, the smile he knew would make his friend's cheeks turn that beautiful shade of pink he loved. Yeah, you help me to get over my fear or apprehension or whatever this is about this town. And Jake's heart raced like it did while he sat in a chute on an antsy bronc. I'll make it my mission to show you life is worth sticking around for. She looked at him under her eyelashes before focusing on the town as they approached. I think you may have just signed up for a lifelong mission, Jake said, enjoying the gasp that escaped from her parted lips, lips that he had stared at for far too long. He focused on the road and navigating his oversized rig through the tight small-town streets. The roads narrowed further, until he turned off on the road that would lead to the fairgrounds where the rodeo was held. So far so good? Jake asked his now silent companion. Huh? Oh yeah, all good. She smiled at him but hardly met his eyes. Well, it looks like we still have plenty to pick from. How about that spot by the tree? Looks good, she said, but she sounded distracted and a bit worried. Hey, if it gets to be too much, tell me. Jake eyed her before pulling into the space. I'm fine. The spot was one of the easiest to get into, with little maneuvering. Sometimes he had to ask Beth to get out and direct him in. He hadn't gone to truck driving school to learn about trailers like this, but he had done quite well if he said so himself. He had to admit, having Beth to help him back up into the tight spaces was nice. She would be hard to live without in multiple ways. He sighed at the predicament he had gotten himself into. That feeling only strengthened as they set up camp, each doing their part to get their place ready for the next week. He slid the pop-outs in place. Beth laid out the fake grass carpet. They checked on the horses. All like a dance, only they knew the steps to. 2 more events, and he would be driving Beth back to her truck in Cheyenne. She only rodeoed during the summer season. He traveled and continued all year. Maybe he would find a way to convince her to continue this year. He growled as he rubbed Trigger on his nose. What had gotten into him? You all right in there? Beth asked, peeking through the window. Yeah, he said, composing himself. Let's get lunch in town. Okay, though I'm going to change first. It's getting too hot for this sweatshirt. Besides, she stuck her head further into the space. I slept in it last night. Jake laughed as her footsteps clunked out of the horse stall and back into the living quarters. She sure knew how to distract him. He shook his head. He wasn't a thinker anyway. He would keep them so distracted and busy on this trip, he wouldn't have time to think about what he was getting himself into. Beth had to admit that she had forgotten the horrible tie she had to the town several different times throughout the day. She could see why Jake loved the place. The quiet streets and small-town feel had all the makings for a good book, quite unlike her own one-horse town. In her town, if you blinked, you would miss the country market and post office before you kept going down a dirt road. She found herself wondering what had called her parents here. Was it the hot springs or the river, or simply the beauty of the town itself? As with many times in her life, she wished she knew her parents more. Grandma told her stories, but she wondered about more personal things. Like, what had her mom thought of her dad when they met for the first time? Did she fall instantly in love? Or had he grown on her as Jake had grown on Beth? She found herself continuing the ponderings even into lunch at the local diner. What's the matter? Jake asked. You look like you just swallowed a cactus. Thanks, she muttered, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks. She couldn't be falling for the bachelor cowboy, who didn't expect to make it past the next couple of years. Why had she thought of Jake when thinking about her parents' love story? Seriously? You okay? Yeah. She took a sip of the root beer he had ordered her at the local hotspot. The room had only a few other people, but she had to wonder what it would look like after dinner and into the night. Yet it still was midweek. By the weekend, especially on a rodeo weekend, she bet the place would be packed. You're doing it again. Jake waved his hand in front of her face. Sorry, I'm a little stuck in my head. Well, I'll change that, he said as he grinned that devilish smile of his and strutted toward the jukebox. Her face flamed red. She glanced around at the few other people in the place. Probably all locals. She breathed a sigh of relief. If she knew Jake, which she did, or at least more of him every day, he would put on a song and then ask her to dance. It wouldn't be the first time he'd done this, and the first time she had learned a hard lesson about gossip in the rodeo circuit. A lesson she didn't care to revisit. Jake walked back toward her as a fast-paced song kicked up in the room. Several people looked up, watching them, before going back to their drinks and meals. Come on, cheeky, he said, overdoing his glance around the bar. I don't see any rodeoers. Let's kick up your heels and get your mind back where it should be. And where exactly is that? She asked while allowing him to pull her up. Well, right here, he brought her up close to him. In the moment, of course. Beth didn't get the chance to catch her breath or wonder what he meant before he swung her out to the small dance floor. He was just a flirt. It meant nothing. You're still not here, he teased her. Isn't it a little odd to be dancing in the middle of a practically empty bar when the sun is still out? No, why would it be? Dancing is good for you any time of day. He twirled her around, out into the room and back into his arms. Don't you think so? Not until I started dancing with you. She had never danced with anyone, other than Billy Baker at their sad excuse for a prom. And he definitely did not command the dance floor like Jake. Whenever they went out to celebrate, girls would line up to dance with Jake. He knew how to move, and he knew how to lead. He danced like he rode with style. Let it go, girl. Just lose yourself in the music. His whispered words sent tendrils of fire down her neck, to settle in her heart. Beth squeezed her eyes shut. She shouldn't put herself in such close proximity to temptation. Yet his hand on her hip pushed her past the point of thought, and she did lose herself in the music and the movement, and the cowboy who led her so expertly. If only he would lead in life as well. 7. Jake knew women. He prided himself on that fact. This one was different. Beth kept him guessing. One minute she returned his banter with a sass that had his heart racing. The next she faded off into her own internal world, and wouldn't even meet his eyes. He shook his head as he watched her walk back toward the truck. What had he done this time to push her away? As far as he could tell, the day had gone beautifully. They went to the dinosaur museum after lunch, where she marveled at the monstrous fossils. Joking with her about caveman days had been fun, and she seemed to even forget where they were. One little dance, something they had done a number of times, and now she had closed off once again. He sighed as he caught up with her. "You okay?" she asked. "Am I okay? I'm not the one that is acting all weird because of a little dance." The irritated tone of his voice stopped him, but not in time because she turned on the sidewalk and held him in a level-eyed stare. At least she looked at him. "I wasn't the one that got all weird. Sometimes you act like..." She shook her head. "Like what?" "Like," she said, but stopped again and hung her head, but not before he saw her cheeks blush. "Never mind. Let's go check on the horses. We should get them some exercise before it gets full dark." Jake looked up at the light sky. It wouldn't be getting dark for hours. That was one of the things he loved about Wyoming summers. The days were long-lasting. They sometimes even went to bed before the stars shone. He watched her easy walk like most cowgirls' self-assured long strides with a slight swish of her hips. She had a grace she didn't recognize, though he had told her over and over again. Right now didn't seem like the right time. He followed after her, wondering what she had stopped herself from saying. What had she assumed about him this time? Not that he minded. When he told her that he liked the fact she wasn't perfect, he was being honest. It gave him something to work with, and something to remind him she wasn't fully an angel. Though he didn't quite believe that. He would get her laughing again. The challenge settled within him, filling his chest with excitement as he planned his course of action. The arena was empty when they led in their horses, letting their bodies warm up, and their bellies relax in order to cinch their saddles tightly. "It's nice that you bring Trigger along, even though you don't need him for your event." Beth tightened the cinch on Faith. He leaned over and snugged Trigger's cinch as well, and then fed the leather back through the loop before patting the brown gelding on his neck. "Well, the other option would be to board him. Then I would never get to see him, and he was the one thing I couldn't walk away from. Isn't that right, old boy?" Jake rubbed between his horse's eyes and fed him a carrot he had stashed in his pocket. "You don't get tired of traveling around all the time?" Beth asked as she swung up on Faith. Jake enjoyed her graceful movements and the confident way she sat her saddle. He mounted Trigger, who sidestepped under him as he settled. Trigger had been the first horse he bought with his own money, and though broke, he was high-spirited. Maybe that was why Jake had bonded with him so well. Jake glanced at Beth, realizing he hadn't answered her as she watched him patiently. "Do you?" he asked. "Me?" Beth wrinkled her brow. "I only rodeo during the summer. It's not the same. I know I have the normalcy of life to go back to." Jake leaned toward her. "That normalcy you speak of didn't work well for me." He sat back straight. "Trigger and I like a fast-paced life." He clucked and urged Trigger forward with light kicks of his heels. Beth followed him a ways back, as they let their horses warm up. He knew a race would come up soon. They always raced. That little gal's competitive streak was strong. He would make his move then. She brought Faith alongside him. I can't stop thinking about it. You really don't crave a place to call home? A place to return to belong? Jake eyed her, wishing she would stop pushing the issue. She didn't need to know. Staying still only allowed the pain to catch up to him. This is where I belong, Beth. Here, on the saddle, in an arena, under God's great big beautiful sky. Why do you assume that it isn't enough? Beth's shoulders dropped and her brows furrowed. I'm sorry, Jake. You're right. Just because I enjoy that stability and need it, doesn't mean everyone does. Jake watched her from the corner of his eye while she bit her lip, and then urged Faith into a trot. He could tell by the rigidity of her back, she struggled. Well, he had failed so far. Women always wanted to change him. He was a free spirit. The idea of being tied down only made him want to flee even more. Yet, as Beth urged Faith into a canter, and he watched horse and rider turn into something magically beautiful, a longing began to build inside of him. A longing for something he feared, for something that would someday tear open wounds that he might not ever climb out from again. Beth allowed the floating sensation of Faith's canter to free her from her thoughts. Horseback was the cure to overthinking, and that was something that plagued her all too much. As she slowed, she felt the burn of eyes on her. She didn't have to turn. She knew that Jake watched, knew that if she met his eyes it would send butterflies fluttering in her stomach, and knew that it would only leave her heart in danger. Instead, she leaned over to pet Faith's neck. What would I do without you? She asked her faithful companion. Jake rode Trigger up behind her. You would miss Faith, but you would get another horse, cheeky. Beth looked up at him, a mixture of emotions running through her. Haven't you ever felt like you already had the one that was meant for you? Faith is special. There's no replacing her. She rubbed the horse's strong neck, unable to even think about having to tell her goodbye. Jake sat back in his saddle, a faraway look in his eye. Beth's heart went out to him, at the pain he kept locked away to carry on his own. How did a person go through life so alone? She hung her head. She shouldn't assume. Maybe he was right. Maybe that was fine for some people. Well, if Trigger isn't that special one for you, maybe you'll have that one pop into your life one day. It still won't be as amazing as Faith, though. She smiled up at him, allowing his eyes to fully focus on her before giving him her mischievous smile. No one can beat her. She instantly changed her position, sitting forward in the saddle, heels down, hands tighter on the reins. Then with one swift nudge of her heels, Faith jumped into a gallop, racing across the arena. Beth allowed a laugh to ripple forth when she heard Jake's mutter and Trigger's hooves doing his best to keep up. With an exuberant whoop, she passed the invisible finish line and slowed Faith to a walk. That wasn't quite a fair race, Jake said good-naturedly. Oh, stop whining. You wouldn't have won anyway, she teased. Nonetheless, a fair race is a fair race. Unless we should just disqualify you, then I would win by default. Beth gasped. Not cool. Well, a do-over then? Suit yourself, she said, confident. He had never beaten her before. My terms? Jake asked. Why not? First one to the gate gets to pick what we do tomorrow before opening ceremony, and… There's more? Her eyes widened. Jake nodded, his one-sided grin telling her she was in trouble. The winner also gets to choose how we celebrate our wins. Oh, you're that confident we are both going to win? Aha, you and I both. Beth looked at him cautiously. Be careful, Jake. I don't like disappointing people. I don't think you could ever disappoint me, cheeky. Beth felt the heat rush into her cheeks. Moments like this she wondered if Jake teased her, or if he really did mean what he said. The way his eyes glinted made her stomach flip-flop. She didn't remember his eyes doing that before. Had she just become aware of it, or was this something new? Well, you might want to change that thought because I will win this race, said Beth. I don't want the shock of disappointment to keel you over. I'll be fine, Jake said with confidence, so much that Beth wondered what he had up his sleeves. He held out his hand. Race to the gate. Winner chooses tomorrow's adventure, and how to celebrate wins. Deal? She eyed him but landed her hand in his long-fingered grasp. Deal. They faced their mounts away from the gate, preparing to circle around until they reached the finish. On your mark, get set, go. Jake called out. Beth pushed Faith, giving her free rein like she did at the end of a race. The wind rushed through her hair, her eyes watered, and pure freedom filled her. They hit the edge of the arena, turning on a dime to follow the fence line back around to the gate. As she and Faith rounded the last bend, she urged her faster. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Jake and Trigger heading straight toward the finish. That stinker hadn't rounded the arena like they usually raced. He must have turned Trigger around immediately and raced directly toward the gate. Beth gave Faith even more space to run to the end as she watched Jake with her peripherals. It happened so quickly that at the last second she steered Faith out of the collision course with Trigger. I won. Jake hooted and hollered as he flung his hat while standing in his stirrups. Trigger trotted and pranced as if he too understood they had won. Only because you cheated, Beth said, doing her best to make her voice stern. It proved difficult to do while smiling. Cheated or outsmarted? Jake grinned before vaulting off Trigger to land in the dust a foot away from his hat. I prefer outsmarted. Of course you would. Beth rode Faith to the watering trough. It's okay, girl. I know you won fair and square, but we'll let the pouty boys think they won this time. I heard that. Jake yelled from the arena. Beth let the smile fill her face, pushing back the thoughts and questions that plagued her. It wasn't that bad taking a break from thinking. Maybe she should try this more often. 8. Jake warred with himself most of the night, tossing and turning, planning on taking Beth on romantic outings and then dashing the ideas against the hard-packed earth. He was getting in too deep. He had to keep reminding himself to keep the day as a friend date, not a romantic date, yet romance kept interrupting his friending thoughts. Couldn't he have both? Why couldn't Beth and he be friends and more? It didn't mean he had to let her in, baring his soul, and allowing her full access to his heart, right? The more he played with the idea, the more he liked it. He heard cowboys joke around about friends with benefits. Most of them thought he and Beth were that anyway. Yet he knew whatever happened, there was a line Beth would not cross. He was fine with that. He had his own boundaries. Hers might be physical, but his were purely the access to his heart. He finally fell asleep, thinking about the strategies he would use to launch the Friends and More campaign tomorrow. When the dark sky lightened into a soft purple, Jake woke up rearing to go and ready to implement his plan. He waited to start the coffee, knowing that the smell itself could entice Beth to wake up, and he wanted everything else to be ready. Cooking didn't enthrall Jake, but he had been told he made a mean skillet. He raided his fridge and cupboards to make the best skillet he could with the ingredients at hand. When it was almost ready, he started the pot of coffee. As if it were an alarm, he heard Beth stir in her bedroom area, and soon the door opened, revealing a mop of disarrayed hair and that sleepy smile that sent his heart into a gallop. What has gotten into you? She yawned and settled on the top step, a sure sign she still wasn't quite awake. He took her a steaming cup of coffee. Today's my day to plan, remember? She smiled over the rim of the mug. When is it not? Hey, we usually do your picnics and ice cream, Jake said in mock defense. I thought you liked doing that. Beth's brow furrowed in worry. Oh, I do, cheeky, but I get to lead today, okay? Okay, cowboy. The day is yours. She sipped her coffee, closing her eyes appreciatively to savor it like she did every morning. Jake's heart raced as he went about setting the table. He had to get this right. He couldn't let her pull away. That would be his demise. You hungry? Yes, she said, slowly making her way down the rest of the way and setting her coffee cup on the table. Be right back. She disappeared into the bathroom, and Jake set to work adding the final touches. He even placed a single flower that he had picked earlier in a cup in the center of the table. When Beth returned and sat at the table, she stared at the flower. When he sat, she met his gaze over the top of it and raised her eyebrows. He gave her his best innocent smile and nodded toward her plate. I didn't even know you could cook, she teased. I can't. He smiled. This is only a figment of your imagination, and don't dare think it will happen again. Beth laughed, that hearty sound that sent his stomach rolling. I love your laugh, he said, and quickly stuffed a bite of potato and chorizo in his mouth. Beth eyed him in that distrustful way she did from time to time. Then she took a bite of her own, and a small moan of appreciation escaped her lips. This is really good. That's because you haven't had someone else cook for you for a while. Sure. She took another bite, and after she swallowed she said, What other secrets have you been hiding from me? You'll never know. He smiled and pushed back the pain he didn't talk about. Once you open up, Jake, you'll find your burden much easier to bear when it's not just your own. Let's stick to happier topics today, he said. Like hot springs and hikes and ice cream. You got me at ice cream. You know my weakness. I do. He winked, and as he knew she would, she blushed. He knew women, and even if Beth kept him on his toes, he knew that she found him attractive. He knew that he wasn't the only one who had thought of them being more than friends. So hot springs, huh? Beth spoke with a slightly strained voice. Yeah, this is Hot Spring County, you know. I wonder if that's why my parents were coming here. It sounds like a romantic. Her eyes widened as she slowly looked up at him. He raised an eyebrow, unable to stop the smile tugging on his lips. Was it their anniversary? Beth blinked, and he knew she struggled to remain on topic. I don't know. Maybe it was. I think it was the first time they left me behind. I remember being angry at them for leaving me. Jake leaned forward. It makes losing them all the harder when you were angry when they left. Beth's mouth opened slightly and her eyes searched his. Jake pushed back, intent on finishing his meal, chastising himself the whole time. He could do this. He could take this the next step and still not let her in, right? Beth dropped her hand on his. It does. It does make it harder. Jake nodded, shoving down the emotions that fought their way up his now swollen throat. Beth squeezed his hand before letting her fingers slip off. The sensation sent ripples of fire up his arm, distracting him from the past and fully immersing him into the present. Does it help you to think that they came here to reconnect? You know, I have heard married couples talk about the importance of spending time just them to strengthen their bond. You have, huh? Beth asked. Haven't you? Well, yeah, but I have married friends and family that I talk with all the time. There you go, assuming again, Jake teased. Beth grimaced. Man, I am really finding out how much I do that. It's okay, this time you happen to be right. He took his empty plate to the sink and returned for hers. Yes, Beth said, looking up at him. It does help to think about them coming here with the intention to spend time working on their bond. That is important. I'm glad, he said, letting his fingers glide across hers as he took her plate. Jake? Beth asked as he turned away. Yeah. He turned back. What is this all about? What do you mean? This, she said, pointing at the breakfast, then letting her hands fall. Never mind. Stop overthinking, cheeky, and just enjoy the day. All you have to do is sit back and relax. Jake did his best to do that as well, though he couldn't discount his pleasure that she could now talk about her parents and be in the town they passed in without tears in her eyes. Maybe there was some truth to what she said. Maybe sharing his pain would relieve the power it had over him. Beth relaxed into the warm water. Even with the slight sulfur smell, it eased her muscles and the tension in her. If she forgot the name of the town they were in, she could enjoy the day and the beauty. Yet, the more she thought about it, the less painful it was. In a way, it actually helped her to feel closer to her parents. This town would be the perfect getaway for a couple. The beauty, the hot springs, she opened her eyes, unable to avoid the burning pull of eyes on her. Soft brown eyes drew her in, and her heart skipped a beat. Biting her lip to keep it from trembling, she allowed herself to wonder for a slight moment what it would be like to have Jake with her as more than just a friend. "You're acting as nervous as a green-broke filly, cheeky." He eased up next to her, and his arm sidled up to hers. Beth let go of her lip, allowing a small smile to comfort her, before closing her eyes and resting her head back. Except for this time, instead of the cement edge of the pool, Jake had slipped his arm behind her. She stiffened for a second, hesitating, but comfort won, and she nestled against his arm as he scooted closer until the length of his body touched hers. The warmth of the hot spring pool made her heart race and heat rush into her cheeks. Doing her best to simply enjoy the sensation of the hot spring, she pretended that Jake was a part of the package, not her friend who had a reputation for womanizing. She knew his reputation, but as she went back in her memory, she hadn't seen any real evidence to support it. Sure, he flirted with pretty much everyone. It had become so natural that she thought it was a part of his personality. Except the way it made her feel. Blowing out a breath, she went back to relaxing. In fact, she relaxed so much that when Jake gently pushed back her hair, she didn't startle, but opened her eyes and gave him a slow smile. "Hey," she said. "Hey," he responded, looking at her with a new intensity. Her heart raced, waking her up from her little relaxing daydream. She didn't have much experience, but the look in his eyes, the way his soft lips parted, the way he held his body against and over hers, he was going to kiss her. Could she let that happen? She couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to have his lips on hers, his rough but gentle hands holding her face, bringing her lips closer to hers. Her breathing quickened, and heat rushed through her. As he closed the gap between them, the world tunneled. Right as his lips brushed hers, she realized the tingling in her face and tunnel vision was more than the moment. "Jake," she whispered weakly, her lips brushing his as she spoke. "Yeah," he said, his breath tickling her lips. "I think I'm passing out." Her head lolled a little. Jake stood in a rush and brought her into his arms, taking her from the water. Her body tingled in that way it does right before you lose consciousness. Yet she felt safer than she had in her life. Cool water lapped up against her toes. She felt Jake easing her into a sitting position, her body mostly submerged in the cool pool. His wet hand swept across her forehead and cheeks. Slowly he drizzled cool water down her neck and on her chest. "Better?" he asked, his voice thick and husky. She nodded, slowly opening her eyes and noticing she could see clearly now. The tingling lessened, and slowly her body lost that crazy weak feeling. "What was that?" she asked. "You must have overheated. I let you stay in the hot spring too long." He kept drizzling the cool water on her. "That's not what." She shook her head, realizing she still felt a bit woozy. "We need to get you cooled off." He eased further into the cool pool and reached for her. Her body responded without thought, and she let him glide her into his arms. He took them to the deeper section of the pool, where they could stand. Beth began to feel her senses coming back, not only physically but emotionally. She almost kissed Jake. She almost let him ruin everything. Or had she imagined it? Maybe the heat had clouded her thoughts as well. As she looked up at him from under her lashes, he wore that same intense gaze he had earlier. His hand reached up and gently pushed a tendril of hair behind her ear. He let his fingers slide down her cheek, then her neck. She sucked in a breath. His hands on her felt too good. "Please God, help me resist." A burst of raucous laughter tore her attention toward the entrance of the hot spring area, but it hadn't distracted Jake. Seeing the group of cowboys and cowgirls from the rodeo woke Beth up to the situation. As Jake leaned in, she glided down until she was underwater. She swam down and around him, popping out behind him to splash him before laughing and swimming away. "Hey," Jake said with a slight irritation in his voice. She turned and nodded slightly in the direction of the crowd as they shouted, "Callahan!" One of them yelled before cannonballing in between Jake and Beth. Through the splashes, Beth watched Jake's expression. For a brief moment, disappointment clouded his features, but he met her eyes as the water fell back to the pool. A grin turned up his lips, a grin that seemed to say this wasn't over. 9. Jake could have focused on the annoyance of their solo party and first kiss being crashed, but he read the hesitation in Beth's eyes. He needed to be patient. He had to do this right, or he would ruin his chance. He gambled everything. If he messed it up, he could not only lose the chance to be more with Beth but her friendship as well. As much as he didn't want to admit it, losing that might be more than he could handle. In large crowds, Beth's normal outgoing behavior settled into a sweet shyness. A burning in his chest urged him to protect her, and he found himself making excuses to stay close to her, even when surrounded by so many of their rodeo acquaintances in the large hot spring pool. Of course, it had nothing to do with Derek's sudden attention to his friend. "You should come see the hot springs near my hometown, Beth. They are even more beautiful than this." "Sounds nice, Derek." Beth smiled, but Jake saw that the smile didn't reach her eyes. Jake's chest filled. Her smiles always reached her eyes when she directed them at him. Like now when she glanced at him from beneath her lashes. "They are especially great in the winter." Derek kept on without recognizing Beth was only being polite. "You don't rodeo in winter, do you, Beth?" "No, not usually." She lay back, her arm touching Jake's. Jake waited to see her response. She didn't stiffen or back off. In fact, it seemed she eased in that much closer. Jake's heart thundered. Had he gotten to her, after all? Working with Beth was like taming a wild horse. It took time and the perfect balance of assertive gentleness. "You're looking at a future physical therapist," Jake said, never taking his eyes off her. She glanced up at him, her lips slightly open, sending his pulse pounding in his ears. "Well, maybe just an assistant, at least at first." "That's not just cheeky. That's quite a feat." "Cheeky?" Derek asked, his eyebrows furrowing. Jake never liked the cocky bull rider. His friend Ryder and Derek had always been at odds, as they both fought over the championships. Ever since Ryder's accident, the cocky cowboy had become even more self-assured and annoying. "Excuse me, Derek," Beth said as she turned toward Jake. "I think I need to cool off in the pool." "Great idea. I'll help you." Jake jumped out of the hot pool and reached down to help Beth. "You act like she's a child, Jake. Let the cowgirl be. They're a tough breed, you know," Derek scoffed at him. Beth looked back at Derek and in a sweet voice said, "Actually, before you all showed up, I almost passed out. Without Jake, I don't want to think about what would have happened. He's right to be concerned, but thank you." Jake smirked, not even bothering to look at Derek, knowing his face would be contorted in disgust. "Come on, cheeky." He threw his arm around her and led her to the pool, but as they neared the edge she pushed him in. Thinking fast, he grabbed her hand and pulled her in with him. They both rose from the water laughing. "You thought you could be sneaky," Jake said, pulling her into him. Her eyes widened and looked about frantically. "Why do you worry so much about them?" he asked. "They assume things, they think." She stopped, her cheeks turning that delightful shade of pink. He leaned in close and whispered, "Who cares what they think?" She slid her hands onto his shoulders, sending his heart into overdrive. "I don't want to be known as just another one of Jake's girls." While he was reeling from her words, she kicked out his legs and shoved down on his shoulders. When he came back out of the water sputtering, she smiled at him from the other side of the pool. So that was her fear, just another one of Jake's girls. Well, as much as his heart stung from her rebuttal, he knew she wasn't like any girl he had ever chased before. In fact, as he watched Beth talk and laugh with Courtney, he knew she wasn't just one of his girls, whatever that meant anyway. Sure, he had a few girlfriends. A man couldn't live to be almost 30 and not have some experience with girls. None of them were serious, more of a way to have fun while passing the time. They all knew it. He never led any of them on. They all knew he wasn't the settling down type, hence his reputation, he gathered. Confirmed bachelor. Dating, sure. Living together and marriage, nope. That was a known fact. Some of the women liked it that way. They enjoyed having a boyfriend with no ties, someone to go dancing with, get treated like royalty at fancy steakhouses, and paraded around on a champion's arm. Then when they were ready to move on to more permanent situations, they parted as friends, and that was that. No heartbreaks. No tears. No pain. Only fun times to enjoy until it ended. Watching Beth, he wondered if she played more than hard to get. She wanted more, but maybe he could convince her. But as much as his heart ached to hold her, it might be the death of him to get that taste. I never thought you would fall for Jake, Courtney said as she splashed her red face with the cool water. Beth turned to her. Why would you say I have fallen for him? Really? Courtney laughed. She glanced around and scooted closer. You aren't one to fib, Beth. I'm glad you know me that well. I don't lie. Jake and I, we aren't. You've been bunking with him for most of the circuit, Courtney said, raising an eyebrow. Which also isn't like you. You know my truck broke down. He offered me and Faith a ride. Nothing more. I've got my own bunk and he has his. Courtney smiled in a knowing way. It isn't like that. Beth shook her head. Well, I don't know what to say. Courtney jostled her. Everyone knows Jake. You knew his reputation when you agreed to bunk with him. In my own bunk. I would normally believe you, Beth, even this, but not with the way you two look at each other. What do you mean by that? Beth asked, her heart dropping into her uneasy stomach. Courtney laughed again. Don't act like it's the end of the world, my friend. We all fall for a cowboy at some point. She leaned close. And even confirmed bachelors end up falling eventually. He hasn't. Beth shook her head, but the thought settled on her as she found Jake's eyes from across the pool. Sure, Courtney said as she dove under the water and slicked her hair back as she came up. My dollar's on you. She winked and swam away. Beth's heart raced. They all knew. They all knew that she had fallen for the bachelor cowboy. Did Jake know as well? Was all this a game to him, or could Courtney be right? Would even a confirmed bachelor give up his heart eventually for the right woman? The question plagued her for the rest of the day, and for once she was grateful that the group tagged along with them, even while getting ice cream. Jake had kept his eyes on her most of the time, but it scared and unnerved her. Part of her wanted to take him aside and lay it all out, see where he stood. Better to rip off the Band-Aid quickly, rather than keep playing this game that would only end in heartache. Maybe if they ripped it off early enough, she could salvage their friendship. She didn't want to lose that. He had become a part of her life so quickly. As soon as they made it back to the trailer, she locked herself in the bathroom, complaining that she needed to get the sulfur smell off, but really she feared being alone with him. What if he cornered her with that soft brown intense stare again? Her stomach quivered, unsure if she could fight off the desire to make him hers, a feat that even with what Courtney said didn't seem possible. Jake was the type of guy who could have any girl, and leave any girl. Why would he fall for an orphan from a tiny town? He wouldn't. He hadn't fallen, and she needed to protect her heart. After her shower, she wrapped the robe around herself and quickly scurried to her room, shouting behind her, "All yours." You in a hurry? Jake said, sitting at the table as if he had been watching the bathroom door the whole time she was in there. Well, the ceremony starts in an hour. I know how you like to be there. She pulled the robe closer around her. You don't want to talk? Beth swallowed. About what? Today. That cocky smile of his tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was a good day. She looked away, wondering what his game was. Then she met his eyes. Thank you for saving me today. Did that scare you? Beth's breath quickened. I was definitely scared, she said, biting her lip from saying more. I was too. Jake watched her with that intensity again. You feel okay now? No. She shot a hand over her mouth. Jake stood, then closed the distance between them. He gently pulled her hand off her mouth. You can be honest with me, Beth. Haven't I proved that? I'm fine really, she said, backing toward the stairs to her room. Okay, he said in resignation. I'll give you the time you need. He took his eyes off her. She felt the loss of his eyes the moment he looked away. Jake? Yeah. He looked up at her with that half smile of his. Thank you. You're always welcome, cheeky. I'm glad you had a good day. While he showered, she wondered about the conversation. Had she overanalyzed his words, his tone, and the intensity in his eyes? She shook her head. She knew him, and something had shifted. Something that scared her out of her wits. Something that could only lead to her heart breaking. Was that a price she was willing to pay? 10. Jake smiled as they walked toward the arena. He knew he had gotten to Beth. He would only have to play his cards right, take it slow like a junior high crush. Her innocence couldn't handle the rush into more like he desired. He could wait. What else did he have to do anyway? They walked side by side as they entered the crowd, their arms touching, their hands brushing. She didn't pull away, but she also didn't grab for his hand. His heart hammered with every slight touch, as if he really was with his junior high crush, counting down the seconds until the first kiss. Time had taught him patience and the long game. Hey champion, a sultry voice said, pulling him out his ponderings. He turned to see a beautiful brunette sashaying her way toward him. When she reached them, she unabashedly wrapped him in a perfumed hug, letting her hand trail down his arm. How've you been, Jake? Jake blinked and squinted at the woman who filled out her clothes just right. Behind the makeup and hairsprayed hair, he thought he recognized a girl from the past. Shell. Yep, she giggled. Next to him, he felt Beth stiffen and pull away. He glanced at her, still reeling from seeing his old high school girlfriend. Oh, am I interrupting? Shell asked, looking from Beth to him. No, Beth said. I'll find us some seats, Jake. You catch up. Beth smiled kindly at Shell, then back at him, but he saw a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. I'll be right there, Jake finally said as she walked away. So, Shell said with a giggle, pulling his attention back to her. Wow, you've blossomed, Shell. Jake tried to see the waif of the girl he had dated as a kid. Yeah. She put her hands behind her and raised up on her tiptoes a little, just like she did when they were younger. You and her? She glanced the way Beth had disappeared in the crowd. Jake shrugged. He didn't know where that led. He knew where he wanted it to lead, but he turned his attention back toward her. You. He looked down at her hand. No, I'm single. She batted her eyelashes and twisted as if in a dance. What are you doing here? They needed a replacement for the rodeo queen, so my friend took it, and she asked me to be one of the flag bearers. Oh, Jake said, hoping that all the dolling up was because of that. She had never been into makeup and hairspray when they were kids. Hey, you want to, hang out after? She continued her solo dance and giggled nervously. Jake felt like he had been transported back more than a decade ago. Sure. Okay. Well, I gotta go get ready. I'll find you later. She gave him a quick hug before leaving with another little giggle. Jake meandered through the crowd, trying to make sense of what had just happened. He hadn't seen Shell since he'd left the day after graduation. She had cried when he said goodbye. At the time, it had seemed like the only thing to do. She had another year of school, and he couldn't stand to be in his home a minute longer. He had promised to call, but after talking a few times over summer, he had stopped answering her calls. It only reminded him of home, and all that he had left, including the pain. He shook his head, smelling the perfume now stuck on him. Shell after all these years, and she hadn't seemed to change well except the perfume, makeup, and crazy done-up hair. A smile tugged at his lips, remembering the fun they had as kids before. He clenched his jaw, forcing the memories down. "Hey," Beth said as she grasped his hand from the bleachers. He had been so preoccupied with his thoughts that he hadn't seen her. Her touch sent ripples of fire through him, ripples that brought him right back to where he needed to be, the present. "Hey," he said, relief at seeing her filled him. "I thought you were going to walk right by me," she said, a hesitancy to her voice as she dropped his hand with a blush. He sat next to her and picked her hand back up. "I'm sorry, I got sidetracked." She nodded. "Old friend?" "Yeah," he said, letting his thumb caress the back of her hand, wondering why he hadn't held her hand before. It fit perfectly in his. "You okay?" He brought his gaze up to hers. "Better now." Her lips parted and eyes slightly widened. "Beth, Howdy folks. Welcome to the Thermopolis Rodeo," the announcer interrupted him. Beth smiled, squeezed his hand reassuringly, and looked toward the arena. Beth did her best to keep her breathing even. Her stomach had churned into knots the moment the gal had thrown her arms around Jake. The shock on Jake's face had only worried her further. She had no right to stand in his way. They were only friends, and as a friend she needed to give him space to live his life the way he wanted. Once she had found their seats, she prayed for strength, she prayed for self-control, and she prayed for guidance. She had resolved to let go of any fantasies she had been holding on to about Jake. That resolve only strengthened when he almost walked right past her. She almost hadn't reached out. Yet when he took her hand in his, rubbed his thumb on the back, and settled his intense gaze on her, her stomach flip-flopped and her mind tornadoed again. Seeing his old friend had obviously shaken him. He had stiffened when the flag girl rode around the arena to a bunch of hoots and hollers. She tried slipping her hand out of his, but he only held on tighter. She turned her attention from the arena and put it on him. His breathing had turned shallow, and his gaze faded as if he had gotten lost in a memory. From the looks of it, the memory wasn't pleasant. She stopped pulling her hand away and scooted a little closer. Whatever he was going through, he needed support, and she wasn't about to let him down when he needed her most, whatever that meant. When they stood for the national anthem, he slid his fingers off her to take off his cowboy hat and hold it over his heart. When they sat again, he turned to her with a sheepish grin. "You okay?" she asked him. "Yeah, sorry," he said as he sat back down next to her. He took her hand in his again and brought it up to his lips. Her heart pounded as his soft lips touched the red spot his thumb had made. "Sorry I rubbed your hand raw," he said, his breath tickling the now slightly damp spot on her hand. "I didn't notice," she said, her breath coming out like she had just raced. "Good." He laid her hand down on her thigh and gently placed his on top. "Hurting you is the last thing I want to do." "Then don't." She bit her lip and turned before he saw her eyes start to fill. They watched the rest of the events. She did her best not to focus on his hand on hers, his body warm along hers, and the intensity of his eyes whenever they met hers. By the time the events for the night ended and they followed the crowd out, she had convinced herself to stop thinking, stop fearing, and simply go with the flow. She smelled the sickly sweet scent before she saw her, and Beth's stomach all of a sudden soured. "I found you," the gal said with a giggle that seemed childish to Beth. "You did," Jake said, pulling Beth from the crowd so they were next to the gal. He settled his hand at the small of Beth's back, sending traitor tingles down her legs. "I'm sorry I didn't introduce you before. This is Beth. Beth, this is Shell." Beth took a shallow breath and held out her hand. "Nice to meet you, Shell." "You too." Shell turned back to Jake. "So what did ya want to do?" Oh, you have plans, Beth said, stepping away from Jake's teasing hand, her heart beating with betrayal. I'll just head back to the trailer. That's a good idea, Jake said. Let's hang out at the trailer. Oh, all of us? Shell asked, making Beth feel even sicker. Yeah, Jake said, turning toward the exit. Beth walked numbly beside him, wondering how she could get out of this situation. He had fooled her by holding her hand, kissing her hand. She squeezed her eyes against the betraying feelings that sprung up at the memory of his soft lips on her skin. Someone knocked into her, knocking her off balance. Jake's strong hands caught her and pulled her against him. Whoa, you okay, cheeky? She nodded, though she didn't feel okay at all. Come on, let's get you back to the trailer. Jake didn't let go of her despite the dogged stare Shell gave them. The world rushed around Beth as they entered the trailer. Wow, this is yours, Jake? Shell spun as she looked around. Yeah, he said, turning toward her. Oh hey, can you take off your boots please? My boots? Shell asked. Jake nodded, then turned his attention to Beth. Are you sure you're okay? He touched her forehead and felt her pulse on her throat. In truth, Beth didn't feel good at all. Too many thoughts swirled in her head, and Shell's presence only added chaos to the mix. Maybe you're dehydrated. He stood and grabbed a bottled water from the fridge. Here. She took the water and gulped down half. I think you are right. She glanced at Shell, who watched them cautiously. I'm going to lay down and let you visit with your friend. You could rest here, Jake said, reading her face. Beth shook her head. She needed to lay down, and she needed to get away from the sickly sweet Shell and what this all meant for the fantasy she had built up in her mind. She pushed up, and Jake immediately helped her, holding on to her as they walked the stairs together. Beth should not have been surprised by the care Jake handled her with, nor the gentleness of his voice and hands. What really sent her over the edge was the way he looked at her as he helped her settle in the bed. Should I call for the doctor? No, I'm sure you are right. After being in the sun and hot springs all day, I'm probably a bit dehydrated. She held up the bottle he had given her. I'm sure after this and rest, I'll be as right as rain. Right as rain, he said, a small smile creasing his lips that had almost touched hers. She reached up and touched her own lips, remembering. Beth. She blinked and looked at him from under her lashes, afraid he could read her mind. Yeah. Do you want me to send her away so I can be here with you? Jake tugged on his shirt collar, the black shirt she loved seeing him in. Jake, I'm not going to keep you from spending time with your friend. That was the deal we made, remember? The deal, he said like he couldn't remember what she spoke of. Her mind whirred and spun. Maybe that had been the deal she made with herself. Hadn't they talked about it? She closed her eyes and held her hands against her head. Gentle hands took hers and laid them on her stomach. She didn't dare open her eyes. He would read them in an instant, and she felt so woozy besides. Something warm and damp touched her forehead, sending shivers down her body. His breath tickled her face when he whispered, Don't hesitate to call if you need anything at all. I'll check on you soon. Thank you, she murmured, stuffing the desire to touch the spot on her forehead that she was pretty sure he had kissed. No one had ever treated her with such kindness when she was unwell besides her grandma. Well, maybe her parents, but she couldn't remember back then. As she heard the door to her room softly close, gratitude filled her. She realized that coming here had healed a gaping wound within her, and somehow brought her closer to her parents. I love you guys, she whispered, hoping that her words could travel all the way to heaven. She swore she heard their reply, but when she focused, she realized that the voices were from the kitchen area of the trailer. Is she all right? Shell asked. I think so. We spent the day at the hot springs. I think she's just a little dehydrated. Oh, Shell said. So I'm confused. I thought you said this was your trailer. It is. So you and Beth are. Beth held her breath, realizing that she shouldn't be eavesdropping, but how could she not hear them? There are 2 bedrooms, Jake started. Oh wow. It really is a big trailer. I had heard that you have been winning a lot. I guess the payouts are as big as rumored. She giggled, a sound that grated against the headache forming in Beth. Yeah, I guess. Jake sounded distracted, and Beth wondered if he really worried about her, or if he had other things on his mind. So this is what you've been doing the last decade, huh? Pretty much this is it, Jake said, his tone sounding reluctant. We've missed you back at home. Will you ever return? Not likely, Jake said. I told you that when I left. I know, Shell actually sounded calm. Everything changed after Jimmy died. We're not talking about my brother, Jake said, his voice harsher than Beth had ever heard it. Beth tried to push up to a sitting position, but the world spun, making her realize how sick she really was. Leaning over, she twisted the cap off the bottle and drank down the last of the water. She should be there for Jake, but first she needed to close her eyes, just for a few minutes. 11. Jake turned and waved to Shell, before leaving her at her friend's trailer and disappearing into the night. Once cloaked by the darkness, he let his shoulders slump and his head hang, taking a moment between two trucks to gather himself. Seeing Shell only brought everything back: his old friends, his family, the loss, the pain. He inhaled, the scent of horse and dust and leather settling him. Remembering where he was, what he had accomplished, helped him move past the pain enough to keep walking. He needed to check on Beth. The urge propelled his boots forward. He slipped into the trailer and knocked softly on Beth's door. His heart galloped when there was no response. The idea of her lying there needing help pushed him to do something he swore he would never do: open her door without permission. He eased it open, whispering her name, and still she did not stir. She lay peacefully, but in the darkness he could not see her chest rise and fall. Leaning on the bed, he reached out to touch her. The warmth of her body eased the anxiety rushing through him. Crawling further on the bed, he held a hand in front of her nose to feel the soft rush of her breath. When he did, a sigh of release rushed through him. The moonlight shone through the narrow window, and as his eyes accustomed to the darkness, he saw the beauty of his friend lying there in peace. A strand of hair covered her eyes, so gently he traced his finger along her face to sweep the hair back in place. The movement made her stir. Jake knew he should leave. He didn't belong in her room watching her sleep. If she woke up to him there. Jake. Her sleep-muddled voice pulled him out of his thoughts, and he froze. Beth's hand reached out and settled on his arm. I'm sorry, he muttered, having no idea how to explain why he was in her room in the middle of the night. Are you okay? She asked, turning toward him, her hand searching until it nestled inside his. Me? Yeah. I was worried about you. You're sweet, Jake, she murmured, snuggling closer to him. I wouldn't go that far, he said, loving the feeling of her so close to him. Then she momentarily pushed back, her eyes opening wider. Is your friend still here? Shell? No, I took her back to her friend's trailer. Did you have a good time catching up? It had been a while, right? Yeah, since graduation. That's a long time. She nestled in again and patted the bed beside her. I want to hear more, but I'm too tired to get up. Jake hesitated, but only for half a minute. He settled himself in her bed, his head propped up against the wall. Beth curled up next to him, her knees and arms running alongside him. Not really much to talk about. He let his arm traipse around her casually. You grew up near where we visited Ryder and Savannah, right? In the county over, yeah. And you went to school with Shell? Jake sighed. He knew how important the truth was to Beth. We dated back then. She was a year younger. I haven't seen her since. Oh. Beth stiffened, as he knew she would. He let his hand ease down her head, soothing her hair until she relaxed again. That was a long time ago, cheeky. And seeing her now, did that, make you remember how you felt? Jake froze. It did make him remember, but not the way Beth meant. It made him remember too much. If my presence is holding you back, I don't want you to feel. Shush, Beth, Jake said as he pulled her a little closer. I'm not interested in my high school girlfriend. Well, if you're sure. I don't want to hold you back. If Jake didn't know her better, he would think that she had no feelings toward him, but he knew. The question was, could their feelings let them keep this superficial? Yet, would he be satisfied with superficial? You aren't holding me back. He swallowed, trying to gauge how he should play this. I like you here with me. She hesitated a moment, then let her hand settle on his stomach. I like being here with you too. He took her hand in his, letting their fingers slide across each other over and over. It was strange seeing her. She looked like a weird, overly dressed adult version of herself. Yet she still acted like the same old shell. All twirly and girly, like she was still 17. Did she always wear that much makeup and perfume? Beth's nose wrinkled in the moonlit room, and he laughed. Definitely not. I was never a fan of all that makeup and hair and perfume stuff. I feel like it covers the true beauty of a woman. He interlaced his fingers with hers, loving the tingling it sent up his arm. One thing that attracted me to you. Really? She pushed up, looking down at him, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. He reached over, pushing a strand of hair that had fallen into her face back behind her ear. Really? Her lips parted, and he wanted nothing more than to take them in his own, but he would wait. Patience. She was worth patience and gentle handling. Scaring her off now would only make him wonder what could have been. She settled back onto the bed, closer to him. He could almost say they were cuddling, almost. Tell me more about back then. I don't usually talk about this, cheeky. I know. She draped her arm around him now, moving her head closer to his chest. Jake took a deep breath against the sharpness of pain lancing through him. Memories spilled forth into his mind, and soon, as if under its own power, the words flowed out, unhindered and emotion-filled. Once the torrent released, the past raged through as if the dam's leak had exploded, allowing the rush to purge through the opening. Through it all, Beth held him, only murmuring encouraging words, as he opened to the only person he had shared this with since it happened over a decade ago. Beth was stuck between disbelief and gratitude. As Jake started telling the story of his family, she had to remind herself to breathe while she waited for him to share about his brother. The brother who Beth overheard had died. She knew, even when feeling so ill, that his brother's death was the cause of pain she saw in his eyes during unguarded moments. Speaking of death, of the pain of that loss, took courage and strength and trust. A burning in her chest began, starting to grow into something she didn't know if she could resist. She squeezed her eyes shut. God, help me to be the friend Jake needs and guide my actions. She no longer prayed to resist temptation. She prayed, though maybe more like hoped, that Jake could open his heart enough to see that maybe, just maybe, he could give up his bachelor life to allow her in. Could this be the sign? She pushed the thought away and focused on Jake. My brother and I were close, not that we didn't love our little sister. He and I had plans, big plans for our future. We all rodeoed. Jimmy was better than me at bronc riding. We team roped too. We probably could have won the PRCA championship if we had continued. Beth intertwined her fingers in his, enjoying the feeling of his rough skin. Not that hers were all that smooth. Most cowgirls didn't have delicate hands. They had to use them, forcing leather straps on saddles and stirrups and wielding heavy pitchforks. None of that made for soft skin. She evened her breathing as she encouraged Jake to go on. He was so close to telling her the source of his pain. She could feel it. Sounds like a wonderful bond, she said, thinking for a half-second that she wished she had a sibling. It was. He swallowed audibly and squeezed her hand in his. He decided to enlist as a way to get a good-sized investment for a ranch. Our father had done the same when he was younger. I wanted to follow him, but I was too young. He promised when he returned that we would continue with our plan. We could have had our dream without him going into the service. I told him that, but he didn't relent. He did it for us. Beth held her breath, holding his hand tightly, afraid to even utter an encouraging word for fear it would stop his flow. He had sent me a postcard, celebrating that he only had a month left. He was set to return the day before I graduated. Jake's breathing came in and out in ragged gasps. He gently pushed Beth off of him and sat up, his back facing her, his fists clenching the edge of the bed. She hesitated, but only for a moment. She pulled herself up to him, holding him from behind. He never made it back home. Jake, I'm so sorry. She kissed his back, wishing she could do more. I was on my way out for a rodeo when the black car pulled up our drive. I almost hopped in my truck anyway because I was late, but something made me wait. When the men, all decked out in their uniforms, came out of the car, I knew. That must have been so hard, Beth whispered into his back, her own tears wetting his shirt. I dropped my gear and ran toward them, yelling for them to leave. Telling them they got the wrong house. Jake sucked in a breath, his chest heaving with emotion. My dad, he had to pull me off them and I tore out of there. I couldn't handle the pain, the betrayal. It destroyed something in me. Losing someone you love so much, it does feel destructive. It hurts beyond anything. Beth prayed to find the right words. That night, I didn't know what else to do, so I went to that rodeo. While riding that bronc, it was as if the pain disappeared. I felt nothing but focus and even joy in those 8 seconds. That's when I knew. You knew you had to rodeo. Ride or die. The motto meant more to me, because without it I would have died, and happily so. I'm so sorry, Jake. No wonder you have a hard time talking about this. Hard? He was my best friend, my future, my... His body tensed as he clenched the bed tighter. It has taken me a decade to learn to live without him. And then Shell had to come back and... What about your family? You said you have a sister? Yeah, Shell says she got married last year. My parents are still going to church every Sunday. Their lives are continuing on. You haven't seen them? Talked to them? No. Somehow, I made it to graduation. I took my diploma, packed my bags and left. I couldn't stay there. Everything reminded me of him. My sister and mom had his blue eyes. My dad had his build. We shared a room. I couldn't live like that. Jake broke down in sobs. Even as Beth turned him to wrap her arms around him, she wondered if she had ever heard a man cry since her grandfather had when they had found out about her parents. Jake brought her into his lap, clinging onto her as her own tears poured forth. After several minutes, Jake took in a deep, shaky breath. Wow, this is embarrassing. She took her head off his chest, wiping at her eyes. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Crying is important. It releases all those pent-up emotions. Beth reached over him to the cubby next to the head of the bed and pulled out a box of tissue. She handed one to Jake and took one for herself. Well, this isn't manly at all. He chuckled as he wiped at his tears and his nose. On the contrary. A man that is vulnerable is the sexiest of them all. Beth covered her mouth, heat filling her cheeks. Is that so? Jake lowered the tissue in his hand to reveal that cocky grin of his. You saying this is a card I should play more often? Beth glared. Is that what this is? Jake sighed. No, cheeky. It isn't. After over a decade of not mentioning it, of doing my best to push back the memory, who knows why tonight it all spilled forth in a bumbling, jumbly mess. Beth eased back, regretting her immediate reaction and assumption she had been played. Maybe it was just time. Maybe, and maybe it has to do with the person I am with. He reached up to touch a tear she had missed mopping up. How are you feeling? She closed her eyes, savoring his touch. A bit woozy, she said honestly, though she knew it had more to do with his touch and the intensity back in his eyes than whatever had happened to her earlier. Come on, he said, laying back down in the bed and bringing her next to him. Tell me more about your parents. Beth took a deep breath, assuming and hoping she was correct, that he needed to hear how she handled their death and had come to a place of healing. She started from the beginning, and shared all the way until being there, and how she felt like he had helped her overcome the last piece and complete her healing. The words died out slowly on her lips as she faded into sleep. 12. Jake woke to pins and needles in his right arm, but he felt like he had the best sleep of his life. He took in a deep breath and savored the scent, the sweet scent of Beth. His eyes shot open, but he dared not move. Sure enough, Beth's head rested on his chest, her body on his right arm. His fingers burned with the need to move now that he was conscious, but nothing would stop him from staying still. With his other hand he patted his body, sighing with relief when he felt his jeans and shirt. The morning light slowly brightened the room. He knew they both had events today. They should be getting up, checking in, getting ready. He held Bliss in his arms, and he would give up his championship for it. The thought shocked him cold. Then the memory of the night before flooded in. He had blubbered all over her like a whiny baby, making such a fool of himself. How was she even still here? Yet she called him sexy. A smile tugged on his lips. Beth Rose had called him sexy. She stirred in his arms, and instead of letting her go like he should, he held her tighter. A soft moan escaped her lips as she snuggled deeper against him. The sound sent him over the edge, his heart threatening to explode from his chest, as the desire to never move from this spot shot through him. He knew the second Beth fully awoke, because her whole body went rigid. She gasped, patted her body and pushed up to look down at him with amazing sleep-hazed eyes. "Good morning, beautiful," he said, feeling the sheepish smile that conquered the self-assured expression. "What? She bit her lip, and looked around before pushing all the way up until she sat. "We fell asleep," he said, pushing himself up as well. "Yeah, that's the way it looks." She glanced toward the clock and hastily scrambled out of bed. "Holy cow, I've got to go. Check-in starts in 15 minutes. "How can I help?" Jake asked, wanting to do nothing but watch her. "I should have showered, but I don't have time. I need my shirt. I need my gear." "Oh man," she said as she held the wall and her head. "I need to eat." Jake stood at her side, immediately supporting her. "Are you sure you're up to riding today?" She nodded. "Second to last one. That's all I've got left. I have to ride. There's always more rodeos, cheeky. Chill. I got this. Go ahead and take a quick shower. I'll have something for you to eat when you get out, and I'll find your clothes for you. No worries, girl." "Jake, let me take care of you." He kissed her forehead, then headed out of the room to grab her a cup of orange juice. Watching her from the corner of his eye as he poured her juice, he wanted to make sure she could handle the stairs without falling. "Here. What's this?" He gave her the cup as she made it to the floor. "A quick shot to get your blood sugar up, enough you can handle your shower without passing out." "You know I don't drink," she said, looking inside the cup suspiciously. "Orange juice, Beth. Now go on, and you should probably stick to cooler water in the shower this morning. No need to push it." She stared at him like she still wasn't fully awake. "Thank you." Then she disappeared into the bathroom. Jake's chest warmed with the appreciation, and he realized that he would do just about anything for Beth, crocodile tears or not. Beth came out of the bathroom with her robe wrapped tightly around her, but Jake was nowhere in sight. There was a breakfast burrito on a plate with a small note next to it. She picked up the paper. "Clothes are laid out. Getting Faith ready for you." Tears burned Beth's eyes as she held the note to her chest. She took a quick bite of the breakfast burrito and headed to her room to change. On her bed, clothes were laid out, but it wasn't her normal show shirt. Rather, there was a new jewel-inlaid teal shirt that sparkled from the sunlight sneaking in the window. This time she didn't hold the tears back. The shirt was beautiful, and she knew it was expensive. She couldn't accept this from him, could she? A quick glance at the clock told her she didn't have time to overthink now. She had to go. Slipping the shirt on, the fabric fell against her skin in a way that felt so right. She moved her arms and shoulders, loving how it allowed her all the movement she needed. On her way out, she grabbed the burrito and ate as she quickly walked through the trucks toward the stables where Jake waited for her with Faith. She thought for sure he would be wearing that cocky grin of his when she got close enough to see his mouth under his cowboy hat. The sheepish grin and the intense gaze that he showed instead almost stopped her in her tracks. Her pulse rushed in her ears as she came up to him. "Beautiful," he said. "Thank you. It is. I don't know what to say. It's the most beautiful thing anyone has ever given me." "You deserve it," he said, handing Faith's reins to her. She took them and looked at him from under her lashes. "Jake, why are you doing all of this?" Jake watched her for a few breaths as her heart raced in anticipation. "Why wouldn't I? Now go. You don't want to be late for your next championship race." "That's a lot of pressure," she said. "I know you don't like to disappoint me," Jake said with a wink before walking backward a few steps. "I'll be watching." She knew he would be. He had ever since they started riding together. It was the one constant she had been able to count on in quite a while. It both unnerved her and eased her anxiety. What a conundrum Jake Callahan was. Or maybe that conundrum was her. She shook her head as she led Faith to the registration booth. She needed to get her head in gear. Thinking of Jake, his gift, his attention, and his arms around her all last night wouldn't help her win this event. "You seem distracted," Courtney said as she rode up to Beth once she was in the warm-up arena. Beth felt the heat rising to her cheeks. She bent over to fiddle with her stirrup before she sat back up. "I got a little dehydrated yesterday. I'm still not feeling 100%. "Sure," Courtney said, raising her eyebrows. "And a certain cowboy doesn't have anything to do with that?" "Being dehydrated?" Beth asked, trying to sound innocent when in truth guilt flooded her. She and Jake hadn't even shared a full kiss, but last night they had fallen asleep in each other's arms. "I didn't think dehydration made a woman glow, but hey, I don't know everything." Courtney smiled at her and clucked her mount into a trot. Beth watched her ride away, warming up her horse. Courtney was as close to a friend that she had on the circuit. All of the barrel racers seemed close, but Beth always felt like the outcast. She had barged in on their cliques that had formed as far back as high school for most of the girls. And they all came from money. She closed her eyes. "God, please help me to stop judging others based on assumptions." Jake had shown her, maybe not on purpose, but she had some major growing to do in her faith. She leaned over and rubbed her horse's neck. "We can do this, girl." The other racers had created a circle of sorts. As Beth rode by, her back stiffened in preparation for the judgments they would throw her way. They were never outright mean, but she couldn't get past the girls at her school. Surely every group of rich girls were the same. "Hey, Beth." Courtney waved her over. Beth took a deep breath, dismounted, and led Faith over to the circle. "Please open my heart." "Hi," she said. "I love your shirt." "It's new, huh?" one of the other girls asked. "The color makes your eyes so bright." "Oh," Beth said, looking down at her shirt. "Thank you. It is new." "A gift, perhaps?" Paige, a redhead with sparkling eyes, asked. "Paige just got engaged, so she's all about love right now." Courtney nudged Beth. "Congratulations, Paige." "Thank you," Paige gushed and held out her hand with a giant stone on it. "Isn't it gorgeous?" "It is," Beth said, though she secretly feared the cowgirl would damage or lose the ring that probably cost more than her truck and trailer combined in the upcoming competition. "We're all waiting on you to be next," one of the other girls said, staring at Beth. "Me?" She swallowed, her heart thundering. "Are you kidding? Jake won't ever settle down." A brunette named Misty scowled and crossed her arms, glaring at Beth. Beth wanted to escape. This was why she usually chose to avoid these social gatherings. I disagree. I think he just needed the right woman to crack that hardened heart of his. Courtney touched the shirt. It's a beautiful shirt, Beth. Come on, we're up first. Let's get our horses ready. Beth smiled her gratitude and turned back to the other women. Best of luck today, gals. Misty mumbled something that Beth didn't quite make out. You're just afraid she's going to beat you again today, Paige responded as Beth turned away. Yeah, like she beat you to Jake's heart, another gal murmured. Beth did her best to shake the conversation off, while she cantered Faith around the warm-up pen. The words kept pounding their way into her mind. Had she really found a way into Jake's heart? She hadn't been the only one to see the changes in him, and last night, warmth filled her as she remembered him opening up to her, spilling his memories and emotions. Men only did that for two reasons. One, to work his way into a woman's bed, or two, because he trusted her with his heart. Though he had stayed in her bed last night, it wasn't like that. They merely held each other fully clothed, yet their hearts were naked and open. While sitting atop a prancing Faith, waiting for Courtney to finish her run, Beth kept trying to push Jake from her thoughts. She needed to concentrate on this race. If she didn't, it could not only cost her the title, but cause an injury for her or Faith. She closed her eyes, doing her best to visualize them perfecting the clover pattern. Jake's smile and eyes kept popping in. When she opened her eyes, she saw him, arms on the railing at the far end of the arena. He tipped his hat at her, a smile broadening his expression. She blew out a breath, but warmth traveled through her, settling her nerves, relaxing her as she had been in his arms. There was peace in last night, a peace that made her believe everything would be all right. God had his plan. She closed her eyes and fully allowed that sense of belonging she felt in Jake's arms to embrace her without thought or fear, just the sensation. All in your plan, God. I'm following you. Courtney speeding by had Beth opening her eyes. A new peace filled her, one of trust and knowing. God had everything under control. She didn't need to fear. She fully connected with Faith, feeling her excitement and urge to race. Beth allowed that energy to combine with the peace, until in one fluid movement she and Faith sped out into the arena. As they spun around the barrel, it felt as if they glided on air. Even as Faith's hooves dug into the ground, pushing them forth as fast as a tornadoing wind, Beth held her seat as if she and Faith were one. The crowd, the announcers, the noise, everything faded, until only she and Faith existed. When she came racing back into the waiting area, the world around her rushed back in. The cacophony sent Beth reeling momentarily. The run felt easy, too easy. A slow build of disappointment burned in her chest. Well, she couldn't win them all, right? The last first and second places had been nice. Not a bad way to end her racing career. She cooled Faith off, walking her around slowly in the arena, purposely ignoring the announcers' voices booming back in the arena. Courtney had told her, "Good job," then went to watch the final races. Beth didn't want to face the other gals right now. It was bad enough that they tried to dig into her personal life this morning. She didn't want to hear them gloating over her failure in the arena. What in the world was that? Jake's voice startled Beth. She turned Faith toward him quickly, her breath coming in gasps. Jake had never come to talk to her right after her race. I don't know what happened. Maybe I'm still not at 100%, or I didn't get enough rest. Jake hopped the fence in one swift, graceful movement. The man's grace always surprised her. For such a manly-type man, she didn't expect that natural fluidity to his movements. Maybe you are still sick, he said, reaching her. His hands rubbed Faith's neck before settling on her leg. Get down here. What? Why? Beth's pulse sounded like Niagara Falls. Because, he reached for her hand, I want to give the champion a hug. The champion? She asked, slipping down into his arms. Yes. You improved your best time by nearly 1/10 of a second. But. She pulled back slightly to look at him. I don't understand. You should have seen yourself, Jake said. I have never seen you so relaxed, so fluid, like you were born to do what you just did. I did feel relaxed. The whole race felt too easy. I won. Jake nodded, a grin as wide as his face. I really won? Yes, my champion. You really won, again. Like I knew you would. He took a step closer, wrapping his arms around her and bringing her into his warm, protective embrace. For a moment, she let herself immerse into the sensation, allowing herself to wonder if she really had broken into Jake Callahan's heart. 13. Jake knew he needed to get ready for his event, but the idea of leaving Beth's side felt like torture. Something had shifted in her after last night. She eased into his arms. She laughed easier and she flowed like in her race. Go on, she told him. The look in her eyes made him want to stay. Why don't you ever meet me after my event? He asked, shocked by his own words. You have plenty of fans that? She stopped, looked down at her hands, then at him from under her lashes. I didn't know you wanted me to. He reached for her hands. I want you to. Then I'll be there. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You know, he leaned forward with a whisper, I think the way we spent last night helped you in your race. You think so? She teased. Well, I know I got the best sleep in years. She leaned forward, then hopefully it helps you too. Oh, I have no doubt. Jake didn't have a doubt. He felt the ease of his movements from the moment he got up. If he was a thinker, he could sit there and rationalize it all, but that wasn't him. He simply knew it was so, and knew he wanted it to happen again. I think we may have a new routine to add. Beth's face bloomed into a beautiful pink. I'll be thinking of that while I get ready. Stay focused, Jake. I don't want. She looked down to where their hands were still holding onto each other. Ah, are you worried about me, cheeky? He released her hand, to gently tip her face up to look at him. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be looking for you when I hop the fence. I'll be there. Good. He touched the tip of her nose, even though all he wanted to do was kiss it. Patience wasn't a problem. He could wait, especially with a reward of this worth waiting at the end. Best of luck, she said, her fingers sliding out of his slowly as he stepped away. You are my luck, he said before he let her fingers trail off his and walked away. At the entrance to the staging area, he turned one last time. A grin tugged on his lips when he saw her watching him, that sweet smile still gracing her face. Oh boy, Cameron, a bareback rider, said as he passed him, you've got it bad. I never thought I'd see the day. What are you talking about, Cam? Jake grabbed his gear and fastened on his chaps. Well, if you don't know it, then it's not my place, man. I know what I need to. That I'm going to stomp it tonight, Jake said as he knuckled his friend. That never changes, but you do use a saddle, Cameron teased, then placed his hat back on his head. He looked out into the stands in the direction where Beth still watched Jake. I have a feeling that your streak might be coming to an end. What's that supposed to mean? Jake stopped tightening a tie to look at him. It means love is a distraction. Cameron flicked Jake's hat and strutted off toward the holding pens. Love? Then Jake lifted his gaze to meet Beth's across the distance. Cameron thought he was in love? Jake tore his eyes off Beth. He couldn't do love. It couldn't be that. No, what he and Beth had was better than love. They made each other better. They complemented each other. She calmed him down. He brought her more adventure. It was a perfect companionship. Jake looked toward Beth once more. She held up a hand in a small greeting. Without thought, he blew her a kiss. Even from where he stood, he saw her cheeks burn. He walked toward the chutes with satisfaction settling in his gut. Whatever was between him and Beth worked. While he rode today, he would prove it. He knew it in his bones, just like he did every time. When his turn came and he lowered himself on Cupid, a fitting name for the day, the same knowing filled him, the sensation of belonging in this moment coupled with the new peace he found holding Beth last night. Everything in his world settled in place, exactly as it should. When he nodded for the gate to slam open, he also nodded to the life before him. This was his life. Rodeo. What better way to spend it than with a rodeo gal with him? His heels shot above Cupid's shoulders as he settled in the dance. He had studied Cupid, knew that the gelding liked to spin toward the right, so he led him in that dance. He rocked forward and backward with a grace he only felt on horseback. His body relaxed into the rhythm, not feeling the jolts and hard landings of the horse. 8 seconds of solid moves. When the buzzer rang, he gave the crowd one more buck before he jumped off. Landing on his feet, he threw his arms up in the air, enjoying the cheers. He spun while pounding the air, searching for the only eyes he cared about, green eyes over blushing cheeks. He found them, focused on reaching her and not on his surroundings. Too late, he heard the pounding of hooves behind him, and felt a swift kick that sent him to the dirt. Jake ducked and rolled, landing on one knee and ready to run. The pickup man had caught Cupid by then, looking back at Jake with wide eyes. Jake jumped back to his feet, waved to the crowd and brushed the dust off himself. He felt the kick in his backside while he hopped the fence, but didn't let it show. He wanted to get his arms around the green-eyed lady that had distracted him. The thought stopped him a moment, as he remembered Cameron's words. Then the throng of well-wishing fans bombarded him, sending the idea to the dirt where it belonged. He thanked the crowd as he searched again for Beth, finding her at the back, standing patiently, watching him with a guarded expression. "I see why you've been winning now," a sultry voice said next to his ear. The strong flowery scent overpowered him. "Hey, Shell." "Thanks." He nodded at her, but kept pushing toward his destination. "Want to go celebrate?" she asked. "Sorry. I've already got plans." "Excuse me." He tipped his hat toward her, and pushed through until he made it to Beth. "Another great ride, cowboy," Beth said as he closed in on her. Ignoring the crowd around him, he brought her into his arms. "You are going to have to get more assertive with these crowds, cheeky." He breathed in her fresh scent of horse and hay and strawberries, deciding if he never smelled anything else in all his life, he would be happy. "Where are we going?" Beth asked, watching Thermopolis fade behind them. "I get to choose how we celebrate, remember?" Jake said, leaning back into the driver's seat, wincing. She wondered how bad the kick to his backside was, but he brushed it off every time she said anything. Men. Their pride made them suffer in silence. Beth turned back to the open expanse around them, fading into a beautiful sunset against the backdrop of mountainous ridges. The sight distracted her for a moment. "I know," she said finally. "I assumed you would want to go dancing with your friends." "There you go assuming again," he teased her. She shrugged and looked back out the window. "Why did we get all dolled up then?" He eyed her before putting his attention back on the road. "What woman doesn't like getting all dolled up?" "This one," she said, crossing her arms. She had even put on a touch of mascara, something she rarely did. For some reason, it made her feel better thinking they would not be surrounded by all those rodeo women that fling themselves over Jake. Jealousy had never been something she struggled with before, and even though she had no right feeling that way after falling asleep next to Jake for one night, she couldn't stop it, even as hard as she prayed. "I know you don't, cheeky. I was only teasing." He laid a hand on her thigh. "You do look beautiful." Beth's breath quickened. How easily he could recover from digging himself into holes. It scared her. A man like that could be forgiven by the devil. "You're not going to tell me where we're going?" she asked. "I haven't decided yet." "Haven't decided where we are going, or if you are going to tell me?" She watched him, enjoying the banter as always. "Both." He winked. "You're infuriating." "I know," he said. "And you love it." "I love you." The thought came out so clear and strong that she covered her mouth, afraid that she had actually said it aloud. You okay? He asked, his brows creasing. Yeah. Yep. Just fine. But she wasn't. God help me. I don't know what to do about Jake Callahan. She chose to just stay silent, hoping for a return message from the Almighty. Surely he wouldn't test her like this. The sunset only intensified. The light pinks turned into brilliant oranges as they drove up a small narrow road. When they topped out, Jake pulled into a dirt turnout that overlooked the entire valley. Oh my, Beth gasped. It looks like the valley is on fire, it is so colorful. It does, Jake said, his voice a whisper. Come on. He met her at her side of the truck and offered a hand as she slipped out. She took it, relishing the sparks like little embers racing up her arm. The wind whipped at her hair. She had left it down, something she rarely did. As the wind flew through it, she felt like a movie star with her hair blowing out behind her. When Jake turned to look at her, his expression intensified the feeling. He let his hands finger through the strands of her hair. Your hair looks golden in this light, he said, his voice husky and deep. I'm glad you left it down. Beth knew the wind twisted her locks into a mess of knots, but right now she didn't care. All she wanted was Jake to keep looking at her the way he did. Come here. He pulled her toward him, turning her away from the sunset. But I want to see the view, she said, even though in truth being in his arms was all she wanted. Humor me for a moment. I never do this. He pulled his phone from his pocket and fiddled with it until he had the camera on. Then he held it out in front of them. Now smile, cheeky. I want to remember this day. I do too. She nestled close into him and smiled at the joy she felt being with him in this moment. He took the shot, then looked at the picture. She looked over his arm at the photo, seeing how perfect they looked together. She wondered if he saw it the same way. Send it to me, she asked. I will, but first, he positioned her and took a couple of steps back. I want some of you. Beth always felt self-conscious with her picture being taken, but with Jake looking at her the way he did, the beauty of the sunset, and her hair swirled around her, she did feel beautiful, but not at just a physical level. She felt like Jake saw something in her that no one else did, the potential of what she was capable of being. When he slipped his phone back in his pocket and came for her, she thought for sure this would be the moment. He took her face in his hands, pushing her flying hair behind her ears. You are so beautiful, he whispered. Her lips parted in anticipation, and she let her hands return the embrace. This moment was the deciding factor. She had to choose now. If she kissed Jake, there was no going back. Her heart would be his. Was she ready for that? He leaned in closer, and her breath felt as if it were whisked away with the wind. When his lips were a mere inch from hers, and she felt the warmth of his breath, he leaned his forehead onto hers. Her heart raced, and the world and beauty disappeared around her, until all that existed was the man who held her. Jake's body stiffened as he groaned, and pulled her into a hug instead. There is nothing more I want to do, Jake whispered into her ear, than to kiss you. Beth panted and licked her lips, trying to summon the courage to tell him to. Fear stopped her, it froze her. But he kissed her temple. I will wait until you are ready. Before Beth could make a sound, he pulled away, taking her hand and leading her toward a rock that jutted out, making the perfect place to observe the last rays of the sun disappearing behind the mountains. 14. Jake lay in bed, his legs jumpy and itching to move. The whole day had been perfect, well, almost perfect. It would have been perfectly perfect if his arms weren't currently empty. He wouldn't push it as much as he wanted to. Women like Beth needed time, and more than ever, he wanted to grant her whatever she needed to willingly come to him, to accept him as he was. He had never been in this place before, and no, he wouldn't call it love. Love hurt. Love had power over a person, and left them empty and lost. This wasn't love, this was better. Friendship bonded them together, they made a team. Like when he rode a bronc or she rode Faith. The perfect balance, that's what he and Beth were. His legs twitched. Unable to stand it a moment longer, he got up, slipped on his sweats, and escaped into the cool night air. The stars always captured his attention. Their brilliance in Wyoming didn't match anywhere else he rodeoed. The cities disappointed him with all their light pollution that swallowed the stars. Tonight they filled the sky. The Milky Way shone with brilliance, and an ache began inside of him. He had the sudden urge to wake Beth up, to share this moment with him. His boots crunched on gravel until he hit the edge of the parking lot where the fence line met a wide field. Something expanded within him as the field opened to the sky. New possibilities tugged on him. What would it be like to own a big piece like this? It wouldn't have to tie him down. It could be a resting place, a place to call home when he wanted to hunker down for a spell. All he would need were hookups for the trailer. He didn't need anything else. Then Beth flashed into his mind. He imagined that life with her by his side would be just as great as it had been the last couple of months. There wasn't a reason to change that, right? His heart squeezed as he remembered her on top of that lookout, her hair blowing in the breeze, her cheeks pink, her eyes sparkly green. Not kissing her took everything he had. When his hands had cupped her beautiful face, he thought he would lose all resolve to wait. This was new. Normally he would jump in with both feet without even checking the depth, but then he hadn't had a friendship with the others first. With Beth, there existed something he didn't want to lose. He had planned the night perfectly, but it all changed. He saw the way her eyes lit at the sunset, so he took a detour to the lookout. Man, was he glad he did. He reached for his phone to look at the picture, but realized he had left it in the trailer. Thinking of the way she looked up there sent fire rushing through his veins. He wanted to take her dancing, but knew if there were any other rodeoers there, she wouldn't let herself relax into his arms like he wanted. So, after the sunset and colors faded, he took her into the next town for a nice dinner at the local hotspot. They happened to have a live band, and absolutely no one they knew was around. He could still feel the warmth of her in his arms, her small hand in his. He knew Beth was tough, but that night he felt an intense desire to protect her, to make her life easier so she didn't have to be so tough. There were several more opportunities when he could have kissed her. His chest hurt thinking about it. He knew something in her still resisted though, and feared that moving too fast would mean losing all that he had. As much as he wanted more with Beth, losing her friendship wasn't worth any of it, and that was new. A yawn overtook Jake, and his body tingled with relaxation. He bet he could fall asleep now. With a last longing glance at the field of stars in the sky, he made his way through the trucks and trailers to home where Beth slept. He eased the door open, doing his best to be as silent as possible. Only a small glow came from his room where he had left his bedside lamp on. So when he heard movement from the table, he jumped and turned, ready for anything. "I didn't mean to scare you," Beth's sweet voice said from the darkness. "I'm not scared." Jake eased his body to lean against the wall, his heart slowing down to normal. Beth chuckled softly. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, good." "Why?" "When you left, I worried." He took a few steps to sit at the table next to her. "If I had known you couldn't sleep as well, I would have asked you to come with me. The stars are amazing tonight." That would have been nice. He could hear the sleepiness in her voice now. "So you really are okay?" "Yeah, great actually." "You?" "Yeah," she murmured. "Just couldn't sleep." Jake thought a moment, a smile coming to his lips. "Want to watch a boring movie?" She laughed, a light musical sound. "Sure." Jake stood and turned on a small light under the cabinets in the kitchen. He offered her a hand and led her to the couch. After finding an old western, he lay out on the couch and opened his arms. "Come here." She only hesitated for a moment, before snuggling in next to him. They sighed in unison. "Now this is what I was missing," Jake said as he shut his eyes and promptly fell asleep. Beth tried to fight it. She tried to stay awake and aware. She did her best to watch the horribly slow ancient western Jake had put on, telling herself she would watch a few more minutes before pulling herself from his warm embrace and heading to her bed. Guilt tugged at her conscience. She shouldn't be sleeping in his arms. It shouldn't feel this wonderful, this safe. It wasn't proper. Closing her eyes, intent on praying, she drifted into sleep. The guilt filled her cheeks with heat when she awoke to a subtle lightening from the windows once again in her friend's arms. The desire to snuggle back into his warmth sucked her in, even as consciousness slowly entered the fog of sleep. When his arms tightened around her, and his hand rubbed her back, she reluctantly pushed herself up and away from the one place she really wanted to be. "Hey, you okay?" Jake's sleep-muddled voice made her stomach flip-flop. She stood on wobbly legs, knowing if she didn't get away from the magnetism that pulled her toward him with a force greater than she had ever known, she would wind up right back in his arms. "Yeah, just have to use the bathroom." She turned like a frightened rabbit and scampered into the bathroom. Sitting there, she focused on everything except the crazy emotions rolling around inside her. The fancy granite counter, the normal toilet, the almost normal-sized shower, the ornate work on the drawer knobs and cupboards, anything other than letting herself wallow in how wonderful it felt in Jake Callahan's arms. Devising a plan as she rinsed her face with cool water, hoping it would tone down the pink of her cheeks, she came out of the bathroom on a mission. "I'm going to head to Cowboy church this morning," she said before even fully leaving the bathroom. Jake sat on the edge of the couch, his head in his hands. He looked up at her with a sleepy smile. "If that's how you want to spend your morning, I'll come with you." Her step faltered, shock overcoming any retort she had ready. "What? Do you not want me to?" he asked, watching her intently. "Well, of course, if you want. I just didn't think. Yes, I would love it if you came to church with me. Preacher usually starts in a half hour." "I'll be ready," Jake said as he stretched, the muscles peeking out of his shirt making Beth wish she had told him no. Yet this was what she wanted, right? She wanted to be a friend to Jake, bring him to God and help him. She turned her back on the man she had hopelessly fallen in love with, biting her lip and prayed. "Thank you for helping Jake be open to church. Please open his heart to your word, and help me bring him to you." 30 minutes later, they sat in folding chairs in the warm-up pen. Preacher, who also happened to be a team roper, stood in front of them, smiling a wide grin and unabashedly staring at Jake. There were only about 20 participants at the small Cowboy church, but everyone greeted them warmly, even though she hadn't been in several weeks or more. She bit her lip. How long had it been since she had come to church? She needed this today. She needed to keep her eye on God, and not the handsome cowboy that had won her heart. She feared for her soul, and she feared she would allow herself to be led astray. Love had a way of doing that. She had watched several of her friends fall away from God because of men. Not that she didn't believe in love and a loving marriage, but she needed to keep God first, to know that she followed the path He had for her, and not the one she craved without His blessing. Jake's leg bounced and his hands fiddled, but he sat there while Preacher welcomed them all. When it was time to stand and sing, Jake surprised her so much that she faltered on the words. Jake sang in a deep baritone voice, each word flowing forth as if he had sung the hymns his whole life. He winked at her but never missed a beat. Several stanzas in, she finally recovered, adding her alto voice to his in what she felt like was perfect harmony. As they sat, he leaned over. "Some things a person never forgets, and hymns are one of them. You are another." He draped his arm casually around her, while they sat to listen to the sermon for the week. Luckily, Preacher was known for short and to-the-point teachings. Most cowboys couldn't sit still for long, and had the attention span of a wary bull. At least, that had been her experience. Jake's legs started bouncing, as did many of the others in the pen by the time Preacher led the final prayer. The sermon had focused on forgiveness, in the eyes of the Lord as well as in a person's heart. He spoke of leaving all judgment behind and letting God do that work. To be honest, Beth hadn't paid as much attention as she should have, but she got the point. Once again she had judged Jake harshly. She had pegged him as needing saving, and yet he sat with her quoting scripture and singing hymns like he was a choir boy. In the end, maybe she was the one needing to be saved. 15. Jake stood as the satisfying clang sounded, signaling the trailer had settled in its hitch. Another rodeo come and gone. He rested his arms on the side of his truck, wondering at the unsettled feeling in his stomach. That was something new. Usually, when leaving a rodeo for another, excitement filled him. He shook the odd feeling off as he double-checked the horses, trailer, and truck. Climbing in, his eyes focused on Beth waiting patiently for him in her seat, smiling over at him. The unnerving feeling vanished. That was until she spoke. "One more," she said, letting her gaze fall on the open road they were about to travel. "You say it like it's the last ever," Jake said, that sickening feeling now gnawing a hole in him. "It might be, for me," she said wistfully. She glanced at him, her eyes furtive and sad. "What is that supposed to mean?" The uneasiness filtered through to his voice, and Beth glanced up at the harshness of it. "It's an expensive hobby, Jake. Sure, I've won a couple now, but I can't keep this up. I need a career that will pay my bills and help out my grandparents." Jake pulled the truck to the side of the parking lot, turned off the engine and stared at her. "Why are you telling me this now?" Beth's eyes widened. I don't know. It never came up. It's not your problem." Jake glared. Beth sighed and hung her head. "I didn't want to admit it. Saying it aloud would be like making it true, like a commitment I couldn't back out of. Now, finally, you have spoken the truth." Jake furrowed his brow. His head and heart battled in a ferocious war. He wanted to pull her into his arms and tell her never to leave. He would pay her bills. He would take care of whatever her grandparents needed. His breath came in rapid bursts as he quelled his body to stay motionless. Beth was a proud woman. She wouldn't allow him to take care of her and what she saw as her responsibilities. He knew that. As much as he wished she would allow him to do it all, he respected her for it. He needed to think. Starting the diesel back up, he slowly pulled out of the fairgrounds and through the quiet streets of Thermopolis. "Thank you," Beth said, her voice barely above a whisper. 4. He had been busy planning a rebuttal on her responsible thinking, and he tried to catch up to her current conversation. "For showing me that Thermopolis could give me the healing I needed." "You're welcome," he said, offering a peace smile. He wanted to reach for her hand but squeezed the steering wheel instead. "I hope that I can repay that to you," she said, and she reached out to touch his arm, letting her fingers trail off, her eyes searching his, until he had to look back at the road. "I didn't mean to make you upset." "I'm not upset at you. I'm trying to figure out how to convince you to stay." Beth's eyes widened before her burst of laughter flooded the truck. "I love your straightforwardness, Jake. I really do." "So, you'll consider it?" Beth sighed. "It wouldn't be responsible. School starts in a month and I have bills, like the one needed to get my truck back home and my grandparents." "What are they like?" Jake knew he had mastered the art of distraction, but Beth was smart. The sideways look she gave him confirmed it. She cleared her throat and the corner of her mouth twitched, but she followed his lead. "They're great and old school. Grandma is sweet though firm. Grandpa is a grump, but a real softy underneath. They miss my mom, of course, and see me as a blessing." "Well, you are that," Jake said, glancing at her as he drove toward Cody. "You're sweet, Jake." "Shush, don't tell anyone." She laughed and eased back in her seat. "Where do they live?" "In town on a ranch, suburbs of a big city." Jake asked. Beth rolled her eyes. "You know, I was actually born in a big city, Denver." "I would have never guessed." "Yep, that's where my mom moved to go to school. She fell in love with my dad, and the rest is history." Now she paused as she scanned the countryside. "I couldn't imagine living in a town, much less a city." "Now that's more like how I see you." What about school? You going to go off to a big city like your mom? No, she said and shook her head. I don't want to be that far away from my grandparents. They are still healthy and well, but I want to be close, you know. Jake nodded. What would it have been like if Jimmy hadn't died? Would they have been close to their parents? A small ache started in the hole in his heart. For the first time in a decade, he realized he missed his family. What about yours? Beth asked. Mine? Yeah, your family. Jake tensed, his hands gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles went white. Words tried to push themselves out of his mouth, but he clamped his jaw shut. He did not want to open that can of worms. You said you haven't seen them since you left. Beth watched him and sat back in her seat. It's okay. When you're ready to talk about it, I'll be here. Even as tense as Jake was, he saw his opportunity. Does that mean you're staying? Beth shook her head with an amused sigh. I'm not sure stay is even the right word for it, Jake. You don't stay anywhere. Sure I do. I'm always in my trailer, no matter where I go. That's staying. If you say so, she said. Well, let's just say, I'll never be more than a phone call away. Guess I'll have to work harder. Jake drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. Beth watched him for several moments. What does staying really mean to you, Jake? Jake glanced at her, doing his best to read her expression while still paying attention to the road. She half bit her lip, her hands clenched and folded in her lap, and she watched him with heavy expectation. Well, I haven't really thought about the meaning of it. Jake put his attention back on the drive. What would it mean to you? Beth sucked in a breath and fiddled in the seat beside him before she finally softly said, Probably more than you're ready and willing to offer. Jake's heart seized and his stomach clenched. They hadn't even kissed yet, and she was asking for commitments he promised himself he would never give. The hard part was that he actually wanted to give it to her, but the pain. He clenched his jaw. How could he open himself up to that amount of turmoil again? Beth's heart hurt. She knew that Jake wasn't ready for the commitment she needed before she could consider staying. Besides, even then she had her grandparents to think of. As much as she tried to forget what it felt like to be in his arms, to have him so close to kissing her, she couldn't. Having him right next to her haunted her even more. Her legs jumped, wanting to put distance between the man she loved but couldn't have. Love. Unfortunately, she had no doubt that's what it was. Didn't love mean sacrifices, though? But sacrificing her morality? Her responsibilities? Her dreams? She closed her eyes and drew in a steady, deep breath. God, I need you now more than ever. Please help me resist this temptation of wanting to follow my own path rather than yours. One more rodeo. One more rodeo, and a trip across Wyoming. Could she do it? Hey, Jake said from the driver's seat, as they passed the Cody city limits sign. Hey, she said softly, hoping her broken heart didn't crack her voice. Let's not worry about the future right now. I'm still hoping you won't give up rodeoing after this, but in case it is your last rodeo, we need to make it your best. Beth's heart felt like it had been pushed back together as he spoke. It might be held together by craft glue, but for now it hurt a lot less. Jake was right. She needed to be in the moment. That didn't mean letting go of her responsibilities or her morals, but it meant she didn't need to think of the day they parted ways. Thanks, cowboy, she said, meaning it. He gave her the gift of time, and right now that meant everything. We've got a few days before this one starts. Let's stay in a campground for a night or two before we claim a spot at the fairgrounds. Sure, Beth said, feeling lighter. They had stayed in a few campgrounds before, filling their days with hiking and being in nature. There are some horse trails at the edge of town that would make some great day trips. Perfect, it's a date. He winked at her. Beth's heart raced. Why not run with it for now? Their parting would be torture one way or the other. Why not at least enjoy being with Jake for the short time she would have him? A peace settled over her as Jake pulled into the campground. She glanced up at the sky. Could that peace be a sign? Could it be that maybe God was okay with her accepting Jake as is? Maybe his heart would still change. They had some time. It would take a miracle, but she believed in miracles. Once they settled into their site, she helped Jake set up the small corral where Faith and Trigger would stay. Faith snorted and nickered as she stomped her hoof on the metal floor of the trailer. "I know, girl. We're getting you out of there." "She's a demanding one," Jake said with a chuckle. "She's perfect," Beth retorted, tugging a little extra hard on the last panel. Jake lost his footing but caught it quickly. Okay. Guess demanding isn't all that bad." "At least she knows what she wants," Beth said as she hefted the end panels together. The angles didn't quite match, and even her whole body weight wouldn't let the bars drop into the latch. "And you?" Jake's deep voice right behind her made her jump. His body heat made her skin tingle, as he gently took the panel from her hands and forced them to join. He leaned against them, turning back toward her. "Me?" she asked when she realized he had expected her to answer. "Yeah, you. Do you know what you want?" Jake watched her, the intensity in his eyes making her blood burn through her in a loud rushing. Her thoughts muddled, and her words didn't get past the lump in her throat. She knew what she wanted, oh man did she know, but she didn't think she could have it. Jake pushed off the fence, ending up inches from her. He tenderly touched a tendril of her hair. "Well, cheeky, do you?" She bit her lip and stepped back. "It's not about what I want, Jake." "What?" "Of course it is," he said, following her. "Who is it about, if not you?" "God. It's his plan that I need to follow." Beth hung her head, sure that comment would send Jake off on a rant. Instead, his gentle finger lifted her chin until she looked in his eyes. "Then I guess I need to have a chat with the big guy upstairs." He let his hand caress her cheek before he walked toward the trailer, a bounce in his step. Beth watched him, confusion and hope swirling into an incredible mix within her. That man always left her feeling like she rode a tornado, a ride she wished would never end. 16. Jake's mind swirled with the repercussions of his comment to Beth. Oh, it had been the perfect rebuttal, but was it the truth? He was pretty sure he knew what the big guy would say, and it wasn't something he was ready for. A sigh left his body, easing into the saddle. Trigger perked his ears back at him, blowing out his own nose. Jake chuckled at the horse as he leaned over to pet him. "Women?" he whispered to Trigger in exasperation. "What?" Beth turned in her saddle to look back at him. "Nothing. Just talking to my horse." "And here I thought you didn't do that," Beth teased before turning forward. The trail stretched out before them. A narrow dirt path followed the river, then climbed up to where there was sure to be a beautiful view. Jake felt grateful for the narrow path, pushing them to ride single file. Conversation was harder this way, and right now he didn't want to dig himself in even deeper. His stomach clenched in guilt as he thought of ways to get Beth to relax and see how wonderful it could be as his partner in more ways than one. Yet he knew what she wanted wasn't something he could give. He still wanted her and guessed that made him selfish. From his pocket, his phone vibrated and sang out in his favorite country song. He stood in his stirrups to reach into his pocket and retrieve his phone. Glancing around, he wondered if there was a cell tower nearby. When he saw Ryder's name, he glanced up at Beth, who had turned to watch him. "It's Ryder," he said as he answered the phone. "Hey brother, what's going on?" Jake didn't know when he had started calling Ryder brother, but at that moment it shocked him, and the realization took hold. He did see his friend as family. "Hey man, glad you picked up." Ryder's voice practically quivered with energy. "Everyone okay?" Jake sat back in his saddle, signaling Trigger to halt as he glanced at Beth, who also stopped, her eyebrows pulling together. Ryder and his gal Savannah had been through a lot. Ryder had been stalked and Savannah's life threatened, all from that crazy rodeo queen Melanie. Jake knew that one was trouble the moment he had laid eyes on her. "Yeah, great. More than great." Jake now recognized excitement in his friend's voice, excitement borderlined with hysteria. "So, are you going to tell me or?" Jake started. Savannah said yes. "We're getting married." "Whoa," Jake reeled in his saddle, making Trigger take a few steps backward. "Well, that is news." Beth raised her eyebrows. "Ryder and Savannah are tying the knot." Jake held the phone away while he told her. "Is Beth there?" Ryder asked. "Spending lots of time with her, aren't you? Told you being a one-woman guy isn't a bad thing when it's the right one." "Yeah," Jake said, locking eyes with Beth and grateful he didn't have his friend on speakerphone. "So when's the big day?" "Next summer." "No, in about 6 weeks." "What? Why the rush, brother?" Jake tore his eyes off Beth, not understanding what had gotten into his friend. "Why wait? I know what I want," and she agreed. "I don't want to chance anything. After being through what I have, I learned that life is full of things that can go wrong. I don't want to waste a single minute without her in my arms." Jake tried to feel disgusted by his friend's sappiness, but his words rang true, too true. "Whatever, man. As long as you're happy, I'm happy for you." "I am. Couldn't be happier. I don't know where I can send your invitation, so you get it verbal. You'll make it, right? Send me the date and time. As long as I don't have a rodeo I am already committed to, you know I wouldn't miss your funeral, brother. I mean wedding." Jake laughed half-heartedly at his own joke. Ryder chuckled. "You better ease off, brother, because you are going to be razzled like crazy once you finally get it through that thick head of yours, that you need to put a ring on that cowgirl's finger before someone else claims her." "You act like it's only one way or the other," Jake said, not able to meet Beth's eyes. "And you have no idea what you might lose." "Well, congratulations on roping her like you wanted to, Ryder. I'm on the trail, so text me the date and time and all of that, and I'll get back to you." "Sure, brother, I don't mean to be a downer, just don't wait too long." Ryder sounded serious, which irked Jake that much more. Why did people think they knew what was best for him? He liked the loner life, a life of freedom and travel and new buckles. Why would he want to ruin all of that by settling down? "Tell Savannah congratulations for us," Beth said, waving her arm. Beth said to tell Savannah congratulations, Jake said obediently. "Will do. Bring her with you." "Will do my best," Jake said. "Talk soon, brother." "See you soon." Ryder clicked off. Jake held the phone in his hand another moment, before standing in the stirrups to slip it back into his pocket. It beeped a moment later, but he didn't pull it back out. He had all the good news he could handle for that day. "You aren't excited for him?" Beth asked quietly. He looked up, searched her eyes, and wished he could make sense of the whirlwind inside of him. Men and women see the marriage of their friends a bit differently, I think. Beth smirked. "I'll let you mourn in peace then." She clucked Faith into a walk, leading him up the trail and to the lookout. Mourn, was that what he was doing? Losing a friend to the world of marriage usually meant no more late Friday nights. No more flirting with groups of cowgirls. No more beers and bros. He sat back in his saddle, inadvertently stopping Trigger again. When was the last time he had done any of that? Ryder's words replayed over and over. "Once you finally get it through that thick head of yours, that you need to put a ring on that cowgirl's finger before someone else claims her." The idea of another man thinking they had claim on his Beth made his blood boil. Like the spoiled boy he always knew he was, he pouted, insistent that he could have it both ways, freedom and Beth. Tension hung in the air between her and Jake. She didn't know if Ryder had said something or if it was only his wedding announcement, but after that call, Jake had withdrawn. Beth didn't push him. She had her own concerns. This rodeo might be the last she ever competed in. Her heart ached with the thought as she groomed Faith. They had just arrived at the fairgrounds, early as usual. She took the time to spend with Faith in quiet, before the others started arriving, and the hustle and bustle began. "What do you think, girl?" she asked Faith. Her heart not only ached for herself but her horse. Faith loved racing. She could see it in her eyes, feel it in her excited steps. Faith blew out her nose and shook her head. I'm not very happy about the idea, either. Beth rubbed her hand down the horse's strong neck. She raised her eyes and whispered, "Show me what to do." "Well, first you take the brush in your hand like this." Jake reached over and wrapped his hand around hers that held a brush. "Then you sweep across the horse's coat," he said, his words whispering in her ears. "Ha ha," Beth said, but didn't pull her hand away. "Well, I don't know what you're expecting Faith to show you, but as wonderful as she is, I doubt she can show you much more than barrel racing." Jake let his fingers slip off her hand, and she swore he breathed in her hair before pulling back to lean on a railing. She kept her back to him, questioning herself on what she should do. Honesty had always been something she prided herself on, so she took a deep breath before continuing to brush, and with a shaky voice, she showed Jake that integrity. "I wasn't talking to Faith." "Oh well, if you're asking me, I think you know what I think you should do." She heard him move behind her, then felt his breath on her neck. "Stay." A shiver ran down her spine, and as much as she tried to stop the outward expression, she couldn't. It left her knees weak and her resolve weaker. "I wasn't asking you either," she spoke in a breath. "Oh, I see," Jake said, leaning back into his relaxed position. "Well, I hope he does." "He does." "Yeah, I hope the big guy shows you that you're supposed to stay." Beth turned then to look at him, stopping short when her eyes fell on the sideways grin and intense gaze. What was it about this man's eyes that left her heart racing and her brain dysfunctional? "You're tenacious, Jake Callahan." He shrugged. "I'm just me. Take it or leave it." "Is that an ultimatum?" Beth asked, crossing her arms and doing her best not to smile. "Nah, but it sounded good, didn't it?" Jake chuckled. "Come on. We're supposed to be making this one last, possibly final hurrah. Don't get all serious on me. And that isn't what you have been doing the last couple days?" She arched an eyebrow. "Humph," he grunted and pushed off the railing. "We're going out tonight." "We are, huh?" "Yeah. A lot of the guys will be here soon, and the rodeo doesn't start until tomorrow, so we need to kick this one off with a bang." "I'm not sure I like bangs," Beth teased. "Come on, there's great dancing in Cody." He took a step closer, closing the distance between them. "And I want the best dance partner." Beth ducked her head while the heat traveled to her cheeks. "I'm far from the best, but I'll humor you. I don't have to race tomorrow." "Good." Jake tapped the edge of her hat, then strutted out of the stall area. "Men," Beth said, tearing her eyes from where he disappeared. Faith snorted and stamped her hoof. "I agree," Beth responded, a light chuckle bubbling forth. Who could resist such a man? No matter what, he always pulled her out of her thoughts and into life, an adventurous and fun life. She needed to do her best, to live in the moment. The end of the rodeo and their return to Cheyenne came on quickly. She wanted to fill herself with memories to cling to for the rest of her life, even if they came with heartache. Besides, no matter how she looked at it, her heart would break one way or the other. 17. Jake had snuck out while Beth fiddled with her horse, finding the shop he remembered. He found the perfect dress for Beth, and when he returned, he laid it on her bed right as he heard her greet someone outside of their trailer. Their trailer. He shook his head. He had to stop thinking. Thinking only brought remembering and pain. By the time he heard her kicking her boots off by the door, he was back on the couch looking through a magazine. At least pretending to. "Hey," he said nonchalantly as she came in the trailer. "Hey, I ran into Courtney. Guess you have already told everyone we're going out?" "Well, as much I'd like to hog you to myself, the community is what you'll be missing the most." "It is, huh?" Beth asked, her eyebrow arching and her eyes twinkling. "Yeah," he said, "because I won't stop pestering you even after you leave." He hadn't realized he had made up his mind about that, and didn't know how he felt about it. Pushing the thoughts away, he smiled at her. Shower is ready for you. Just like that? He looked down at his button-down shirt and jeans. I'm all ready and hungry. Okay, I get it. She started toward the shower. You're lucky I'm not one of those women who take hours to get ready. Oh man, do I know it. Now hurry. Beth sighed. The lack of appreciation, she muttered, but Jake heard the humor in her voice. You can feel your appreciation in the hot water and the strawberry-scented shampoo you love, he teased. I do appreciate those, she glanced back at him from the doorway, more than you might ever know. She closed the door before he could comment. He lay back on the couch, a smile creasing his lips. Man, he loved the banter with her. She took it like a champ, not getting offended or taking it personally, and dished it right back, but in her sweet way that always made him feel like a better man than he was. Absent-mindedly, he flipped through the Rodeo magazine while listening to the water in the shower splash and drop in rhythm. He wondered if she washed her hair right then. He slapped the magazine down, feeling awful thinking of her in the shower. He pushed off the couch and took a swig of milk right out of the carton, smiling because Beth would never know. Then he pulled out a deck of cards, but even a game of solitaire wouldn't stop him thinking. As a last resort, he slipped on his dress boots and left the trailer. The distraction hit him as soon as his feet hit the green mat. Hey man! Cameron called out and waved him over. Hey, you coming out with us tonight? That's what I hear, Cameron said as he released the hitch on his trailer. He set it up and turned toward Jake. Have you given any thought to what I said? Jake scrunched his forehead. What's that? You know, the love thing. Dude, guys don't talk like this. Jake shrugged off the uncomfortable feeling. I'm only asking because there's been talk. Cameron leaned back on his truck, leveling him with a stare. What kind of talk? Well, there are others who are willing to make that commitment if you aren't. Seems your little roommate had been off the radar until you showed an interest, and now. Cameron shrugged. Jake's gut burned. Dog eat dog, I guess, Jake said with a huff, but tried to act nonchalant. Not all, but some. Most of us are waiting and watching. Us. Jake glared at him. I meant that as a collective, but not me, man. I've got my own filly to tame. Cameron smirked. Jake eased. At least he didn't have to compete with his friend. He shook his head. He should have known that it wouldn't be that easy. A wild one, huh? Jake playfully punched his fellow Bronc Rider. Cameron smiled, but his expression changed into one of appreciation as his eyes locked onto something behind Jake. Maybe I should change my mind. Jake turned until he saw Beth, standing at the door of their trailer. His heart raced as his gaze ran from her flowing hair, down the flowery sundress he had bought her and landing on her boots. Cameron jostled him. You better decide soon, hombre. Or you may no longer have the choice. Jake heard his words but didn't register them. All he could think about was the woman scanning the lot, until her eyes fell onto his, deepening her cheeks into a rosy pink. His boots crunched the gravel as he moved toward her, as if pulled by an invisible force. Wow, he whispered as he came up to her. Beth's strawberry scent wafted down to him, caressing him in its soft embrace. She smiled shyly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Why do you keep spoiling me this way? Because I can, and look at the end product. It's not purely chivalrous, you know. He winked. Besides, I thought it would be beautiful at the wedding. Beth stumbled off the trailer's step, landing in his arms. He caught her, and gently set her back on her feet. You okay? He asked. She nodded. Wedding? Ryder and Savannah's. You'll come with me, won't you? He leaned forward to whisper. Going single to a wedding is like dropping a stallion into a herd of brooding mares. It's not my cup of tea. You're a coffee drinker. She smirked, sounding much calmer now. So I am, he said with a chuckle. You haven't answered me. When is it? About 6 weeks from now. That's right after school begins. It's a weekend. He reached for her hand. Please. I promise I will pick you up after classes and get you back before they begin again. There's more than showing up for classes, Jake. There's a lot of homework. You can do some on the drive. I won't bother you. And in the mornings, whenever you can. Beth bit her bottom lip, a sure sign she considered his pleading. The sensation sat uneasily within his guts. He was pleading with a woman. Yeah, something had changed for sure. I'll have to see how the semester starts, Jake. I can't make a promise that I don't know if I can keep yet. How about a promise that if you can, you will? She laughed, a sound that he was sure turned the heads of anyone who heard. You are relentless, Jake Callahan. He smiled, his grin pulling at his cheeks. Is that a yes? Yes, she said with a nod. Thank you. He picked her up and twirled her around, and he couldn't help but feel it was one of the most beautiful moments he had had in his life. Well, I can't have you being torn to bits by the overzealous broodmares, can I? She arched one eyebrow. As he set her down, her stomach growled. Dinner? Yes, please. Let me grab my keys and wallet. He slipped away from her, wishing he didn't have to. Jake, she said as he reached the door. He turned. I'm glad that you have recovered from Ryder's news. He'll be happy. Jake paused as he processed her words. Selfishly, it hadn't been his concern if Ryder would have been happy. He had been thinking of himself losing a friend to the other side. If he really dug deep, something he rarely did, he knew that it wasn't even that news that bothered him, but what Ryder said that shifted his perspective about him and Beth. Beth watched him patiently, her eyes so open, so vulnerable, and so innocent. He didn't have any right to think he deserved a gal like that, but he couldn't let her slip through his fingers if he had a choice either, could he? I know he will be, Jake finally said before tearing his eyes off the girl that made him happy, wishing that fear didn't turn his thundering heart into bile burning his throat. Beth let her hands glide down the flowing dress Jake had bought her. He spoiled her rotten, and she didn't know how to repay him. She swallowed. She would go to the wedding with him, whatever it took. It was the least she could do for him, right? You okay? Jake asked from across the table. They had finished eating, and the busboy cleared their plates as others started setting things up for dancing. The band tuned their guitars and tested mics. Yeah, just thinking about how much you spoil me. She felt the heat in her cheeks and the resulting glint in Jake's eyes. You deserve it. Besides, what good is all this money if I don't spend it? I'm good for investing, and setting it aside for the future that you will have. Oh, Jake said, leaning back in his chair in that easy way of his. We're back to that. Beth leaned forward. We're back to that. She almost didn't recognize her voice in that flirtatious lilt. Don't think about it, just tell me the first thing that pops into your head when I ask these questions. She used a trick she had learned when she thought she might want to go into psychology. Okay. Jake shrugged and leaned forward. Sure, I'll play your game. She led him through a series of easy-to-answer questions like his name, birthday, and how old he was. Then she asked, what is one thing you would miss if you died tomorrow? You. He said it so quickly that it left Beth's mouth dropping. If she hadn't seen the surprise in his own eyes, she would have thought he was playing her. Oh, she said, her breath coming quickly. I didn't expect that. Jake had recovered almost instantly, a cocky smile replacing the second of pure vulnerability. What did you think I would say? Bronc riding, she stammered. Well, I would miss that too. He shrugged and relaxed in his seat. But I can't do that when I'm old. What do you consider old? Beth did her best to distract herself from the intensity of her rapid heart rate. Jake scrunched his eyebrows and tapped his chin. 40, you don't really see 40-year-old Bronc Riders. You could coach, Beth offered. Coach? I hadn't thought about that. See, there is more to live for than something you'll outgrow. Beth reached over and placed her hand on his. He topped hers with his other hand. You think I'll outgrow you? Beth had barely recovered from the earlier shock, and now as she read his eyes, she wanted to believe his words were true, that his intense gaze spoke beyond flirtation. That is only something you could answer, she said, holding her breath, wondering if this would be the moment that they either started something or ended it lightning fast. Hey, thanks for snagging a table, Derek Dieter said as he grabbed the chair next to Beth. It's a great one too, Courtney added, sitting on the other side of her. I agree, close to the bar and the dance floor, Cameron said as he took the empty seat next to Jake. Oh, he looked from Jake to Beth. Did we interrupt something? Beth's eyes went wide as she gently pulled her hand out of Jake's. No, of course not. You are all welcome. You are always so generous, Beth. Derek tipped his hat at her and whistled low. And stunning. Beth felt the heat crawl into her cheeks as she looked down at the table. Jake's eyes burned on her, but she couldn't meet them. Derek's compliment struck her like a rock in her stomach, burning with guilt after the moment she had just shared with Jake. Thank you, Derek. She glanced at Jake from the corner of her eye. Jake gave me the dress. Well, I've never said that man had bad taste. Derek laughed, then leaned closer to Beth. Just trouble committing to things long term, if you know what I mean. Beth reached for her water, eager to swallow the pain that had crept up to lodge itself in her throat. When she finished, only ice rattled in the glass. I'll get you some more, cheeky. Jake touched her fingers as he grabbed for the glass. Do you want something besides water? No, thank you, she said, wishing that they had the chance to finish their conversation. You'll be okay. He glanced at Derek, who was watching them like a hawk. You act like I'm a predator, Callahan. You offend me. Aren't you? Jake asked. Behave yourself, he told the bull rider before he left to go to the bar, Cameron and Courtney accompanying him. He has me pegged all wrong, Beth. Derek turned his full attention on her, and she at once wished she had gone with Jake. Oh, really? Yeah, unlike your friend over there, I'm looking to settle down, own a ranch, get married, he trailed a finger along the back of her hand, have kids. You know, the whole package. The whole package. That was what she wanted, not with him, but with the one man who wouldn't allow love in, or at least so he claimed. Whole package? Jake spat the words out. Water sloshed over the sides of the glass that he slammed on the table. I'm gone for 30 seconds, and you're proposing to my girl? Beth turned sharply to look at Jake. His girl? I don't see a wedding band, or even a promise ring for that matter, on her dainty little hand. Derek sat back. I'm only offering her what you have very plainly stated you don't ever want, Mr. Confirmed Bachelor. Beth watched Jake's fist clench and unclench. She hadn't seen him angry before, but the wild look in his eyes told her that he might not keep himself under control. She rose quickly and grabbed his hand as the band started playing their first song. Come on, Jake. You promised me the first dance. With a not-so-gentle tug, she led him out onto the dance floor. With more possessiveness than he had ever had before, he pulled her tight into his arms, breathing in deeply. Beth hid her face in his chest. She didn't want anyone to see the smile creasing her lips. It wasn't right that she enjoyed Jake's jealousy, but boy did it feel good. 18. Jake couldn't shake the memory of Beth in his arms, the fire in his belly, and the insane desire to beat the tar out of Dieter. Beth had saved him. A fight could have ruined the hand that now held the Bronc's reins. If he won tonight, he would take home the circuit championship for the second year in a row. The horse below him startled, but Jake sat the abrupt movement easily. Oh, there, Buckshot. He leaned forward and soothed the gelding on his strong neck. We're in this together. You'll be fine. In this together. That was how he felt with Beth. They both did better when together. He ate better, behaved better, used cleaner language, didn't party as much, definitely spent less time with the ladies, and rode better. In fact, the only thing he didn't do better was sleep, unless she was in his arms. Did Beth feel the same way? Did she feel better when they were together? She definitely had started racing faster. She seemed less uptight, more relaxed and pretty happy. Boss. Junior brought his attention back to the arena. Yeah, okay. Jake blew out a breath while his gaze found the only eyes he cared about. There she was, arms on the arena fence, her chin nestled in her hands, her eyes sparkling when he met them. She gave him a small, discreet wave that sent his heart racing and lips creasing. He closed his eyes then, hanging on to that feeling, savoring the memory of her in his arms, and feeling the horse beneath him. Readjusting himself until they felt as one, he opened his eyes completely focused and ready to win the circuit. He gave the gateman one swift nod. With a bang, the metal locks on the gate released, sending his bronc leaping out the chute. Jake knew the dance. He marked, swinging his heels high into the air. Buckshot led the dance beautifully, in perfect rhythm for Jake. He rode the crazy rocking horse with style and ease, without feeling whipped around. When the buzzer sounded, Jake easily kept riding until the pickup rider unleashed the bucking strap, and Buckshot settled. The crowd surged into a roar as he strutted the gelding around the arena, before leaping off and throwing his hat. Beth caught it, giving him a wry smile in return. Instead of running back to the fence line where he normally jumped over, which happened to be full of waiting fans, he shocked Beth by hopping the fence right in front of her and pulling her into his arms. The announcer said some sort of smart comment about him and Beth, but the voices faded out with her so close to him. She set his hat on his head. Well, at least I saved your hat for you this time. Oh no, cheeky. The deal is you get to keep it, he said, taking her hat with a pink hatband and setting his on top of her head. It's all sweaty. She squished up her nose. He couldn't help himself and kissed the tip of it. She stopped complaining about the hat as her cheeks pinked. Come on, I need to get out of these chaps. And you need me for? She arched her eyebrows. As a shield from them. He pointed to the passel of excited girls, moving as a one-mob entity toward him. Well, don't you think the circuit champion should give some time to his fans? She smirked. I'm not the champion yet. With that run you will be. Her eyes softened. Come on, we can escape them between the churro cart and the popcorn. She took his hand and led him through the crowd, around the bleachers, past the food carts and into the dark parking lot. He laughed but didn't let go of her hand. I always wondered how you skipped out so quickly after your races. Don't you want to hear the scores of the other riders? She asked. He shook his head. Nope. I like it right here. Jake. Let's not talk now. Let's enjoy the moment. He brought her against his chest in which his heart galloped. If she stood in front of him looking at him with that wide-eyed stare a second longer, he would have kissed her. Having her cuddled in his chest made that harder to do, and easier to resist. She didn't protest but stayed against his chest. Time stood still until a loud roar came from the stadium. Beth pushed back to look at him. You won the circuit championship. Are you sure? Maybe the crowd got excited with the current rider. You didn't hear the announcer? She asked, her forehead scrunched. He shook his head. The blood rushed too hard and fast to hear anything. Shouldn't you go in and wave to the crowd or something? Nah, I've had enough of crowds. He took her hand. Come on. You have a couple of hours before you need to get ready. Let's go have a picnic. Now you want a picnic? Don't you want to celebrate? You just became the Bronc Rider circuit champion, she excitedly cheered. You are sweet cheeky. He kissed her forehead. Let's get some food from the booths so you don't have to make us something. Whatever you want, champion. Now that is a dangerous thing to say. He winked at her, enjoying the pink turning to crimson in her cheeks. Who would be there to congratulate him after she went home? He shoved the thought down, taking his own advice. Staying in the present moment was so much safer. The crowd cheered in the lighted stadium. Beth reached down and soothed Faith's neck. The horse pranced and nodded her head, eager for their turn. Sadness filled Beth at a time she needed focus and joy. The picnic helped distract her. She couldn't think of much else with Jake sitting next to her. Now on her horse waiting their turn to race the barrels, it all flooded in. This might be her last race, Faith's last race. A tear slid down her cheek with the thought. Her throat tight with emotion, her heart aching, she readied Faith as the racer before her sped past. "One last awesome run, girl," she whispered to her horse, waiting for the nod telling her they were ready for her. When the signal came, Faith leapt into a gallop as if she knew this was her last race. They had the perfect start, amazing speed, and as they rounded the last barrel, Beth knew they would have their best time yet. On finishing the last turn, she didn't stand up in time. Faith's burst of energy threw her back in her saddle, and her foot swung out trying to catch balance. Her ankle hit the barrel they were passing. She didn't dare look back until they loped across the finish line. As soon as they did, she turned, watching the barrel teeter-totter and holding her breath. When it settled without falling, the crowd erupted in a roar and her heart eased. She bowed her head, thanking God. It would have been awful to end her rodeo career with a disqualifying run. She walked Faith out to the round pen, letting her snort and clear her airways and ease her muscles in the cool down. It had been Beth's mess up, and she knew it cost her the win. Acceptance settled on her in a wash of peace. She didn't need to win, she needed a clean run to end on. It would be okay. "Hey!" Jake's deep voice called to her from the entrance of the pen. She rode Faith over and allowed him to help her down. Immediately when her right foot hit the ground, pain shot up her leg, causing her knee to buckle. Jake caught her and easily brought her into his arms, holding her like a baby. "Your ankle?" he asked, concern etching his brows. "Yeah," she said and nodded, reaching down to hold the sharp pain. "I worried the moment I saw it. It was my fault. I didn't stand in time. It knocked me off balance. Hey, sometimes our runs don't go perfect. It's okay." "You all right?" Courtney asked, speed walking toward them. "It's her ankle. I'm taking her to the medic. Would you mind taking care of her horse?" Jake asked, walking in that direction. "Of course," Courtney said, taking hold of Faith's reins. "Keep me updated. I hope it's not broken." "I'm sure it will be fine. Thank you for caring for Faith," Beth said, feeling silly having Jake carry her. She turned toward him. "I bet I could walk. Let's be on the safe side." He smiled down at her. "I think you like being the hero," she teased him. "I like you being in my arms." His voice vibrated through her. The medic was quick and efficient, and it seemed like only moments passed before she had the X-rays up on the lighted screen. "Your ankle looks good from this angle," she said. "Thank goodness," Beth sighed in relief. "I had been picturing you in crutches at the wedding," Jake said with a chuckle. "That would have been a sight." Beth rolled her eyes. "You were still beautiful with crutches in my daydream." Jake tapped the tip of her nose. "Congratulations. When's the big day?" the medic asked, her eyes glistening. "Oh, not ours," Beth stammered. "Ryder Reynolds is getting hitched," Jake said, and Beth felt like he avoided her eyes. "Ryder, really? Wow, didn't see that one coming. How is he doing, by the way? That was a rough one." "He's doing really well now. His knee is pretty tore up. He probably won't ever bull ride again, but he's breeding some of the best stock I've heard about." "That's good to hear. It about gave me a heart attack when I saw him." The medic shook her head. "So who's the lucky girl?" "An old flame of sorts and his physical therapist." Jake chuckled. "Funny how that works," the medic said, her eyes focusing on something in the distance. "Savannah's lovely," Beth said, feeling like she had gotten lost while they conversed. "I'm sure she is. Ryder's a keeper. I'm happy for them." The medic returned her attention to Beth. "So, let's look at that ankle a little closer." "Thank you, doctor," Beth said. "You can call me Vic," the medic said before bending down to inspect her ankle. Beth breathed deeply as the medic did her exam, coming to the conclusion of a bad bone bruise. The normal prescription ensued: rest, ice, compression, and elevation. Beth is going to school to be a physical therapist. Jake smiled down at her. Really? Vic asked. You know the circuits really need a good traveling therapist. I still have a couple of years, Beth said, her voice wavering as possibilities ripened within her. Well, Vic said while handing her a card. When you are ready, give me a call. I will. Thank you, Vic. As Jake helped Beth crutch her way back to the trailer, he looked at her, his eyes reflecting the starlight. You see, cheeky. Everything happens for a reason. The statement shocked her coming from Jake, but it settled within her like that wash of peace she felt after the race. I think you are right, cowboy. Everything happens for a reason, even her truck breaking down right as Jake Callahan came walking by. 19. Jake's heart sank deeper and deeper into his gut the closer he drove to Cheyenne. So many times he started the conversation about the future but stopped each time. Fear grew in him like tendrils of a poisonous vine that wrapped around his insides. He couldn't decide if it would be better to do whatever it took to keep Beth here with him or drop her off and run. The crazy conundrum made him feel physically sick. Should we stop for the night, Jake? You're looking pretty ill, and with my ankle all banged up I can't drive. Yeah, if you don't mind. Jake jumped at the chance to delay Cheyenne. His hand wiped down his face. They were still a few hours out. I'll look up some RV campgrounds near us, Beth said as she pulled out her phone. Jake glanced at her, wondering if it was him or if Beth's hands were shaking. You feeling okay? Your ankle hurting? Jake asked. It's throbbing a bit, but I'm okay. She smiled at him before scrolling through her phone. There's a place about 2 miles ahead. They have a horse area, and it's on the river. Sold. Okay, so in about a mile we take a right and it will lead us right there. Thank you, Miss Copilot. Guess you'll have to get used to GPS again, huh? Her voice quivered when she said this. Jake snuck a glance at her. Her hands were shaking and her lip trembled. She struggled too. I think we need to talk about this, but let's wait until I get out of this driver's seat and we get your ankle elevated with some ice. Okay, she said like a girl getting ready for a lecture from her dad. He wanted to reach for her hand, but he needed to concentrate on turning the behemoth of a trailer onto the narrow road. He rolled down his window to get a better eye on the positioning. You smell that? He asked. The river, Beth said with a smile. The horses whinnied from the trailer behind them. They smell it too. Jake smiled, all at once feeling relieved that he had at least one more night with Beth. Once they found a spot, and he situated the trailer, he came back to the truck to help Beth down and into the trailer. I should see to Faith first, Beth said from his arms. You planning on crutching your way around with her? She shrugged. Speaking of that, how are you even supposed to drive tomorrow once we get to your truck? I hadn't thought about that. She bit her lip. Vic said a few days on the crutches, then I could start gingerly using it. So really I only have one more day before I should be able to drive, right? Maybe. You have no idea what it's going to feel like, much less how it's going to operate. I'll just have to find a boarding stable for Faith for a few days if it's bad. It will be okay. She nodded. Well, I don't have another rodeo for a couple of weeks. So I'll stay with you until you are healed up. Jake, Oh hush. You didn't want this to end as much as I didn't, so let's make the most of this time. Beth raised an eyebrow but didn't fight him on it. I'll need to call my grandparents. Of course, Jake said as they made it to the door of the trailer. Can I sit out at the picnic table? I just want to be outside. Jake watched her only inches from his face. He didn't want to put her down at all, but he understood the need to be outdoors. He sat her carefully at the picnic table and returned a few minutes later with one of his comfy outdoor chairs, a bucket, a pillow, and ice. With his full arms, he had trouble setting everything down, but he managed it, soon producing the perfect relaxation spot for Beth. "Your throne, my queen." He held out his hand to help her sit in what luxury he could provide. She laughed as she settled in with mock regalness. "I'm no queen, though. You know that." "You are to me," Jake said before turning away and focusing on the task at hand. It wasn't easy always being on the road with horses. At times he definitely wished he didn't have to find places to park his massive trailer either. The extra work did give him something to do. When he was alone, he appreciated that need to be doing something. Right now, he wanted to spend every moment he could with Beth. That fact scared him, all the more reason to keep focused on the tasks at hand. He set up the travel pen, led the eager horses into it, and fed them. They pranced and stretched and blew the dust from their noses. "I hear ya," Jake said, watching them while leaning on the fence. The horses nuzzled up to each other, playfully nipping at each other's necks. He wouldn't be the only one to miss having Beth around. Trigger would miss his friend Faith too. He turned and walked toward Beth, intent on talking with her and convincing her to stay. "You know," he stopped short as he saw her eyes closed and a peaceful smile on her lips. He would let her sleep. They had a couple of extra days now. No need to rush a potentially hazardous conversation. Beth woke to a cool breeze passing over her. The sky had lengthened into the long dusk that only the northern states had this time of year. She yawned and stretched, looking around her and piecing together where she was. Faith nickered from the pen and nodded her head. "Hi, sweet girl," Beth said, her voice sleepy. Next to her, leaning against the picnic table, were her crutches. On the table, a big stone sat on top of something fluttering in the wind. She pushed herself up to sit erect, rolling her ankle, happy with the movement. Gingerly, she placed a slight amount of weight on her right foot as she stood, using the table for support. Pleased with only a slight amount of pain, she hobbled to the table and retrieved the paper. "Went out to get us some grub. Hope to be back before you wake." He had signed it with a heart, making her lips crease into a smile. She folded the paper and put it in her pocket. She didn't know why, but she had kept every single little note he wrote like that. They were simple guy talk kind of notes. Nothing special about them. No heartfelt words. Yet every time she saw them, her heart grew warm and hope filled her. She used the crutches to make her way to Faith, but instead of swinging her right leg, she walked, keeping most of the weight off while doing so. It wasn't broken, just bruised. She needed to get back to independence. She couldn't rely on Jake forever, even though her heart wished she could. Jake pulled into the campsite while she stroked Faith's neck. With a deep breath, she turned toward him, instantly reacting to his self-assured walk, his huge smile, and that sparkle in his eyes that she had come to realize was only meant for her. Maybe Courtney was right. Maybe it was possible for a confirmed bachelor to change his mind when he met the right one. She bit her lip, daring to let hope enter her. "Mexican?" he asked, holding up a bag full of food that made her mouth water. "You bet," she said, giving Faith one more stroke before shoving off the fence, only slightly hobbling. "Girl, you better use those crutches." Jake set down the bag and was by her side in an instant. "Oh, I was so excited about the food. How do you expect to be ready to race again if you don't take care of your injury?" "Jake, I don't think." He waved his hand in dismissal. "Stop fooling yourself, cheeky. Even with school, you can fit something you love into your life." The words he used stopped her short. Her mouth fell open slightly and she watched him closely. She did love him, didn't she? Could she fit Jake Callahan in her life, even with school and other responsibilities? The more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. She didn't have to be with him 100% of the time while she went to school, and maybe by the time she was done, he would be ready to settle down. Even if not, she could spend a couple of years on the road with him before they settled down to have kids. They would have quite a bit saved up. Then she could work locally and Jake could spend his days doing whatever he wanted. Lost in her daydream, Heat filled her cheeks when Jake waved his hand in front of her face. "Where'd you go?" "Sorry." She hid her eyes. "Don't apologize. Whatever daydream you were having looked pleasant." "It was," she said, then stuffed a bite of burrito in her mouth before she could say any more. They spent the next 2 days tiptoeing around the subject of what would happen after Cheyenne. A good portion of their time was spent relaxing by the river. With Beth's ankle slowly getting better, they couldn't really walk around the nearby town or ride. The forced relaxation soothed her, though. How long had it been since she had simply relaxed all day? "There you go daydreaming again," Jake said from next to her. They had finished dinner on their 3rd night at the campsite, and exercised her ankle by slowly walking down to the river. She leaned on one crutch for support, but if she was honest with herself, she probably didn't need it. "It's been nice just relaxing here, you know? I haven't had nothing to do in a long time." Beth leaned back onto the sandy shore, watching the sky turn from blue to pink and purple. "Me neither. I'm only going slightly stir-crazy." He chuckled. "It has been nice spending this time with you." Beth drew in a deep breath. It was time. They had delayed it, and though fear engulfed her with even the thought of starting the conversation, it needed to be done. "Hey," Jake said quickly, as if he knew what she was going to do and wanted to keep it from happening. "I downloaded that new movie you wanted to see. I thought we could dive into that ice cream we bought and watch a movie tonight. What did you think?" Beth smirked inside. Sure. She didn't really want the fantasy to end either. The movie was sweet, and she allowed Jake to bring her in his arms to watch it. There was nothing like being held during a love story. Hope filled her as the credits rolled. She didn't even try to pull away. "Well, that ended perfectly, didn't it?" Jake said, the breath of his words warming her head. "It did," she said, her heart racing. The story had 2 young people struggling to make their love work. They had an instant attraction but opposite goals out of life, so much like her and Jake. The epilogue of the movie showed them, old and wrinkled, rocking on a swing on the front porch of a ranch house. Then the story swept through pictures on their hallway wall of their wedding, the birth of their kids' weddings, and lots of grandchildren. If Jake thought that was the perfect ending, Beth bit her tongue for fear of ruining the moment by asking if what she hoped was true was indeed how Jake felt. His arms wrapped around her tighter as the credits continued to roll, and love songs filled their trailer. She decided to give in to the feeling, settle in his arms, and as he kept saying, enjoy the moment. 20. Jake moaned as he woke up, knowing before he was even fully awake that he had fallen asleep with Beth in his arms once again. He had been craving that since the last time in Thermopolis. Something had shifted with them over the last couple of days, and he liked it. He hoped that she saw how wonderful it could be, with them living like this all the time. Why couldn't they have that? Even though his arm and legs tingled from lack of circulation, he wouldn't move until she stirred and escaped his arms. He wanted this to last. He wanted to wake up like this every morning. When Beth did stir, she didn't immediately push off him. In fact, she cuddled into him further, sending his heart galloping in hope. Could it be she finally accepted him for him? "Good morning, beautiful," he said before kissing the top of her head, the only place his mouth could reach. "Good morning," she said, rubbing her hand up and down the arm that held her. Jake sighed in pleasure. Wouldn't this be the perfect way to wake up every morning? He held his breath waiting for her answer, hoping she would say yes. "It would," she said hesitantly. "But shouldn't we discuss what that looks like?" "What do you mean?" "It would look just like this, my arms around you and you cuddling against me." Jake squeezed her tighter. "But I mean," she sucked in a breath and pushed off him. "You are so beautiful when you first wake up. Crease lines and all," he said, tracing the line his shirt had made in her cheek. "You're sweet, Jake." "I'm in love," he said, his eyes searching hers. Beth's mouth opened, her eyes widened, and her breath came in rapid bursts. "I am too." "With me?" Jake felt his smile stretching all the way across his cheeks. "Who else, silly?" she said, reaching down for his hand. "This is awesome." He stood and whooped. "So how should we handle your truck situation? Want to take it back to your grandparents and leave it there?" Beth's brow scrunched together. The sign should have stopped him. It should have given him a clue, but he kept on. "We have Colorado next, and then we'll come back up for the wedding. After that, we can choose between Texas and Washington." He continued about the rodeo tour he took every year, until he realized that Beth only looked more and more confused. "What's the matter, baby?" I thought you understood. I have responsibilities." "Of course, we can check on your grandparents between every circuit and send them money whenever you need to." "What about school?" "You don't need to go to school. I'll take care of you. We can just rodeo for the rest of our lives. I'm investing with Ryder, and I know he'll do well. I can make some other investments too, you know, prepare for retirement or injuries." "And college funds?" she asked, looking more and more like a scared filly. "College funds? I just told you, you don't have to go to school. I mean, if it really meant a lot to you, I'm sure there are many online schools." "I meant for the kids," she said, biting her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. "Kids?" Jake scratched at his messy head of hair, trying to follow her thoughts. "Yes. That's what happens. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes baby and the baby." "You are seriously telling me nursery rhymes?" "I'm talking about our life." Jake stood opposite, leaning on the cabinets under the TV. "I am too." Beth's lower lip trembled. "I assumed again." Tears filled her eyes. "I'm sorry. I assumed you with what you said with." She sucked in her breath. "What did you assume?" Jake's heart steeled itself. He felt it stiffen, as if it could stop the break from happening. "That you loved me and were ready to commit, fully commit. That, I mean, not now, but that we would eventually get married and have kids." Crocodile tears rolled down her cheeks as she searched his eyes. I guess he found the one thing he couldn't do to stop her tears. "Beth, I thought you understood. I can't offer you those things. Isn't this," he swept his hand around the trailer, "enough? Couldn't you find happiness just being with me?" Beth dropped her face in her hands, full-on sobs racking her body. Jake took a step toward her, wanting to comfort her, but feeling the crack begin in his heart, seeing the world he hoped they could create crash down upon him. He couldn't console her. He grieved himself. He had broken every law he had given himself to keep this from happening, to keep him from losing someone he loved. It happened anyway. He should have never offered her to stay with him. He walked past her and out of the trailer. He stopped long enough to shove his feet in his boots before taking off for the river. What had he done? They could have left as friends. Sure, it would have hurt not having her around, but now knowing that they could have what he wanted, that he wasn't enough. She had to go out and do better, find better, demand more. That wasn't love. Leaving someone you love was never the best option. Jimmy left him to give them more than their dream, and look at what happened. He never returned. He gave up everything, took everything away from him because just Jake wasn't enough. Jake pounded on a tree, kicked it, and punched it until his knuckles bled. He looked toward the sky, letting loose a guttural roar of anguish. He didn't know if he could get through losing her, but he couldn't give her what she wanted, what she felt she needed. Spent, he collapsed into the sand, dropped his head to his knees, and for the second time in a decade he sobbed. Beth couldn't breathe. She gasped for breath in between the sobs that racked through her. She desperately wanted to flee outside, but that was where he went. Hobbling to her bedroom instead, she grabbed a handful of tissue on her way. She would need them. For a long time, she allowed herself to cry. Everything that had happened to her throughout her life, all the pent-up emotions bubbled forth until she felt empty and dry. With a shaky breath, she wiped her burning eyes and blew her nose. After 3 deep breaths, her breathing settled, and though her heart ached, she had a better handle on the pain. She reached for her Bible and lost herself in the passages, praying for peace. She had no idea why God had placed them in this situation only to rip them apart, but she also knew that God would not smile down on her if she lived with Jake in that way, without the sanctification of marriage. Plus kids, another tear squeezed out. Could she live her life without the children she always dreamed about? Being an only child, she had planned on having a large family. It was difficult not having someone to play with. Her grandparents did their best, but they weren't young and could only do so much. She had promised herself that she would have at least 2 and preferably more. Could she give that up for Jake? Thinking of him made her chest hurt and stomach nauseous. She should have known. She closed the Bible and squeezed her eyes shut to pray. Without direction, she would be lost. When the light changed, filling her bunk with midday sunshine, she opened her eyes, feeling more peaceful and grounded. She still didn't know why they had been put through this. Her heart still burned within her, but God granted her peace. She had to trust. Her growling stomach urged her forth from her room. The trailer sat silent and empty, and a horrible reminder of what they could have had. She pushed that away, concentrating on humming the tune of one of her favorite hymns, one that spoke of faith. As she made a late brunch more like lunch for them, she realized that she wasn't angry with Jake. She wished he could see what life could be like with a little bit of commitment, but she didn't want to force him into something he would end up resenting her for. She loved him for him, but it didn't mean she could be with him. As much as it saddened her, she knew she would end up resenting him if she followed the path he wanted. Even with constant prayer, she would always feel something was missing. She loved him and herself enough not to put them through that. When lunch was ready, she put it on the table and sat, wondering what she should do. Should she call for him? Hobble around to find him? As their food cooled, she finally decided to pull out her phone. She sat there with it in her hand, the cursor blinking back at her. Eventually her thumbs typed out the text, "I'm sorry things went this way. Please come back and eat. You need your energy." Her heart raced as she stared at the food, her stomach growling and twisting inside of her. She wasn't sure if the nausea was from hunger or heartache, but either way it was uncomfortable. Her phone remained silent and the food cooled. Just as she gave in and lifted a bite to her mouth, she heard hesitant footsteps, then the slide of boots slipping off feet and dropping to the mat. After several long breaths, the handle of the door twisted open. Jake stood in the doorway for several moments, his hat pulled low and his body stiff. Her eyes dropped to his hands and widened. "Jake, you're hurt." She hobbled around the small trailer, dampening a small towel and filling another with ice. When she came up to him, still frozen in the entry, she hesitated. With a deep breath and determination, she took his hand gingerly and led him to the table where he sat. Then she went to work on his bloody knuckles. She soon realized that it would take more than a damp towel. He hadn't moved or spoken, so she followed his cue and quietly retrieved the first aid kit. Using tweezers, she pulled out bits and pieces of what she believed was bark. "What did the tree do to you?" she quipped automatically. Drawing in a sharp breath, hoping she hadn't pushed him too far, she tried to read his downcast eyes. His lips twitched slightly. "Nothing. Absolutely nothing." His despondent voice filled her heart with even more pain. It wasn't only her that went through heartache but him, so much so that he couldn't even look at her. Beth blinked through the tears as she cleaned out his busted knuckles. There was really no way to bandage them, so she gooped antibiotic cream on them and placed the ice on his hands to help with the swelling. "They aren't great, but I think they will heal enough for you to be ready to ride in Colorado." "Thanks," he mumbled. "Let me reheat the food, then we can eat." When she placed the warmed food in front of him, he reached out and grabbed her wrist gently. "I'm sorry," he said, still keeping his eyes averted. "Me too," she whispered, trying to swallow the emotions that clogged her throat. They ate in silence while she contemplated and wondered what he contemplated. She brought him pain. Her presence brought him pain. "Jake?" she asked after pushing her empty plate out of the way. He nodded, still not looking at her. Your friendship you mean so much to me. I know I'm causing you pain. For that I am sorry. I think it's time to take me to Cheyenne. He didn't say anything, but he swallowed and nodded. He took their plates to the sink, washed them and put them away. With his hand on the door he said, "I'll get the horses." When the door shut behind him, Beth let the tears fall again. She continued to allow them to flow, while she ensured everything was put away. Then she packed her bags. Taking things down and packing them made it all feel so much more real. With her bags packed, the room looked like it did before she was here. Soon she expected the entire trailer would look the same way, and so would the rest of Jake's life. Maybe it was better this way. Maybe this whole thing was a mistake. She bowed her head, quietly sobbing the rest of her heartache out into the pillow that would no longer be where she laid her head at night. Why did it hurt so much? A small knock at her open door pushed through her grief. She quickly wiped at her tears, and took in several shaky breaths. "I'm ready," she said, though that statement was far from the truth. "Beth, he choked off. She turned toward him, and seeing his red-rimmed eyes only made hers leak more. "It's okay," she said. "No, it's not." His jaw clenched and he sucked in a loud breath through his nose. "I'm sorry I can't give you what you need. I'm sorry I'm not enough. You are enough, I just want more of you. I need that commitment, but I am not angry at you for not being able to give it to me." He met her eyes briefly, surprise hidden in their brown depths. "I hope." She bit her lip as she second-guessed herself. "I hope that we can remain friends." He nodded. "Does that mean you'll still be my date at the wedding?" The idea of being friends, knowing how much more they could be, almost hurt worse than walking away forever. But she didn't leave friends hanging, even if that meant her heart breaking a little more each time they saw each other. A promise is a promise. For a brief instant his eyes met hers, and in them she saw a tiny spark of hope, though whether it was her hope or his she didn't know. 21. They had driven miles without a single word. The air between them hung densely. Jake tugged at his shirt collar, feeling like he breathed through a wet cloth. He reached out and turned the AC higher, but when he glanced at Beth and the goosebumps lining her arms, he turned it off. Maybe fresh air would help. He rolled the window down and leaned his arm on the sill. The sun beat his skin, but the air felt cool and dry. Beth glanced at him briefly, before turning her eyes back to her folded hands. When he went to her room, he saw her Bible still open next to her packed bags. She had been praying, probably to save his soul. The more he thought about that morning, the more he realized how crazy all of it was. He hadn't even kissed her yet, and she's talking about marriage and kids. With a sigh, he looked off into the mountains, wishing for home. The thought hit him hard. He hadn't thought about home, much less missing it, since the day he escaped the heavy cloak of his hometown. Maybe Beth's assumptions weren't that misguided. He was changing. He just couldn't decide if it was a good thing or a bad one. "I keep coming back to this." Beth started. Jake glanced at her, steeling his heart and focusing on her rather than the ramblings in his mind, ramblings he didn't want to listen to anyway. "Back to what?" "Don't you believe everything happens for a reason?" Beth asked, her full attention now on him. He felt gut-punched and thrown back almost a decade. Well-meaning people and their senseless comments just like that did not soothe his grief but infuriated him. "No," he said between clenched teeth. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you." Beth's sweet voice reached out to him. "How could my brother's death be for a reason? You, of all people, I thought would understand that." I do understand. When you lose people you love, it's hard to believe it's a part of the bigger design. There's only pain and loss." Jake gripped the steering wheel, wishing she had kept silent. "I don't get it. How could you feel there is purpose in everything?" Beth turned in her seat toward him, pulling her leg up and looking like a sweet angel in her innocence. "Because I trust God." Even if the death of my parents or your brother, she practically whispered those words, weren't of God's doing, he makes the most of what happened. Humph, Jake said, his hands easing on the steering wheel. Several moments passed as he processed her words. Well, I would say that is a bit different than everything happens for a reason. Beth watched him, and he swore he saw the trace of a smile before he turned back to the road. Okay, I'll follow your lead. So what was all this about? If God were to make the most of this situation, what is it? Beth asked. He glanced at her long enough to see she bit her lip, and squeezed her leg tightly. You're talking about us? She nodded. Out of the corner of his eye he saw her trembling. Was it emotions? Fear? Well, I thought you wanted to save me, he said casually with a wink. I've learned my assumptions lead me to wrong conclusions. Her shoulders slumped, and he glanced at her. You don't need saving. I don't, he said in surprise. Nah, you may be mad at God, but you are His. Ha, he grunted, not sure if agreed or not, but she was probably right. I guess it could easily be that I needed to learn to stop assuming so much. You know, a kick to the bum to buck me off the high horse I sat upon. Jake swallowed his chuckle, not because what she said was true at all, but the humor she found in putting herself down caught him off guard. You have a strange notion about yourself, Cheeky. Besides, I think I was the one who was kicked in the bum. She grinned, and it melted his heart. Maybe they would be okay, but could he handle that? Could he be okay with being just friends, or would spending time with her only remind him of what she denied him? What about you? She asked. What about me? How do you feel God has used this time, us being together, for you? What is this, Dr. Phil? Humor me, she said. Jake sighed and thought. I guess, he finally got me to open up about Jimmy. I've even had the silly notion of calling my parents. Beth spun toward him, her mouth dropping open. Really? He turned to see her eyes full of tears. Why are you crying now? Sorry, that's amazing, Jake. I hope you do it. I hope you find that healing. Thanks, he said gruffly, returning his gaze to the road. He didn't need her pity right now. It would be better if she stuck to talking about herself, and didn't involve him in these deep conversations. You really think that the big guy stuck you here with me, to teach you a lesson of humility? I think that's one of the reasons. She turned her attention back out her window, and the beautiful Wyoming view. There's more. Hey, we've got another hour or so until we get to Cheyenne. You might as well fill it. She glanced at him before looking back out the window. That's what I can't figure out. Jake knew exactly what she meant. He didn't want to believe that God finally opened his heart, only to take the one woman he felt like he could love away from him. No one else had reached him like Beth did. Not one. He never even had the thought of any kind of future with anyone else. He couldn't think about marriage or kids, more to lose. As far as a future, yeah, she was in every plan he made, and he had actually started thinking about those plans. Living in the moment had served him well, but he liked the idea of having Beth by his side for this next circuit, the next year, the next decade, for life. Those thoughts constricted his heart. That future scared him, but the idea of committing to kids, that struck such fear in him he felt as if he would pass out. It was best to let her go before they took it too far, before their hearts were so entwined they couldn't untangle themselves, for when she finally realized that he could never give her what she wanted, they would only be empty shells without each other. Jake shook his head. When did he get so deep? It was all he could do to convince himself not to pull over and kiss her, and beg her to stay no matter the consequences. Beth wished she could read Jake's mind. It sure would help her face the world without him, if she could understand why. She tried to tell herself that his words were just lines he had used hundreds of times with girls he never intended to have a long-term relationship, much less marry. She couldn't. Over their time riding together, she had gotten to know the real Jake Callahan, and she knew that intense look in his eyes, the deep resonance in his voice. He didn't fake that. That was real. While Jake battled his own internal war, she dug deeper into the psychology of the situation. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get through the wall of reasoning he had to deny them both a life of happiness and love. She thought of Ryder and Savannah. They had known each other in high school. Ryder married someone else, had a child, the wife left them both, and then an accident brought Savannah back into his life. Another showcase of God using a tragedy for his use, for good. Now they were getting married. Her heart warmed thinking of them married, giving a good stable home for Ryder's daughter Macy, and having more, of course. The thought of babies made her tear up. Her grandma would say her clock was ticking, but she knew that it was more than that. Ever since she was younger, she saw herself having kids, filling her house with their laughter and high energy. It helped her through the rough times. Never did she think the man she fell in love with could never see his life in that way. She would love to say she would be saving him from himself and bringing joy to his life if she pushed the issues and somehow made it happen. But what if it didn't? What right did she have to assume what would make Jake happy? She loved him enough to let that be fully his decision, even if it meant having to let him go. Rehashing the scene where everything went downhill, she dissected it, looking for flaws, looking for somehow she could have made it better, different. When it hit her, her face turned red and her heart raced. She had pushed Jake about marriage and kids even before they shared a real kiss. What was wrong with her? She was lucky he hadn't reamed her over that, but he should have. How unfair of her. He professes he had fallen in love with her, and she immediately starts thinking about marriage and kids? Who did that? You okay? Jake asked, glancing from her back to the road and back to her, his concern evident in his scrunched brow. Are you breathing? She nodded, but couldn't get her tongue to work. Cheeky, you're kind of freaking me out here. Your face is really red, even for you. She turned to him with wide eyes, breathing deep and willing her throat to unclog. I'm sorry. Phew, she can talk. Okay. Okay. He turned his eyes back to the road, soon pulling over into a dirt turnout. Once he shifted the truck into park, he turned toward her. Now tell me what that was all about. I'm sorry. Yes, that's covered. I have recovered, mostly. Now tell me what has you so upset. I mean, I'm sorry for what I did, for what I said before. Before. She sighed. He was going to make her spell it out. Yes, for pushing for so much when we hadn't even started anything yet. She watched as Jake processed what she said. Recognition showed in his eyes, but he couldn't meet her gaze. Oh, I see. I didn't realize. I mean, well, sometimes I blurt my thoughts out as if everyone else was thinking the same way. Obviously, you weren't. Obviously. He sat back against the door, still not meeting her eyes. Anyway, it just hit me in a potent wave of embarrassment, and I wanted to apologize. Jake nodded. After several long moments, he cleared his throat, and a steely look came into his eyes. No apology needed. It was for the best. It was. Beth gasped, her heart bracing for further impact. If we had let it continue, we would both have been hurt, much worse. He swallowed audibly and shifted back into his seat. We're almost to Cheyenne. Could you get directions to the auto shop, or should I use the GPS lady? I can do it, she said, her voice betraying her breaking heart. Hey, Jake said softly. He met her eyes briefly. For what it's worth, I wish it was different too. The last 15 minutes of their time together had no other conversation than turn right here, get in the left lane, and there it is on the left. Beth felt hollow and numb. She knew if she didn't allow that to take over, she would be a sobbing wreck, and she didn't need to put Jake through more torture or embarrass herself further. She had a long drive alone, that she could wallow in her sorrow before arriving at her grandparents'. After paying her bill and receiving her keys, she walked out to her old truck and trailer. Jake closed the gate behind Faith, who looked at her through the window, her eye wide and a bit frantic. Trigger nickered from his trailer, and Faith answered. It wasn't only Jake and her hearts breaking. The horses didn't understand why they were separated from each other either. She had to hold it together until she was in the truck, just a few more minutes. She could do this. Jake walked with her to the door of her truck. Go on and start it up. Make sure the guys did their jobs. Beth nodded, slid into the seat, started the truck, and listened to it rumble to life. Sounds normal, she said, slipping back out of the seat. So this is it. This is it, he said. Until the wedding at least. Right, she said, nodding. Her heart in her throat. Thank you. I will forever be grateful for your help. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to finish my last season. My pleasure. You did well, he said, a small quirk to his lips. I'm sorry that I... She stopped. She had said all she could. It's okay, Beth. Not your fault. Drive safe. We'll see you in about a month. He reached out and gently put a strand of hair behind her ear. She nodded, unable to say anything, knowing that if she opened her mouth only sobs would come out. His eyes, full of intensity, held hers, then he turned and walked away. She dropped her head, allowing one tear to burn down her cheek. Would her heart heal from this? Boots crunching on the pavement had her snapping her head back up in time for Jake's hand to thread through her hair at the back of her neck and cup her face. What? Beth stuttered. Jake didn't speak. He held her gaze with such an intensity that the rest of the world disappeared. Slowly his other hand came out to cup her face, and fingers to thread through her hair on the other side. Beth's heart pounded so hard she thought it would burst through her chest. Everything faded to black except his intense, dark brown eyes. When his tongue darted out, wetting his lips, her attention pulled toward them, and she found herself wetting her own. Were they really going to do this? Jake, she asked, her knees trembling and emotions filling her. Without warning, he covered her lips with his own, drawing her even closer, their heat mixing and mingling as her heart burst into oblivion. There was no going back. Her heart lay wide open and for the taking. She knew she would never feel this way again. Kissing Jake was like being home. Warmth filled her and at the same time a peace soothed her. The mixture turned into something completely magical. He released her lips and rested his forehead against hers, panting for breath. She gasped as well, forgetting she needed more than his kiss to exist. They stood like that for several moments, until he planted one more lingering kiss. Then turning on his heel, he sped toward his truck. Beth reached up, touching her lips and watching him walk away. She had no idea what had just happened, and why, if he was letting her go, he had to go and kiss her. Tears burned her eyes, but she tingled still from his kiss, and something sparked in her heart. It no longer felt like it was breaking. It felt open and raw, but like tilled soil waiting for the seed of hope. 22. Jake should regret going back and kissing Beth. He should, but regret just wouldn't stay put. His lips still burned, and it had been a week since he watched her drive away. His life felt empty, obsolete. The bronc in the chute snorted his annoyance, and Jake had to agree. He lowered himself on the beast full of pent-up energy, and as he had for what seemed like forever, he glanced out into the arena looking for those green eyes. They weren't there, of course. His heart beat in a hollow chest. All he had was Rodeo. It was all he had had for the last decade. It had been enough then. It had to be enough now. Closing his eyes, he synced with the bronc, trying to remember his name. What was it? The name had made him laugh, so he knew the bronc was new to the circuit. The name had hit home, reminding him of the irony of his situation now. Charlie Brown. Every time he thought of the character, he saw Lucy holding that football for him to kick, Charlie running up to kick it, and Lucy pulling it away right as he let his foot loose, every time. Beth continually pulled the ball away from him, but he got her in the end. He kissed her. He kissed her with more emotion and intensity than he had ever kissed a girl before, and he knew she felt it. Walking away from her had been the hardest thing he had ever done, but at that moment he had no choice. His heart would mend, but he let her know exactly what she would be missing, and only reminded himself. "They're waiting on you, boss." Jake glanced up. He couldn't shake the feeling of her lips on his, so he decided to let it nestle up against him as he leaned forward. "All right, Charlie, let's show them how to kick the ball." Jake nodded, and he shot out into the arena. For 8 seconds he didn't think about Beth, about her sweet taste or her infectious laugh or her innocence or the aching hole in his heart. He just rocked back and forth, relaxing into the motion as best he could, losing himself completely to dancing with Charlie Brown. The buzzer came too soon. He dismounted and threw his arms into the air out of habit, but the elation didn't come. The crowd roared but was empty of the one voice he wanted to hear. As he hopped the fence, he began to wonder if his heart would mend after all. He signed a few autographs, ignoring the invitations from the cowgirls. He didn't even really see any of them, as he pushed out of the crowd. "That bad?" Cameron stepped into place beside him. "The ride? I don't really even know how I did," Jake muttered. "Oh, your ride was great. Pretty sure you got several points on all of them." Cameron eyed him. "I meant bad without Beth here." "Yeah," Jake said absent-mindedly. "Did you not, talk about it?" Cameron persisted. Jake stopped and glared at his friend. "Guys don't talk about stuff like this." Cameron shrugged. "Good friends do, man. How else do you get through tough times?" Jake grunted and kept walking. "We did." "You talked?" Cameron asked. "Well, what happened?" "She isn't here. She wants something I can't give her." Cameron shot in front of him, leveling him with a blue-eyed stare. "Can't or won't?" Jake brushed past him, heading straight toward his trailer. When he didn't hear Cameron following him, he sighed in relief. He looked at the grass mat in front of the door and took off his boots. He stared at them for a few moments before walking into his trailer and plopping onto the couch. Pulling out his phone, he fiddled with it, starting to scroll for her name and stopping several times. Finally, he laid his head back and closed his eyes. At some point, a heavy fist pounded on his door. He groaned and grunted to a stand. He opened the door and dropped his head when he saw Cameron standing there with a grin. "Man, I don't want to talk about this." "You won. Just thought you might want to know." Cameron's eyes fell, focusing on the phone in Jake's hand. "Thanks," Jake said, stepping back into the trailer. "Congrats." "Now call her," Cameron said. Jake rolled his eyes as he shut the door, but once back inside he stared at his phone. Should he call her? He wanted to. Man, he wanted to with everything that lived inside of him. But should he? Would it only make his heart hurt more? Would it cause her pain? Would she even want to talk to him after what he did? Maybe kissing her like that wasn't the right thing to do. A smile tugged on his lips. He was glad he did it. "Hey, she said she wanted to stay friends, right?" He turned on the phone and found her number, Cheeky. He liked his nickname for her. He blew out a breath and touched the call button. His heart galloped as he put the phone on speaker. The ringing filled the empty trailer. Maybe she was out with friends or studying or... "Hey," Beth said, her voice as sweet as ever. "Hey," Jake said and swallowed. "Thanks for picking up." Of course, why wouldn't I? He could think of 100 reasons why. "You okay?" she asked. "Yep," he said. "Did you ride today?" "Yep." Are you hurt?" she asked. "No, I'm fine." Beth blew into the phone, the static sounding like an ocean wave. "Did you not place?" "I won," Jake said, wondering why he couldn't get out more than a word or two. "Then what's wrong?" He shrugged. "Jake, I can't see a shrug, you know. You'll have to use your words," she teased him. Jake chuckled. You know me too well, Cheeky. I do, she said, her voice soft, contemplative. Have you been okay? Yeah, she said, but the hesitancy in her voice told him differently. Just getting my class schedule all figured out. I had a meeting with an academic counselor. I'm closer to getting my physical therapy degree than I thought. That's cool. How long are you talking about? Jake asked, wondering why that excited him. Less than 2 years because of the courses I have already completed. More like 1.5 years, depending on how many classes I can take each semester. That's good, he said. I was thinking about asking Savannah, that is if she starts the practice like she's talking about, if I could intern with her. I have to go through 3 different places. Thought I would ask the Rodeo committee too. I know Savannah would if she was equipped to. We can ask her at the wedding. You're still coming with me, right? Jake asked, his heart pounding. As long as you understand I'll be studying a lot, Beth said, her voice taking on a softer note as if she battled embarrassment. He half expected her to ask about the kiss. He had even halfway come up with an answer. Cheeky eye, Jake trailed off, getting up and pacing the trailer. I know. She sighed. I miss you too. Jake froze. She missed him. Excitement bubbled up into him. As much as he knew he should make it a clean break, he couldn't. He couldn't stop cold turkey. Can I call you, again? Jake stared at the phone, holding his breath. Yes, she said with a tight voice. I'd like that. Cool. Great. Okay. Hey, congratulations on another win. Win? Oh yeah. That's right. Thank you. And finally, he actually felt the elation pour through him. He did win, and not only the ride. I'll talk to you soon, Cheeky. Really soon. Bye, cowboy, she said, her sweet voice sounding on the verge of tears before the phone went silent. Cameron's words filtered into his thoughts. Was it possible that he could actually give Beth what she needed, and it was just his stubbornness that stood in the way? Beth clutched the phone to her chest. She wasn't prepared for the volcano of emotions that erupted in her at the sound of Jake's voice. It took everything she had to talk through the tightness in her throat. She had gotten all her school stuff lined up, but whenever she wasn't fully focused on that, her mind had been ensnared by Jake. Why had he kissed her, if he was willing to let her go? This wasn't even a breakup, but it felt like one, and how many people broke up when they were both in love with each other? She had tried to think her way through his actions, but none of it made sense. She had to think like Jake, not herself. As a confirmed bachelor, he didn't spend time thinking about his future, especially not with a partner. He didn't share his past with anyone. Until her. He had finally opened up about his brother. Sharing such a vulnerable part of himself showed trust and a feeling of security. He felt safe with her. Things clicked into place. Jake feared loving someone he might lose. He needed to heal with his family. That was their only chance of finding happiness. She bit her lip. How could she convince him to visit his family, to mend those bridges and to face his past? It terrified him. He might never admit that, not even to her, but that block stopped him from being able to commit to her. To give them a chance. She smirked as she leaned forward to pet her grandma's cat, that had decided to be her sidekick since she came home. Maybe I should have stuck with psychology. What's that, dear? Her grandma stuck her head in the door. I didn't know you were there, Beth said, heat rising to her cheeks. I was just walking back to the office to grab something. Were you on the phone? She eyed her phone, a glint in her eye telling Beth she knew that she had been. Yes, she said, dropping her eyes. Her grandma came into her bedroom. You know, you're an adult now, and as much as I love having you around, don't stay because of us. We're okay. Thanks, Grandma, she said, her chest tightening. We've leased out most of the land now. There's not much more to take care of besides the garden, and that's my therapy, as you know. Beth smiled at her grandmother. Gardening had always been her solace. If her grandma had been troubled, Beth could always find her in the garden pulling weeds or toiling the soil. Of course, the round pen and stable where Faith stays will always be available for you. We'll keep that. Otherwise, retirement is great, and the extra money we get for leasing the land helps make ends meet. We're good. Don't hold back. I'm not holding back, Grandma. She glanced at her briefly. You are holding back. I know that look. She tapped Beth's knee. I saw that look on your mom's face after she met your father. You did. You bet I did, and it wasn't a month later that he showed up at our door to ask your grandfather for her hand. He did that? That's pretty old school and sweet. It's proper, and your dad knew that. He was a good man. A good cowboy, even if he was from Colorado. Beth laughed. Where's yours from? He's from Wyoming, Grandma, but he's not mine. Her grandma arched an eyebrow. Yet he calls you and makes you blush? Yeah, she said with a sigh. It's complicated. Her grandma sat at the edge of the bed. I have nothing else to do, dear. Tell me all about it. Beth smiled. Her grandma always made herself available to her. She listened, contemplated, and gave the best advice, yet the few times Beth didn't listen to it, she never acted offended or upset. Not once. Beth wished she could be as good as her. With a sigh, and feeling like she was once again 16, Beth started from the beginning. At a couple of points her grandmother raised her eyebrows or pursed her lips, but otherwise she listened without comment. Why didn't you call us when your truck broke down? Her grandma said once she finished. Beth sighed. I'm an adult. I can't keep running to you guys for help every time I get in a pickle. Yes, you can. That's what family is for. Beth nodded. Thank you, but well, it all happened so fast, and once I got into the situation, she glanced up to her grandma, then back to her wringing hands, I didn't want to disappoint you. Because you were living with a man? Beth nodded, her cheeks so on fire she wanted to cool them off with some cold water. You said that you had your own bedroom and had not even kissed him, until you left. Right? Beth nodded again. Then there is nothing for us to be disappointed about, Beth. Grandma touched her knee. And even if there were, it wouldn't change our love for you, nor our support. Beth wrapped her arms around her grandma, enjoying her own special smell of baked bread and garden soil. A huge weight lifted off her shoulders, and she relaxed in the arms that had comforted her so many times as a child. She realized then that as comforting as being in her grandma's arms was, it missed something only Jake provided. She pulled back and wiped at her eyes. Now, her grandma said, how are we going to rein in this cowboy and get a ring on his finger? Grandma, Beth exclaimed, pure delight filling her chest. Don't think you're the first cowgirl to fall in love with a confirmed bachelor, her grandma said, a glint in her eyes. No, Gramps? Her grandma nodded with a smug smirk. He thought he'd die by 25 alone, and still miserable. Now look at the old man. He's so smitten with you, though. Yeah, and I with him, that hasn't changed. Don't get me wrong, we had tough years. After your mother was born were some of the toughest, but commitment, love, and your eyes on the Almighty will get you through those rough years, just like they will now. Her grandma took Beth's cheeks in her hands. You love this cowboy? Beth swallowed and met her eyes. I do. Then let's figure out how to get him past these fears of his and into your arms. You're the best, Grandma, Beth said, wrapping her arms around her once more. Somehow Beth felt like everything would be all right. It all had to align. Jake and her being together had to be God's will. She felt it in her soul. Saying a little prayer, she ended with a smile. She would rein in her cowboy, and she would do it before the end of the year. 23. Hey brother, Jake said as he answered Ryder's call. Hey. I acquired that favor you asked of me. I'll text you the info. Perfect. Thanks. Jake's heart picked up a notch at the thought of step one of his plan falling into place. "You're on your way now, right?" Ryder asked, sounding as if he paced. "Sure am. Getting ready to drive back and pick up the little lady on the way." Jake smiled. It had been too long since he had seen Beth in person. That photo he took of her at the sunset viewpoint saved him, but he needed her in person, in flesh and blood and in his arms. "Beth's coming with you? Great. How's that going? You figure all that out?" "What's up with you guys? I swear, a man falls in love and turns all chatty like a girl." Ryder laughed. "Maybe, but maybe we realize that it's okay to talk, in small doses." "Small doses," Jake grumbled. "So?" Ryder persisted. Jake sighed. "Fine. This last month has been harder than riding bareback. I got out of practice doing this rodeo thing alone. Sorry I've been out of touch." "Where'd she go?" "Back to school. Seems like your Savannah got her fixated on doing the physical therapy assistant thing." "That sounds like Savannah. She's pretty convincing." "I would imagine so, since you are vowing your life to her this weekend." Ryder laughed. "Oh man, it wasn't that easy." "Now you didn't tell me this story." Jake sat back into the sofa in his trailer, feeling like this was something he had to hear. "She didn't want to commit." Jake sat forward. "She didn't want to?" "Yeah," Ryder said hesitantly. "I guess you should hear this. Right after high school during the rodeo circuit, I was sort of seeing my ex-wife. It wasn't serious, at least I didn't think it was. We broke it off right before I came home for a visit." "I didn't know you and Chelsea broke it off that early on." Jake scratched his head. "Well, not too many did I gather, because, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. I came back to hang out with my high school buddy. His girlfriend had this hot friend, Savannah. We all hung out during that visit, and I fell hard. The night before I left to go back onto the circuit, I kissed her and filled her with promises that I fully intended to keep." "Well, what happened? Did you change your mind when you saw Chelsea again?" "No, not at all, but she had a twist that sent me reeling." Jake found himself caught in his friend's story. When the answer came to him, he plopped himself back on the couch, his mouth open. "The cutest cowgirl in the world." "Yep, sweet Macy. I had to do the right thing, "I do, brother, I do." "Man," Jake said, rubbing his temple. "I think Savannah understands that now, too. It took her a while. I don't want to sound harsh. It was a mistake to get myself and Chelsea in that position, and I did my best to make that marriage work. I couldn't give up rodeo, though." Then she ran off with, "Well, you know the story." "I do, man. It's harsh. You gave up a lot for her just to have her run off with the next cowboy that made her feel young again." "Yeah, but I got Macy from it, and that is something I would never change. And now I have my Savannah too." "Did you recognize her from the get-go?" "Nah, I had no memory of anyone but the chemistry now that was still there." "For her too?" "She says so. She was closed off to me at first. It took a while to convince her I wasn't going to run off again." "I could see that," Jake said, wondering if he had given Beth some of the same fears. "How'd you convince her?" "I was patient. Went slow, super slow. Her parents gave me the next step." "What was that?" Jake leaned forward in his seat again. "A promise ring. It was the same ring that her father had given her mother. So not an engagement, but a promise to be faithful and present, and that one day in the future an engagement ring would follow." Jake stood up and paced the space between the bedrooms in his trailer. "A promise ring. Yeah, man. It's a good, easy step, especially when dealing with nervous fillies." "Thanks, brother. I think you just solved a major problem for me." Ryder laughed. "Good to hear. Now, will you be there Friday night?" "Planning on it," Jake said. "Would you be willing to step away from your gal for a few hours? My high school buddy is throwing a small bachelor shindig, Nothing funny, just guys hanging out, playing pool, that type of thing. You bet. Beth has school work to do anyway. Great. You'll like Will. He's a laid-back dude. You're parking the trailer at my place, right? If that's fine by you. It's planned. So we'll ride out to Will's together. We leave at 5. I'll be there. Jake stopped his pacing. See you then, Ryder said before ending the call. Jake's heart raced. A promise ring. What a perfect buffer for him and Beth. As Ryder said, it would be an easy step, though in this instance it wasn't the filly that was nervous. Beth zipped the duffel shut and laid a shaky hand on top. Her heart wouldn't stop thundering. Any minute, Jake would be pulling into the driveway. After a month without seeing him, she didn't wonder if her heart would still skip a beat when their eyes connected. She only wondered if she would have enough willpower to pull off the plan that her grandmother helped her devise. You ready? Her grandfather's gruff voice asked from the doorway. I am, Gramps. She picked up her bag and came up to him, planting a kiss on his bristly cheek. Your grandmother told me about your plan. Beth's face went hot as her stomach quivered. Don't worry. He laid an arm on her shoulders as they walked out to the living room. I think it's a good plan. Very similar to the one she played on me. Really? Beth asked, biting her lip. Yeah, and it was good she did too. I've had a good life because of her. If he's a smart man, then he'll go with it. I hope so, she said, dropping her duffel next to her laptop case by the door. Gravel popped under tires in the drive, and she wrung her hands. Hey. Her grandpa held her hands in his calloused, work-hardened fingers. You be strong and confident. This man is lucky you have chosen him. Don't you forget that. Beth wrapped her arms around him, and he squeezed her. A ripple of emotion shook through the pillar of strength holding her, one of the few times she had seen or felt her grandpa's softer side. He's here. Beth's grandma cheered as she wiped her hands off on her apron and pranced toward the door. Well, her grandfather said as he pushed away from their embrace. Let's go see if this man is worth our beautiful Bethany. Beth wanted to tell them they didn't need to meet him, but she knew they felt they did. She had spent months with him in his trailer, and they had helped her set out a plan to capture his heart, so they deserved to meet him. Beth gently pushed her way past her grandmother and out the front door as Jake rounded the front of his truck. When his eyes met hers from under the brim of his hat, they both stalled. The air between them sparked tensely. She blew out a shaky breath, ignored her racing heart and walked toward him. Yet her feet had other intentions and started running. His widening smile only spurred them on. When they met halfway, Jake took her up in his arms and hugged her close. Guess you missed me as much as I missed you, cheeky, he whispered in her ear. I did, she pushed out with a breath. Your grandparents are watching. Jake set her down but wrapped his fingers through hers. You don't mind meeting them? She asked, looking up at him, unable to control the wide grin that stretched her cheeks. I look forward to it. He led her up the steps where her grandparents waited. Taking off his hat, he let his fingers slip off hers as he extended his hand to her grandfather first. Mr. and Mrs.? You just call us Grandpa and Grandma, Jake, Beth's grandma interrupted. Jake smiled and shook their hands. Grandpa. Grandma. Thank you. Beth watched him. The tightness in his voice might not have been noticed by her grandparents, but it had by her. Bethany tells us that you make your living riding broncs. Her grandfather sized Jake up. Beth's cheeks heated, but she had expected her gramps to give him the interrogation. Jake wrapped his arm around her in an easy manner and nodded. Sure do, sir. It's a good living, and with God's help I'll be smart about investing it. Beth eyed him, but saw her grandfather nod his head in approval. They talked for several more minutes, and Beth couldn't help but fall in love with him a little more as he charmed her grandparents. Won't you stay for supper, Jake? Her grandmother asked. I wish I could, Grandma, but I promised the groom we would be there by 5 tonight. Can I take a rain check? I told Beth I would have her back here by dinner on Sunday. I'll hold you to that dinner then, Grandma said before giving him a hug and pat on the cheek. Take good care of our girl. That's my plan. Jake smiled down at her. Sir, he said as he shook Grandpa's hand. I look forward to a conversation about that investing when you return. Of course. The groom is one of my business partners, so I should have more information on Sunday. Beth ran in to grab her bags, which Jake promptly took from her as she came back out. She gave her grandparents hugs and followed Jake to the truck. Her grandparents stood on the porch, their arms around each other, waving while she and Jake drove out the driveway. They sure are a pair, aren't they? Jake asked, his voice tight again. They're the best, Beth said, holding her hand out the window in farewell. The drive went by quickly as they shared stories and laughed and bantered, just like old times. Except there was a denseness to the air that hadn't been there before. Like the air itself held all the questions of the future and when, not if, they would kiss again. Beth touched her lips as she felt the heat rise into her cheeks. She turned toward the window to hide them, getting lost in the beauty of the scenery. I forgot how beautiful it was here, Beth said, letting herself be distracted by the mountains. Yes, it's one of the prettiest areas of Wyoming, in my opinion. Really? He nodded, but he looked like he swallowed back the more she knew was there. You sure you're okay with me going out with Ryder and the guys? I could tell him no. It's his bachelor party. You can't miss that. She bit her lip and turned to look out the window again, her fear almost palatable. He laid his hand on her knee. Hey. He told me there would be no funny business and only guys. Not that you have anything to worry about, anyway. What? She said, her cheeks turning that pretty pink. I don't have any right to. Shush. He squeezed her knee before taking it back to the wheel. This weekend you're mine and I'm yours. Okay. Beth's eyes snapped to his before he had to turn back to the road, but she gave him a nod. Okay. She wanted to ask just this weekend, but had to bide her time as her grandma advised her. Here we are, Jake said, glancing at her. Wow, the house is finished. It's beautiful. The ranch house had a covered porch that wrapped all the way around. The house was big but modest and beautiful. As Jake parked the trailer, she saw the view extending beyond the back of the house with a porch swing swaying in the slight breeze. He didn't do a bad job, did he? Jake asked as he helped her from the truck. No, he didn't. It's perfect. Perfect, huh? Jake asked. Well, almost. Add a barn and an arena, then it would be. Jake squeezed her to him. Now you're talking. That's actually in the works, Savannah said as she met them. Macy has been asking for it since the foundation was poured. Hi, Savannah, Beth said, reluctantly pulling herself away from Jake to give her a hug. It's really beautiful. Thank you. She looked around with a sigh. Down there, she pointed to a lower section closer to the road, is where my office will be. That's wonderful, Beth exclaimed, her mind reeling with possibilities. Did Ryder tell you that she is working toward her PTA degree? He did, and we have talking to do. Savannah eyed her. By the way, I apologize that Ryder didn't think to invite you to my bachelorette party tonight. You will come, won't you? I'm about to go to my place now to get ready. Want to come along? I really should work on my schoolwork. Beth eyed Jake. Oh, go on, Beth. I'll make sure you get more time this weekend, Jake urged her, though she saw the reluctance in his eyes. Well, I have a few more things to do before I leave. I'll let you think it over. It was good seeing you, too. Beth watched Savannah walk away, a nervous flutter in her chest. Savannah was great, but hanging out with a crowd of women she didn't know, Beth shivered and wrapped her arms around herself. You okay? Jake asked. You aren't cold, are you? Though the cool breeze wrapped around her, she enjoyed it. I just don't do social things like that very well. Savannah is very nice. Jake scrunched his brows as he searched her eyes. Oh, she is. I am comfortable with her, but I barely know her and wouldn't know anyone else. Her stomach squeezed. You think she would be offended if I didn't go? No, I think she would understand completely. You'll be okay here? Yeah, I'll be fine plugging away at my schoolwork. True dedication. I do have that, she said, looking at him from under her eyelashes while heat traveled into her cheeks. Jake wrapped his hands around hers, pulling her into him while his eyes dropped to her lips. Her heart thundered. You made it, Ryder shouted as he came out of the house. Jake smirked, kissed her forehead, and turned toward his friend. The moment lasted within her, even as he said goodbye, whispering that the refrigerator had something special for dinner. She watched him go, let her eyes watch the colors shifting into beautiful pinks and purples, then settled in the trailer with a sigh of contentment. She had missed this place, and the comfort it gave her, or was it the owner that brought the comfort? 24. Jake had walked into the trailer at a little past midnight, wishing he had never left Beth. The guys weren't bad, and he had fun, but the whole time he couldn't take his mind off his cheeky being in the trailer waiting for him. It looked like she had attempted to. He had found her, head on the table, laptop open, and sleeping like a baby. As much as he had wanted to bring her into his arms, he had to do this right, so he had helped her into her bed, then went to his own. He patted his pocket, a smile stretching his cheeks. Today he would make it right. Then he could kiss her anytime he wanted instead of holding back all the time. At least he hoped. He hoped that she would be willing to take a chance on him. The guests had started arriving about an hour after they had snuck Savannah upstairs to get ready. Ryder waltzed around the gathering crowd, pulling on his collar and smiling in little twitchy movements. Hey brother, Jake called to him as he passed by the trailer where he waited for Beth to finish her shower. Hey man. You good? Ryder asked. I should be asking you that. You look like an antsy stallion. I do. He glanced up at the house. I just want this done. Once she says I do, I can relax. You worried she'll change her mind? I'm worried she'll come to her senses, he said with a laugh. Daddy. Macy shouted as she ran up to her father. You look beautiful, Macy girl, Ryder said, crouching to give his daughter a hug. Careful, Daddy. Savannah worked hard to get my hair perfect. She turned to Jake. Hi, Jake. Hey, cutie. You excited? I am. This is the perfect day. When is it going to start, Daddy? As soon as Savannah is ready. I'll go tell her, she shouted and skipped off toward the house. I better go, Ryder said, and patted Jake on the back. Looks like you got someone waiting on you too. He winked and walked toward the crowd, finding their places in his backyard. Jake turned, knowing that his breath would be taken away at the sight of Beth. He wasn't disappointed. After he caught his breath, he held out his arm for her. You are beautiful, he whispered, breathing her strawberry scent that left his legs weak and wobbly. Thank you. You don't look too bad yourself, cowboy. She knocked into him gently, letting her fingers trail along his arm. During the wedding ceremony, Jake's insides did gymnastics. His heart danced between fear, excitement, and elation. He did his best to listen to the words, especially at the times when Beth squeezed his hand even tighter, or glanced at him with a look that he swore was similar to the one that Savannah had while saying her vows. As his friend walked down the aisle, vowed to the woman of his choosing for the rest of his life, a brilliant smile on his face as if he rode in perfect joy, Jake had to wonder. Would he feel that same sense of elation if he had committed his life to Beth? That thought tormented him all throughout the lunch and into the dancing. You all right? Beth asked, her hand trailing up and down his back while they danced to a slow country love song. Great. Why? He asked, pulling himself from his thoughts and to the beautiful woman in his arms. You have just seemed well distracted. That little line between her eyebrows creased. He kissed it. Hard not to be distracted with you around. She smiled up at him, her cheeks filling with that beautiful pink he loved. Would she ever stop looking at him that way? An image of her grandparents, arms around each other as they drove away, filled him. Somehow he knew that Beth would give her everything, to the man she loved. He wanted that to be him, wanted to be strong enough to give that to her, and yet it terrified him. What terrified him more was Beth not being with him, of moving on and leaving him in the dust. "You enjoying yourself?" he asked to stop his mind from worrying. "Uh-huh." She leaned in closer. "How could I not with you around?" Jake laughed and swung her out and back in. He held her close and watched Ryder and Savannah, their eyes locked on each other. Would it be so bad? What he realized in Cheyenne after Beth drove away was his heart was already hers. Losing her now would be as painful as losing her tomorrow or next month or next year or 10 years. He shook his head, his chest on fire and stomach in knots. Small steps. One little step at a time. "Are you sure you're okay?" Beth asked, her soft hand touching his cheek, sending thoughts flying right out of his head. "Yeah, I have something I want to show you." Beth leaned back to watch him warily. "Okay. Don't worry. It's a good thing. At least I hope it is. Now you have me really curious." Beth let her hand trail down to rest on his chest. "Your heart is racing, and you're looking a little pale." Jake shrugged. "I'll be fine." The DJ called out that it was time to cut the cake. He looked down at Beth, pulled her close and breathed in her strawberry scent. "The reception will be over soon. Ryder and Savannah are leaving for their honeymoon in less than an hour. Can you hold out till then?" "Of course, I'm a patient woman." "Yes, cheeky, thankfully you are." He wrapped his arm around her and led her to where they were cutting the cake. These rituals perplexed Jake, but something in them made him ache and long for the family he had deserted so long ago. Before Ryder left, he handed Jake a set of keys. "Good luck, brother. You got this." "Thanks. Congratulations. I hope the honeymoon is worth it." Jake laughed. "You kidding? I just married the woman I know was meant for me. Life is going to be worth it." Ryder slapped him on the back. "You'll see." "Maybe I will," Jake said, letting his gaze wander over to Beth saying goodbye to Savannah. "I don't have any doubts, and you'll like the acreage. When you settle, we could be neighbors." "We'll see, but that's why I picked the one that sidled up to yours. Figure you would watch out after it while I rodeoed." "You bet." "Oh, Savannah is calling me. I'll get in touch when we get back." He waved as he walked toward his wife. Beth seemed to float to him, resting against his side as she reached him, pulling his thoughts toward her again. He swallowed as he wrapped his arm around her. It was time. Ready or not, he had to do it before he lost the nerve. "Let's go," he said, leading her to the truck. "You're already hooked up?" "Yep, we don't have far to travel for the night." He helped her up into her seat, then jumped into his. "How far is not far?" she asked. He carefully drove them out of the throng of people and onto the main road. "Jake, you going to answer me?" "Yeah, not far at all," he said, peering into the distance where he saw a simple metal gate padlocked shut. "It seems we're already here." "Really?" Beth looked around, and he wondered what she thought about the rolling hills that spread out before the mountains in the distance. Jake hopped out, used the keys that Ryder had given him, and opened the gate. He left it open and drove down the rough trail of a road, barely marked by 2 sets of tire tracks in the golden grass. Beth stayed silent, watching him as he peered about until he saw the flat that Ryder had told him about. The wide expanse of flattened dirt was perfect for the trailer, at least to start. "What is this, Jake? Is this another section of Ryder's land that he's letting us stay on for the night?" Beth asked. Jake smiled at her and jumped out of the truck. He met her as she opened the door and helped her climb out. "No," he said, taking her hand and leading her out to the flat where they could see the whole of the land. No, we're not staying the night, or no, this isn't Rider's land? Beth asked, her eyes settling on the colors changing behind the mountains. Perfect timing. Jake wiped his free hand on his pants, nervous energy pouring through him. This isn't Rider's land. Whose land is it? She turned to him, something he couldn't quite describe building up in her eyes. He took her other hand in his, so he held them both. It's mine. You bought this? Yep, 80 acres of prime ranch land, conveniently situated right next to Rider's. Wow, Jake, congratulations. So much for no ties, huh? He shrugged. Things change. Things, huh? She lowered her head to look at him from under her lashes. Jake felt like he was riding the wildest bronc he had ever sat upon, and without a saddle. He had to do this, he had to keep Beth in his life, but fear bucked in a fury. Beth reached up to touch Jake's forehead. Are you sure you're okay? You look really pale. Jake looked like he would pass out. Something had him all worked up, but maybe he had caught a virus. He had seemed off all day. Weddings might do that to him. Maybe the idea scared him more than she had thought. Beth, Jake stumbled on his words, grasping onto her hands like they were his lifeline. Hey, she said gently. Whatever it is, I'll help you. Jake chuckled nervously. That's my hope. You see, he let go of her hands, tugging at his shirt collar and his hat. This last month has been awful. Awful. Yeah, empty, boring, and well, lonely. You have so many friends, Jake. Beth reached out to touch his arm, offering her support. It's only one person I need, cheeky. The moment hit her then. Jake's nervousness, his normally smooth talk turned all stumbly, the way he looked at her, the land, where was he going with this? I have issues, Jake continued. You know them. It's hard to let someone in, knowing that you could lose them. The pain, the fear of that pain is debilitating. I know, Beth said, empathy flooded her. She did know, but she had been young and had loving grandparents to help her through that fear. Jake had no one, or rather he didn't allow himself to have anyone to help him through. I'll go with you. You'll go with me? On the road? Jake asked, his brows furrowing. I meant when you're ready to see them, your family, I'll go with you. She let her fingers trail down to his hand, and gave the strong fingers a squeeze. I wasn't talking about them, Jake said, wiping a hand down his face, but then he looked at her. You would do that? You would go with me if I decided to go see them? I would, just don't schedule it during finals. That would make all this work worth nothing. See, that's what I'm talking about. You are the most selfless, thoughtful person I know. You would give up your dream to help a friend. Beth stiffened slightly at the term friend. She wanted more. She knew he did. Maybe seeing his family would allow him to take that next step. That's what her grandma and she thought. Don't they live near here? We could go tomorrow? Jake shook his head. One thing at a time, girl. Let me make it through this one alive first. This one, she asked. Oh, the land purchase. Jake shook his head again. He shoved his hand down into his pocket, but she watched his eyes closer. What was going on with him? He took her hand and something cool and sleek slid on her finger. This promise ring, he said. Her heart hammered as she looked down at the band he had slid onto her hand. The engravings made it look like a rope wrapping around her ring finger. Jake, she breathed out, feeling like she might faint. You see, this last month, I was trying to tell you, was awful without you. Our weekly chats meant everything to me, to the point of rushing through the week so I could talk to you. I felt like that too. I can't promise you that I will be able to commit to kids or marriage yet. It's a big scary step that feels like jumping out of an airplane, and I just don't have the right parachute at this time. Beth cocked her head to the side, trying to follow him. This ring, he held her hand, putting it on his heart, is a promise that I always want you in my life, that I want to rodeo with you by my side, and a promise that I will do my best to overcome my fears and give you what you need in the future. Tears spilled over, streaming down Beth's cheeks. Her prayers had been answered. This promise was all she needed to allow herself to fully fall for Jake Callahan. She knew that a relationship would mean sacrifices on both sides. She didn't expect Jake to be the only one to give in, to push past fears, to have to look at life differently. Jake watched her, his breathing rapid, his eyes intense, and his skin pale. "Please answer me, Beth. I'm dying here." Beth couldn't help the giggle that spilled forth from her. She took Jake's face in her hands, stood up on her tiptoes, and acted on the wish she had since he pulled up in the driveway. His lips sent sparks of electricity shooting through her, but more than that, she felt their love finally unburdened and free. It was a powerful force that almost had her knees giving out. After her lips tired and she had an intense need to breathe, they parted, resting their foreheads together. "Can I assume that is a yes?" Jake panted. "I'm not sure there was really a question, but your promise makes me a happy woman." Jake bent down and kissed her gently. "Thank goodness," he said, bringing her into his arms. With her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat slowly return to normal, she bit her lip. As the sun sank below the mountains, she pushed off him to look into his deep brown eyes in the fading light. "I don't have a ring for you, but can I make a promise too?" "You can have anything I can give, my love," Jake whispered and kissed the tip of her nose. "I promise to be patient, understanding, and flexible." "Those are all great things," Jake said, his lips turning up in that crooked smile. "That's why I already figured out that I can take the majority of my classes online. There will be a weekend a month I will have to travel to the school, and then my internships, but otherwise," she drew in a deep breath, "I would like to travel with you. This last month was too hard on me as well. I can honestly tell you, Cheeky, I don't ever want to be without you by my side, not for the rest of my life." "That's a deal, cowboy," she said, snuggling back into his arms to watch the colors slowly fade to a deep purple. Dreams built inside of her, but she kept herself in this moment. She didn't need a house or kids right now, she only needed the cowboy that held her. She finally understood God's plan on the day her truck's transmission went out. It was a wild journey, but one that led her right where she was supposed to be, falling for the Bronc Rider. Epilogue. Cameron shook his head when Jake waltzed out to him, all fancied up in a tux and black Stetson. "I told you," Cameron said. "Yes, which you have reminded me at least twice at every rodeo for the last few months." Jake smiled and tugged on his suit. "This tux makes me look sharp." Cameron chuckled. "Everything you do, Jake, you do with style." "I try," Jake said. "So, when are you going to tell me who your filly is?" Cameron's throat went dry. He coughed and choked out, "You can forget about her." "I never thought you were one to give up that easy," Jake said, giving him a hard glare. "Come on, amigo, today is your day. Let's get on those shackles." Cameron shoved him toward the arena where all their rodeo friends gathered. "We can finish this later." Jake eyed him. "What happened to guys don't talk about this stuff?" "Yeah, well, a good friend once told me that sometimes they did. Besides, as my groomsman, I need advice." "You're asking me for advice?" Cameron balked. "Yeah, Ryder is busy with a baby on the way." Jake's face paled slightly. "Don't worry, man. You'll have time to get used to the idea of kids." "That's the thing. They got pregnant on their wedding night." He licked his lips. "You don't think Beth will expect that, right?" "From you." Cameron shook his head. "By now, I would think she knows you move slower than molasses. Besides, don't you think she would want to finish school anyway?" Jake blew out a breath. "You're right. Thanks, man." Cameron walked with the nervous groom. He had seen this day coming, before Jake even realized he was in love with Beth. He often wondered if their brief talk had spurred the relationship on. He scanned the crowd gathering in the arena, for the blue eyes he knew would be there. She waited with the other bridesmaids. The teal gowns they wore made her eyes even brighter. A yearning pulled in his chest. If only she hadn't shut him down. Today would have been the perfect time to make a move, but he wasn't patient. As a bareback rider, he only had an 8-second attention span. He couldn't believe that even without knowing who his mystery gal was, Jake and Beth had paired him up with her. In a matter of minutes, he would be escorting the woman who had stolen his heart, only to leave it trampled. If he thought she was one of those gossipy girls, he would fear the entire passel of them would be snickering at him. Luckily she was stoic, something he knew would be important in her line of work. "Piss Cam?" A quiet whisper grabbed his attention. He turned to see Beth sticking her head out from behind the announcer's booth. She had turned into the bride's room for the day. "What are you doing?" Cameron whispered, looking around the area to ensure no one saw her. "Jake will freak if he sees you before you're walking down the aisle." "I know," she said, glancing around before pulling back into the booth. Cam followed her, nodding at her grandparents who had driven out to be there for the wedding. "Hello," he said. "Hi, son," her grandmother said to him. "Would you please do me a favor?" Beth asked. Cam turned his eyes to fully appreciate Beth, and he whistled low. "Jake's a mighty lucky man, Beth." "Thank you," she said, her cheeks blooming her signature, beautiful pink, the reason she earned the nickname that Jake lovingly called her. Maybe he needed a nickname for, he shook his head. "What can I do for you?" "I need Vic." "Vic?" His heart jumped into his throat. "Are you hurt?" "No, silly. She's my bridesmaid, and Courtney is on an errand for me. Would you mind, please?" Cameron tugged on his collar, wishing he could be back to wearing his normal t-shirt. "Yeah, of course." "Thanks, Cam. By the way, I'm glad that you and Vic got paired up. You look really nice together." Cameron's skin burned as he backed out of the booth, feeling like a trapped bull. If he didn't know better, he would think that Beth knew. He wiped his hands on his pants, telling his heart to calm down like he did when he first sat on a bronc. Except there was something soothing about the connection between rider and animal. Here, there was no animal to connect with, other than the beast raging inside of him. She stood there, more straight and poised than the other woman, her hands not even fiddling with her dress. He knew she must be uncomfortable in it, for she never dressed like that. He could do this. It was nothing, only a request for a friend. It wasn't like he was making the mistake of asking her out on a date again. He took a slow step toward her, and froze when her eyes landed on him. He felt like a caught predator with the way her eyes roved over him, but then he saw the small twitch of appreciation in her lips. Her beauty knocked the breath from him. He pushed himself forward, making his steps confident even though his knees fought to buckle. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped away from the group and toward him. "Hello," she said coolly when they were only inches apart. "Hi," he pushed out after several seconds of awkwardness. "I'm not here for me, I am. He slapped his forehead and blew out a breath. "You look really nice in your suit," she said. Cameron dragged his hand down his face, allowing his eyes to meet hers. She held his gaze as if to dare him. The look had him straightening and meeting her dare. "Beth would like to see you." "Thank you." She hesitated again, letting her gaze travel to Jake, then to the booth. "They are so in love. I saw it back when she hurt her ankle." "They are," Cameron said, feeling himself relax a little. It wasn't an instant thing for Jake at least, but he's a slow cooker. "Unlike some cowboys," Vic said, smirking. "There's nothing wrong with a man knowing what he wants." He stood taller, daring her to defy that. Her smirk turned into a smile, and she nodded. "Guess we'll see you in a few." "Yep, you're stuck with me for this shindig, whether you like it or not." She slowly moved past him, and he followed her with his eyes, appreciating the curves she normally kept hidden in loose jeans and t-shirt. She turned back toward him. "I never said I didn't like it." Cameron refused to let his jaw drop. Instead, he clenched his teeth as he watched her enter the booth and shut the door behind her. What game did this medic play? Maybe Beth did know, and if so, she might be the one to ask for advice. After all, she had tamed the confirmed bachelor. If anyone knew how he could reach Vic, it would be Beth. He put his eyes back on Jake as he walked toward the man, shifting with nervous energy. "You're not nervous, are you?" Cameron asked. "Me? Nah, this is what I'm meant to do. God ordained it." He chuckled. "I knew there had to be a miracle involved," Cameron teased. Oh, there was. A miraculous change, and a lot of faith to move past the fear. Fear. That piqued Cameron's attention. "Yeah, something your filly, whoever she is probably dealing with." "Why do you say that? Why else would she be so hard to get?" Jake shrugged. "People like me, and maybe like her, need people like Beth, like you, to help us remember what life is really about." "You really got deep, Jake." Jake laughed loud and strong. "Yeah, guess I was right about love. It does make a man sappy." "I think you are right about that, hombre." Music started playing. Cameron watched Jake's eyes immediately land on the booth where his bride waited. "You ready for this?" Cameron asked. Jake glanced at the front row where his parents and sister sat. He had introduced Cameron to them an hour before. Jake smiled, glanced at Cameron, and back to the booth. "Oh yeah, this is the life I've been waiting for. It's even better than riding a bronc." "That's what I was afraid of," Cameron said, his eyes on the booth. "You got this, man. Enjoy the ride." "Thanks. I believe I will." Cameron walked back to where the other groomsmen waited with their partners. If it was fear that stopped Vic from allowing him a chance, he could handle that. What bareback rider didn't know how to conquer fear? Thank you for listening to Falling for the Bronc Rider. I hope you enjoyed Jake and Beth's story. If you have followed along from Unforgettable Cowboys, particularly her wounded cowboy and her guardian cowboy, then you had probably been wondering if Jake and Beth would be able to make their love work. Please be sure to follow the rest of the Faithful Cowboys to discover even more sneak peeks into Jake and Beth's married life. Want to know more about Cameron and Vic? Listen to their story, Fearless with the Bareback Rider, next. Next in Faithful Cowboys. Fearless with the Bareback Rider. A fearless bareback rider falls for a rodeo medic, afraid of love. Can he show her that faith conquers fear before circumstances close her off forever? Cameron has always wanted what his parents have, a love that bonds stronger than the rope that holds him to the broncs he rides. Vic has fears that keep her closed off from everything and everyone. Years in the armed forces leave her scarred in more ways than one. Cameron's faith in the unseen gives her a glimpse of hope, of life without fear and full of love. Which will win, fear or faith? Listen to Fearless with the Bareback Rider now.